Block 2. But in Adeliana's case, it will be unnecessary. Her father is a good friend with the Emperor. Her mother is a close friend with the Queen. Her uncle is the Archmage. Sound complicated? Serafina yawned and closed her eyes. Back to Ares' study. Cronus was sitting across Ares. Ares and Aphrodite just returned from the town in a hurry. The shocking event they met was still left in the husband and wife's head. "And what business do you have with me today?" Ares placed his teacup down, waiting for his cousin's answer. "The investigation of the temple went well. It seemed like the missing saintess has returned." Cronus wasted no time and reply. Ares raised his eyebrow, questioning himself. "Since when did there was a missing saintess?" "It sounds unbelievable, but the record of that saintess is inside the temple. Well and good. The question is, why do no one remember her?" Cronus taps his finger on the table and rub his chin. "What is her name?" "Bellamira." Ares was taken off guard. "Bellamira, the name sounds really familiar." "Where did he heard it?" "Bellamira." The name rolled off his tongue smoothly. It was as if he used to call this person's name with sweet words. "I'm suspecting that her disappearance is related to the River of Forgotten. First, it was the ghost town. Second, this saintess whom he seemed to be familiar with even though he has never met her. And now, the River of Forgotten? Let's cut this off. I'll listen to the rest of your report tomorrow at the palace." "Understood, brother." Cronus rose from his seat. As he was about to twist the doorknob, Ares said from behind, "You also have a daughter my age too, right?" "I don't feel great since coming back from the city." "Make sure to give your daughter your necklace. I feel like when something happen, it might help." "Why?" "My intuition is giving bad sign these days." It wasn't like this is the first Cronus has heard this from Ares. Every time before devastating events happen, Ares would get a really bad feeling. And now, this is related to his daughter. He might need to listen to him. "I understand, brother. I hope you have a great day. Farewell." Cronus closes the door behind him before heading to get his daughter, who is messing around with Adeliana and Aphrodite, who brought them more snacks. "Serafina, it's time to go home." Can't I have another cake?" Serafina blinks at him with her holding the cake plate. "You'll get it when we go home. Now come on." Serafina sighed disappointedly and hop off the couch. "It's really nice to meet you, aunt, cousin. I hope to see you around again." Serafina smiled brightly like a sun, which disgusted Adeliana, who knew her more than Cronus. "Bye-bye." Adeliana joined hands and acted like an angelic kid, which also disgusted Serafina, who knew she's nothing more than a degenerated weeb. Next chapter. It's time for the dynamic between Cronus and Serafina. I'm really excited to write about them. I will make Serafina even savage than Adeliana. LOL. Use. This is the cold and savage daddy we're talking about. I recently finished Bungo Stray Dogs Season 3, and Fyodor Dostoevsky has successfully climbed up to my ultimate daddy list. And Boy, Who Made Me a Princess Season 3. I'm waiting for Janet's dad to get more screen time, and the 3-month waiting was worth it. Seeing Anastasius's head knocked by Roger and he licked his blood. Not Roger who licked Anastasius' blood. Anastasius quickly became my daddy. I bet 80% of my readers who read MAP are fans of Claude and Athanasia. But I'm a psycho who ready to screech when Anastasius appears. My daddy list is here. 1. Victor from Mr. Love Queen's Choice. 2. Fyodor Dostoevsky from Bungo Stray Dogs. 3. Anastasius de Algeroblia from WAP. 4. Tazio Zamu from Bungo Stray Dogs. 5. Jikarai Jinguji from Hypnosis Mic. 6. Gilgamesh from Fate series. 7. Yan King from Fate Grand Order. 8. Zonglai from Genshin Impact. I like Xia, but he's on baby boy list, and no, I don't play Genshin. 9. Juliuk from Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. 10. That long red hair Marquis from Survivors the Hero's Wife. You all have husbando? Chapter 41. Benjamin father-daughter. In the busty crowd of Beresford, capital city, 2 certain people in a dark cloaks were walking close to each others. The Benjamin just left the Valentine Duchy and now they are returning to the Magic Tower. And that's the plan. However, Serafina Phantom Benjamin has no intention of going home right away. What a long-ass name. I'm congratulating myself for remembering it. Because they had left the castle without getting to eat the snacks Aphrodite bought, Serafina is ready to annoy her father for the very first time. Her father, Cronus, had no ideas of what is running through his deadpan-faced daughter's head right now. He was thinking of going on an investigation as soon as possible. There are many suspicions surrounding the saintess. As he's walking, a small hand tugged his cloak to stay still. Since the person was using magic, he immediately knew. Turning around to see who, it was none other than his daughter wearing a deadpan expression. He won't admit it out loud, but sometimes, he's tend to freak out when he saw his daughter out of blue. It's like someone made a clone of him but female and child. What do you want? Because he's disappeared in almost of Serafina's life, he has no ideas of what does she want. Serafina didn't respond and point her finger to the cafe. Cronus raised his eyebrow, still not understanding what does she mean. Serafina clicks her tongue and drags Cronus into the shop. She then proceeded to point at cakes she wanted and order them. Everything happened so fast for Cronus to follow. By the time he caught up, the cashier was asking him to pay. "Sir, your daughter just left. Please pay for the cake or clean the dishes for a whole month." The cashier was smiling harmlessly. He paid for the cakes, which cost surprisingly expensive, and left her only see Serafina unpacked one of the cake box and eat it. Behind her was a mountain of cake boxes. "Why are you eating so much? You will get cavity if you eat this much. The cavity can be fixed by the dentist. Also, these aren't for me only. I'm giving some of them to Mum," Serafina replied nonchalantly. She was busy shoving cake into her mouth. At this point, Cronus doesn't know to scold her anymore. Maybe it's because he has never been around her, but he won't give up. As her father, he need to scold her. "If you spend that much money on food, you will never succeed in life. I have money too. I don't care about succeed or not. Did your mother spoiled you too much now? You shouldn't raise your voice or speak in this kind of manner to your father. You don't even know my name till I was 3. Serafina ended the conversation just like that and used her magic to make her boxes float, leaving Cronus alone. However, Cronus still haven't given up on it. He wasn't going to leave her like this. "You shouldn't use magic, it will attract enemies. They can't see. I'm using invisibility spell right now." Serafina makes the boxes float even higher to prevent some idiots from hitting them. "The enemies could still trace your magic." "Then you deal with it." "Why should I?" Cronus raised his eyebrow questioning her. "Isn't that your way to deal with enemies? I thought you were the Archmage. You can't even protect your daughter whom you never interact with. That's even pathetic." Serafina clearly shows disappointment in her tone. It may seem like she's an apathetic person to everything, but she was also jealous of seeing family with their dads. She was upset, but if Cronus can't fix his problems with the family without having a single clue, she will give up. Serafina continued to walk ahead, not knowing that there is an arrow flying straight at her. When she's noticed it, it was already away from her a few centimeters. Serafina closed her eyes, ready to feel pain in her and death. Using crappy ways to assassinate people, they still haven't changed one bit. Serafina opens her eyes to face her father gripping the arrow tightly in his hand, then burn it with magic. Then it's hit her why he was telling her to not use magic because of the enemies. He noticed them from the very start. The image of arrow flying straight to her was still fresh inside her head. Her legs were wobbling from shock. Serafina fell down onto the ground with her heart still racing. It would be her second death if it's not for her father. Cronus didn't say anything other than lifting her up and hug her. "So you do know how to cry. You're still a kid. That's good. Kids should have emotions." Tears wet Cronus' cloak as Serafina silently cried. She was still a kid with a 16-years-old mental state in her. In the dark alley where the assassin is, he clicked his tongue in a bitter defeat. He failed to kill his targets again now. The assassin sighed and get up to escape, but someone gently taps his shoulder, making him turn around. "Ha! Who the fuck are you?" The person was a beautiful girl with a long raven hair with pink highlights at the end. She had a pair of deep amber eyes. It was as if she's a fairy who escaped from fairy world. Sorry, I'm not interrupting you or anything, right?" The beauty smiles gently to him. No." The assassin smirked inside his head. "A beautiful lady is here to heal his heart. He will so gonna have fun tonight." "That's good." "And it's a no to kill a cute girl, especially when it's Cronus's daughter. You should never kill a child, you know." She pressed her hands on both of his shoulders and crushed them. The assassin screamed his pain so loud that it caught citizens' attention. "Dear, I'll heal at you, but that pain will still be your head forever." Once again, she pressed her hands on his shoulders and white light glows. You can use divine." Before he finishes, The lady hit him in his ego and knock him out. I'm gonna have to erase your memories, ara. I'm only gone for 6 years and everyone already have cute daughters. I'm happy, Tilda. Bellamira. Kenneth gets up from the ground and smiles sincerely. You. Sorry for not updating, frown. I have many personal problems to deal with. TT. Anyway, what was Bellamira's last name again? And the interaction between Cronus and Serafina is so sad. I feel really sorry for them. And are you ready for a new MILF? I mean new best girl? And Oni-san is finally introduced. Since no Oni-san really lit my interest, I'm gonna written one myself. Degrees. So have faith in Bellamira. You won't hate her. XD. Adeliana is having a harem now. I really like to make this kind of plot twist. Chapter 42, King and Key. Today was nothing unusual aside from seeing Serafina and the last male lead. And you got to admit that he's hot than hell even though he's cold as fuck. Just like any night, I carried my huge pillow, wearing my pajamas that Aphrodite bought for me. I'm just nothing more than a baby maker slayer and R19 slayer. Without bothering to knock, I burst my parents' door open and close it back by kicking it. Ares was lying on the bed, wearing a white exposed shirt, reading book. Aphrodite was brushing her hair, standing by the window to look at the starry sky. Tonight, they were usually quiet. I threw my pillow to the bed and lie down beside Ares, curious on what he's reading. It was just nothing more than book related to war and political. It was absolutely boring to me, but sooner or later, I'll study about those too. You came, Adele? Aphrodite seemed to be done with brushing her hair. I nodded my head and rolled to her side. Like usual, Aphrodite smells really nice. She smelled like feminine powder and light smell of lotion. The lotion from Victorian era I used to smell. I remember this smell because there was once a shop I would visited with Serafina and Delafina a lots when we were alive. It was an antique shop, selling cosmetics which were from 1800s and 1940s. They weren't for makeup purposes but for decorations. There were also many antique objects in there. It was so fun when I visited it. The shop owner was also very kind and beautiful. She was already in her middle age but she was beautiful. That's right, Adele. We bought something for you too. Aphrodite claps her hands and grabs a box from her vanity. I received with both hands and opened the box. There were 3 crystal chess pieces, a king, a knight and a queen. No. If I look at this carefully, this isn't exactly a chess piece. It was a seal. Question. Is it a seal or a stamp? 3 chess pieces are actually a seal. The king seal was shaped as a lion with flowers around it. The knight one was a lion with sword and the queen one was a various type of flower around sword. Why these? No matter how much I tried to figure it out by using my last brain cell, I still couldn't figure why would they buy these for me. Because they are pretty. Seem like Aphrodite has no clue of why did she buy this, and Ares isn't helping her either. He was on cloud, ignoring his daughter and wife. My eyes caught another small box inside the box which wrapped the chess pieces. I open it up to see a key, a kind of fancy key from medieval era webtoon romance. A gothic key shaped in crown with a pink tulle on it. I couldn't exactly describe how does this look like, but it's really pretty. I'm gonna take this king piece and this key. I'll give mom this queen piece and dad this knight piece. Hee. I actually should be the knight but I am the king of their hearts. So I give Ares the knight one and Aphrodite the queen one just like I said. After that, I went to sleep. Before them. That night, I dreamed of seeing the same antique shop I used to visit back on Earth. The shop has no visitor like usual and I was the only one inside the shop. Dear customer, did you find anything to your liking or are you here to see the chess pieces again? It was the same shop owner. However, I couldn't see her face nor could I remember how does she look like, but the memories of her was still inside my head. Yeah, could you show me those chess pieces again? They are beautiful. No matter how much I look at it, I can't get enough. It's as if it is some sort of magic inside them. What am I saying? I can't control what I'm saying. What if they do have magic? Ahaha, I'm just joking. Well actually, I heard from the previous owner that they have history. Really? That's right. The first owner was the daughter of a noble family. She couldn't inherit the family because she was a girl and she has no idea of swordsmanship work. So her parents made the 3 chess pieces for her. The heir of the house will keep the king, the head of the house keep the knight and the mistress keep the queen. If I were her, I would learn how to use sword, Maybe if you became a noble daughter? Ahaha, that might happen if I somehow reincarnated into the romance fantasy novel or something. Probably. Haha. There is also a tale after that. A tale between the noble daughter and the prince. So now she's gonna married to the prince or what? I pity her parents for wasting their money on those chess pieces. No. It's the opposite. The prince fell in love with the noble daughter. However, the daughter has no thoughts of throwing away her family name and married to the prince. So the prince married to her family and both of them exchanged each other last names. So the daughter became the head and the prince became the mistress? Ahaha. You can say that, but the prince held the knight piece. So when the noble daughter gave birth to the heir, she'll hand over the king piece to the heir. Wow, that sound absolutely out of fantasy novel. So if you became that noble daughter, then seek for the pieces, alright? Probably will happen if I died somehow. Haha, of course you need to die to find those. A complete perfect cliché fantasy novel plot. Hey, we also need to make cliché line. Then how about if the king is lost? Thou shalt never let go of the knight and the queen. The king is important but powerless, so protect her. Hand her the key to assist her on finding the reason why she lost. Wow, are you some sort of fellow follower of God? I'm a pretty religious person, so yes. The memories fade away, leaving me in a complete darkness. My eyes suddenly opened on their own. I couldn't remember much from the dream, but I knew I definitely saw those 3 chess pieces. I'm bored. Or you can say I'm completely useless. I have absolutely nothing to do right now. If I'm useless like this every day, I might complete Volume 2 before 2021. And I decided to make this story short, either with 4 volume or 5 volume. But I won't make it feel rush. No worry guys. If I have more to write, then probably 6 volume. So another question, what the hell is the golden frilly thing on Emperor/Knight/King shoulder clothes? Chapter 43, Destiny-san Girl. Ever since I had the dream, I'd spaced out a lot. My mind was a mess. I was trying to figure out if my life is related to some random seals. Using my knowledge with reincarnation novels and comic, I knew that my reincarnation wasn't a coincidence since the very first day I opened my eyes as Adeliana Ivan Valentine. I knew that 80% of the reincarnation novels, comic I read were mostly died and reincarnated into the novel world without a reason. Not mean to shade on female leads, but cough cough, why you all love male lead instead of villain. I kinda understand their feelings because my father is the male lead, but that doesn't change the fact that I was born from his say with blood. Never mind the one I said earlier, but honestly, I can't imagine myself reincarnated as Aphrodite. I mean, Ares is my father. How can I imagine a moral shit like that? There isn't a villain in this world, so I'm not interested in becoming one of the characters in this novel. Bellamira is late as hell though. I'm not trying to make the original female lead come back and become a homewrecker, but she's late. Was it because of the plot that I twist? Right now, I was staying in my room. The sunny clear day was supposed to be a good day for my family to have a picnic, but my parents seem to be busy. It's already 10 a.m. I want to have a picnic. I should go and tell Dad tilde, he'll listen to me tilde. Hee. Having the male lead as your father is literally the greatest wish you can ever get. As I was about to twist the doorknob open, my eyes were covered by warm soft small hands. I can't let you go just yet, your daddy and the mommy is doing naughty stuff, so it's a no. The alluring seductive voice wasn't the one which make jump, but the naughty stuff my parents are doing that she mentioned. Gah. They did it? I mean, they are technically married and not a virgin anymore, but they are doing what? Who are you? I finally realized there's a stranger in my room, covering my eyes. Oh shit, why did I just realize that? The shock from hearing my parents are doing the stuff petrified me, so I didn't realize there is a stranger. She lets go of her hands from my eyes, freeing me from her. I lock the door to make sure no one can come in because my intuition is telling me that she won't harm me, because she's a woman. Adeliana the simp. Once I make sure to lock my door, I finally have time to see her long raven hair, reaching her waist with pink highlights at the tip. 2 gorgeous dark amber eyes, a smile so seductive yet sweet, and 2 huge melon. Bellamira? Haha, no. Reverse harem female lead can't have huge boob. That's illegal unless it's R19! Exclamation mark. I jumps back and screams mentally. Waschi-sa-wow-wow-x. Adeliana's brainix. Stop. My original purpose to come here was to visit your parents, but they were occupied, so I decided to come here and visit their daughter instead. But really, Ares and Aphrodite sure have one hell of a cute daughter. Ah, without my permission or even before I could react, Bellamira grabbed me and held me up high. That stoic emotionless Ares has a cute daughter? That's unfair. Can I kidnap you? Yeah sure, wait no. Are you nuts? You Lilican. She squealed and squeezed me to her chest like there's no tomorrow. Gah, stop squeezing me. Your boob is too huge. Also Adeliana at the same time. Bwahaha, take that. You loser harem MC. Simps like you won't have a chance like this with MILF. I knew it. Kazuma was right. Gender equality brings you happiness. Please note that Adeliana Ivan Valentine is a girl, female soul and female body. Once Bellamira decided to release me, I had already thanked Kazuma more than 10 times, but still, is she really the female protagonist? She's nothing like romance female protagonist. Bellamira's current appearance is no different from an Annie-san from harem anime, but don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. This is even better than I expected to be. The situation has turned table. Bellamira becomes a MILF Annie-san, I mean best girl. Of course, second to my mother only. My mom is the #1 best girl in my heart. Can I help you with something? I get down to business immediately. Can't let her sway me any further now. Of course. I was about to visit your parents like I mentioned earlier. However, they were occupied and if I rethink about it, I shouldn't reveal myself yet. So I decided to turn to you. My original purpose to visit them was because of you. Why? May I ask you why? Young lady, would you like to learn how to use magic? Learning magic with an Annie-san. My harem of MILF I mean elder women will be complete. Okay, I answered with no hesitation. I was a businessman doing business, that's all. It is for I'll be the Grand Duchess XD. I saw some readers added this book to reverse harem list so I made these memes specially for them. Sorry to disappoint you but this is the harem I was talking about. And there is no reverse harem. Of course, there is a second male lead but he won't be a second male lead for long. I don't like annoying love triangle too. Why create second male lead when he won't have a chance? To hurt him? To hurt yourself? To hurt your readers? When I said Bellamira will become one of Adeliana's best girl, I meant it. Because original female leads in real life manhwa are mostly bad, so I'll do best girl original female lead myself. I also changed Bellamira's A's color from green to amber so that you won't get confused between the queen and the FL, but I bet you all can't even remember how does the queen look like. And no, this is not a Yuri. The best girl thing is for comedic relief only. Chapter 44, Magic and Truth. The magic contract with Bellamira as my mentor began as soon as I agreed. There was no paper and pen to sign the contract fully. The contract will disappear when I have nothing else to teach. So the daisy flower mark will also disappear when the contract end or cut off at some point. Bellamira explained how the contract work. I only nodded my head to answer her. My father has divine power flowing inside him. My mother has dark sorcery, magic inside her. So it's like I am a child of dark and light in short. There is no saying that dark sorcery is illegal in Beresford. However, learning it can be quite dangerous. The dark sorcery allows you to control humans' mind and takes away your soul. The reason why it wasn't banned in Beresford is because the dark sorcerer was one of the founder of the magic tower. Is it clear enough? Yes. And one more thing before I teach you how to use magic, you must never use it in front of anyone, not even your parents or close one. Bellamira warned me sternly in a serious tone. I raised my eyebrow, asking her the reason why. Bellamira did not answer aside from patting my head said, "Dear, once you're mature enough to know the reason, I know you'll understand, but I'm a 22 years old girl though. Not gonna tell her about that." Then, how about we begin the lesson? The lesson began with how to feel Manu inside you. The concentration is a real problem. You need a complete silence and one hell of concentration. However, Bellamira stated that once I master those, I won't need serious concentration like the beginning anymore. As long as you aren't bothered by your surroundings, you're good to go with it. Bellamira locked the door and set a soundproof spell so that I won't be disturbed. However, she won't be using it the more I learn. Thanks to my super duper shut-in skill, I was able to focus without trouble. The peace inside me is real. It's like you're in a cave of silence with no sound but real peace. But the peace did not last long as I heard the sound of birds chirping. My concentration broke. That was good for a beginner, but you still have a way to go. You lost your whole concentration because of birds. You need to practice more and also practice by yourself. Yes, Mom. I'm not a heroine like her, so I can't master shit and lock in one day like this. And so, the training arc begins. Return back to before Bellamira arrived at the castle. In the corridor of the Holy Temple, the sound of heels ring the whole aria. There only the sound of fire cracking to sync with the sound of the footstep. Bellamira, in her white dress, walked past the man who stood against the wall. He had his head down, looking at the ground. Long time no see, Saintess. Bellamira stopped her movement and stared at the complete darkness straight ahead of her. I would be happy if you could just call me by my direct name. Congratulations, you just ruined my already unhappy mood. Bellamira smirked at her own remarks while the man let out a small chuckle. He lifted his head high up and moved his legs. Well, let's just get to the point. I need you to get the Grand Duchess's sit. I heard that the key is with them. If not, then claim the Empress throne or Magic's mistress. And if I don't, you'll kill me? Bellamira's mouth widened to a terrifying smirk. Her amber eyes glow lightly. No, I would torture you and burn you alive. Ha ha, you think you could do that? My. For a follower of God, you're quite a sinner. God won't be pleased to hear such words from your mouth, Father. No, fake father. Her small laugh echoed the corridor, clashing with sound of fire cracking. Father's face tensed. He gave Bellamira a glare at her to shut up. Why do you think I would do that? I told you, I'm not interested in stealing Aphrodite's husband. Yet, you kept whining at me to steal from her. Let me tell you an interesting. I am not interested in becoming the Grand Duchess, Empress or Magic Tower's mistress. Then what if I kill off their cute children? Before he could finish the whole sentence, Bellamira pulled out a dagger and placed it beside his neck. What a fine reason to let me kill you. Try to harm them or my friends. I'll let you know the real way of how the temple torture a sinner. Bellamira's smirk turns into a grin. Her amber eyes glow brightly, telling the man that she isn't joking. She lets him go and hide her dagger in her sleeve. After that, Bellamira disappeared into thin air. Her disappearance was clearly not because of Aphrodite. She was indeed the one who pushed her into the river, but it was the river of forgotten she fell into. She thanks the river for it, as it's the reason why it's protect Aphrodite's innocence. The river to erase one's memory related to the victim who fell into the river. Dark sorcery is really terrifying just thinking about that. The ability to manipulate one's mind to a sane person to an insane one. If the Council of Five Empires know about the Pope, Father, is a fake one and used dark sorcery, it'll become one of the biggest issues in the history. Just to find the key of reason, necklace of map and quill of truth. Do gods are interesting to visit? Bellamira would like to know the answer as well. Monday update smile. Phew. So now there is a hint why Aphrodite pushed Bellamira. What do you think what happened inside the original novel, after Bellamira became the Grand Duchess? I miss you till these days. Chapter 45, Perfect Picnic. There was one problem I couldn't tell Bellamira, and that is, I would like to learn how to float in air like her too. I'm joking, don't mind me. These days are stressful. I'm the daughter of the male lead, but I'm complaining as if I went through hell like students from 21st century. But it is indeed stressful. Because my parts of mana were blocked by Lena the Fairy Queen, I wasn't able to learn lots of magic, and my mana ran out quickly. However, Bellamira didn't unblock my mana. I get it that I'm the daughter of the male lead who has divine power and the villainess who has dark magic. But damn, am I too powerful that even Bellamira has to leave me like this? Oh god, what if I turn into a villainess who seek for a worthy opponent? Not only am I a genius, but I am also dangerous. I really do build differently from others. Have I finally entered the she's different from other girls? Interesting category. Adele dear, what's wrong with you? Is food not to your liking? Reality snapped back to my mother, who is holding a plate while my father was resting against the tree. I was holding a ham sandwich while sitting like a monk. Yuck. The sandwich is good like always. I'm just not feeling good. I would rather die than telling her that I was having an 8th grade syndrome moment. Or to be easy, I was being a whole narcissist person for a whole time. Do you need a physician? Aphrodite asked with pure concern. No. I would like a therapist to know why am I so perfect. It's not necessary. By the way, what did you guys do last night? I was on my way to the kitchen and heard a loud sound coming out of your room. I pretend to change subjects, but this subject will be interesting to discuss. Ares suddenly coughs and Aphrodite's face turns red. You see, last night. Have no excuses to explain what happened last night. I see. So they were indeed wrestling last night. I'm glad I was feeling like sleeping alone last night. I don't need to hear them directly. They are starting to do it more and more. I am expecting great news soon. I will have someone to bully in the near future. I mean someone who is blood related and will be I mean for me to look after. My lesson with Bellamira went well these days. I successfully learned how to concentrate on my mana and sense magic from a specific area or someone. My reward was receiving many praises and snacks, but the best reward was to hug and kissed by her. I'm not a simp. I am purely just an adult with a mind of a 16 years old in a body of a 6 years old who doesn't have enough love from others aside from my parents and real close one. My face said different when I was saying this though. Alright. A few days ago, Ares got me a messenger bird. So now, I am able to send letters to Serafina and Delafina. Their letters never fail to amuse me. Delafina only sent letters to complain to me how she would witnesses her parents wrestling in a random place. Serafina only bragged how she learns new skills and magic. Compared to Serafina, both Delafina and I are the definition of useless. Although Delafina said she could heal and learn how to use sword like her older siblings now, there was no mention of how she can communicate with fairies or controlling them yet. I thought Royal have the ability to control fairies at a young age. Did Augustine lie to me or what? Lying on the picnic blanket and resting my head on Aphrodite's laps, I stare at the blue sky with clouds everywhere. It was sunny yet there are huge clouds. It was the definition of a perfect weather for me. After some times, Ares came and lay beside me, on Aphrodite's laps too. It was a complete silence. No one talks. The only sound was Aphrodite's low humming. Without knowing, I fell asleep on Aphrodite's laps and was hugged by Ares in my whole sleep. Now, it was only Adeliana's low breathing sound. She was picked up by Ares carefully while Aphrodite packed the plates and placed them into the basket. Are you sure you're okay without a parasol? Adele's face will be burned. You know. Aphrodite moved her parasol closer to Ares, who is way taller than her, so that he could be under it too. Since Ares was taller, Aphrodite had to tiptoe so that the parasol won't hit his head. Seeing her actions, he couldn't help but chuckles. Ares proceeds to pick her up with one arm. His left arm was holding sleeping Adeliana and his right was holding Aphrodite. Aphrodite's face became redder than any cooked seafood. She was in a stiff position. Aren't I heavy? Please put me down. I can walk. This is nothing compared to my sword. I see nothing wrong with it. When he rises his head up with a smirk, Aphrodite blushes even harder. Her purple eyes met his red one as they continued to stare at each other until Aphrodite's head hit with a tree branch. She bites her lips to prevent screaming. Adeliana groans a bit but went back to normal. I am sorry. It must have been hurt. Ares was panicking. He should have paid more attention. Dummy. Aphrodite pouted but they continue to head home. To make up to her, Ares purposely walks into a tree branch and hit himself. Nothing more than a slice of life chapter. Enjoy. When I said there will be an Ares x Aphrodite moment, I'm not joking. We need more Ares x Aphrodite contents. There are many slice of life chapters in this volume, so don't complain. Slapped. Next chapter will be about the peregrine. We left them too long now. X'. Of course, family related content and some Emperor x Queen moment. You're all degrees. You're ready for a whoosh of spiciness. A shy antisocial, fabulous sassy fashionista, sunshine ball and depressing but happy beautiful kid? Chapter 46, Ordinary Family. Delafina Peregrine was the daughter of the queen, whose position used to be right behind the deceased empress. With her given status as the princess of the queen, compared to her step-siblings which were of the pure blood royal princes and princess as they were the children of the empress, she did not receive as much attention as the 3 royal children. Since young, she was a child who only stuck to her mother's side. She was obedient and did not leave the palace unless an emergency arose. Thus, she was called the Ghost Princess by the nobles and the rest of the empire. No one barely remembers her name, no one has ever seen her face, but there were rumors spread about her beautiful facial features she had gotten from her father and her mother. But again, Just like her name, Princess Delafina would only be mentioned on a special occasion, then words about her would vanish like salt in water after a short while. The Peregrine Royal is also a pretty private family. Unlike the previous emperors who were known for being rich tyrants who only knew how to host parties, this Peregrine generation only hosts important events, such as to welcome ambassadors or royals from other countries or to celebrate their victories in wars. And so, no one knew much about the royal family aside from the fact that the emperor is a cynical man who killed people, and someone who won't dirty his hands. The quiet and smart queen who came from a family of intellectuals, who graduated in school as the top student with prodigious grades, the silent and calm crown prince, the sophisticated and talented crown princess, the hot blood and genius second prince, and finally, the youngest ghost princess whose face was never revealed. Yes, that is how both noble and commoners saw the royal family. Honestly, this sophisticated, elegant family image doesn't really sit quite rightly to me. I, who lives under the same roof as the firstborn princess, do not accept the royal family given image by the empire. If only the citizens and nobles knew how they exactly were. They do have some parts which are indeed true, but as someone who lives and sleeps in the same bedroom as the firstborn princess, I, myself, would like to give my opinion that the royal family is even more wild than anyone could have imagined. Why do I have the mouth to talk about the royal like this? How courageous I am, you think? Well, as the youngest child among the royal children, I do have the audacity to spit facts. Ever since I was an average girl on Earth, I always had a dream. It was a silly dream, but I wished to become a princess who is loved by everyone. I wanted to become the princess who is going to be saved by the prince on his white horse. My dream came true though. I became a princess and got to be born in this kind of family. I think I'll either save my prince in my magical flying carriage, or my whole family will be the one who saves my prince in whatever ridiculous rides they owned. I, Delafina Peregrine, the youngest princess who was born without the knowledge of the empire, until some month later, wished to become an average girl back on Earth who is idolized by everyone and loved by both students and teachers again. I really want to go back right now. Stop that at once. It's only afternoon. This is your office. Did you only intend to call me just for you to tie me up? You've been talking too much. Seems like I will need another cloth to gag you. UMMPH. Nope. Didn't hear anything. Definitely not. I'm just imagining things. I definitely didn't hear anything. I must be only hallucinating. Oh. Perhaps. It must be the horny spirits of the previous horny emperor who is my grandpa and his beloved concubine. No matter how much I tried to convince myself I didn't hear those, it wasn't the first time I heard it. This is the Emperor's palace. The palace where the Emperor stays. How did I get here? The princess who wasn't even loved by her father? Pardon my language as a princess, but fuck no. My garbage father had made me visit him every 12 p.m. to report to him about my situation, even though I didn't even do anything. The first time doing it was fine since I was a really patient person and was willing to wear the cute obedient princess mask like those daddy's girls from novels and manhwas. However, the more he treated me like air, the more I witnessed his unholy activities in broad daylight with my mother, the more my mask began to become loose. I sometimes ignored his orders and now pretty much answered him like a normal daughter whose father was on a really long business trip and only met once in a while. In short summary, a daughter's and father's distant relationship. My dear, wonderfully, pure garbage, father's name is Helios Peregrine. He was originally the second male lead of the novel world. I, Adeliana and Serafina had fallen in. For some reason, I was reincarnated as a non-existent character. Or maybe should I say, I myself, was born into this world with the same face and that only my eyes, color and name changed. I did not care about the plot anymore at this point. I really need to survive with the utmost caution if I want to live in the same place with this cynical dude who was the second male lead. Like expected, the plot will bound to change and I knew that we, further daughter will soon meet. My hope was to rely on his personality changes. I do have my siblings and mother on my side, but this dude is the emperor who can make me and my mother disappear with a snap of finger like Thanos. I kid you not. This father of mine really lives up to his name as their psycho smiling killer. Exclusive title by the author. Funny thing is, Everything changed except his damn personality. Horny and garbage as he is, Helios is truly a good leader. My mother, Persis Walken Peregrine, is a role model woman. Born in a scholarly family, she was sent off to study at a young age and achieved many things. A sweet and gentle woman who raised me with love, and a mother I can finally call my own. The one and first mother of mine. My 3 older siblings, Ezekiel, Sophiana and Augustine, are the best siblings I could ever ask for. They spoiled me and always showered in affection. Sounds like a normal family, well, excluding my father. Of course. However, the moaning sound coming from the Emperor's office stopped after an hour. I sat inside the waiting room beside his office, munching the cake, my taste buds numb. Some moments later, the door of the waiting room finally opened. It was soon revealed to be my father, who was, unsurprisingly, in neat and clean clothes. "I didn't see you outside. Did you wait that long?" Helios walks to my seat with his usual smirk on his face. I gripped the fork in my hand, wishing I could punch his handsome face like how my mother did to him 3 months ago. I waited for an hour. I was told not to go inside the office, so I decided to wait here. I didn't bother to hide my dissatisfaction from him. Helios once said, "If you're bothered by something, don't hide it. Not to me directly, but from the novel." Yeah, since we are family, I shouldn't hide the things that I'm not happy with away from him. "Oh? I see." "I thought you would be smiling and shaking your head like everything is fine." Helios sips his tea and chuckles at his old memories. "I have something to say too, today. I would like to change our meeting schedule." No longer waiting, I decided to speak out what had been occupying my mind. Helios sips tea and raises his eyebrow, wanting to know why. "I wish to not hear both my dear father and mother wrestling. You guys are always busy wrestling inside the office every single time we meet." I couldn't see my expression right now, but I know it's deadpanned and dull like one of those anime characters who is so done by everyone's bullshit. Helios choked on his tea and coughed. I only handed him my handkerchief and gave an innocent smile, then pat his head. "Well, I will be waiting for your answer, Father." "Delia isn't a patient person, so if you don't fix the schedule, I'll do it by myself. See you later." "My good, dear father." I gave him a farewell with a childish laugh and bright smile before skipping back to my palace. This is pretty ordinary, right? Our family is really ordinary. "Oh, so I wish." Sorry for the long update. My friend forgot to save the edited draft. After making a deal with my friend Potato Wolfie, who was also the editor of this chapter, I'll update every Monday and Sunday. So, the next chapter will be Chaotic Serafina blowing up her dad's office. See ya. Chapter 47, The Disastrous Average Day. How many times must I tell you about this? Absolutely no usage of magic. Standing in front of me was a beautiful woman in her mid-20s. Her dark purple hair was short length, but it added a charm to her, making her attractive. Her eye-catching raven eyes also emit a mysterious aura. This woman was Lilac Luna, a 27-year-old magician who lives in the Magic Tower as one of my father's underlings. She was dressed in tight black pants, a black shirt with 2 brown belts tying around her waist and pants, a purple cloak with a purple brooch pinned in the center on the front, covering her shoulders and back. Hey, don't be so strict on her. Kids need to play around, especially a quiet kid like Sarah. How about we go and catch wild animals in the jungle instead of listening to this old hag? On my left side was a young man sitting on the couch. Jeffrey Liberty, a 29-year-old magician who is also under my father. Despite reaching 30 soon, Jeffrey still had his youthful and handsome looks thanks to his magic. Jeffrey wore a brown tight shirt, showing off his muscles through it, and wore white capri pants with black knee-high boots and a white cloak with an identical purple brooch pinned in the center on the front. Both of them are my father's trusted subordinates, or you can call them my babysitters in short. Don't need to waste your breath and time by calling them the magicians of Abyss or something. I paid no mind to them, and continue to use magic to control the intricate dolls by turning my mana into invisible strings and attach the strings onto the dolls and make them move creepily. It was nothing but to learn new tricks to prank my timid mother and really old magicians who reside on this tower. Unknowingly, my mouth curls up in its own accord and forms a disturbing smirk, earning a worried look from my 2 babysitters. I've been scolded by others including my mother about my behavior of scaring people. I can't help it though. There aren't any electronic devices or gadgets to keep me entertained. Magic was the only source to destroy my everyday boredom. Yesterday, my day was made thanks to the flying cakes. And today, I shall name my today prank Annabelle, Eyes Kai version. Hee hee, time to have fun! Tilde. Stop right there. Young lady, are you going around the tower to scare off the mistress and those poor gramps again? My shoulder was gripped tightly. Not enough to feel pain, but discomfort. And just as I was about to get up and make my way to the door, Jeffrey sighed and returned to his sleep. Lilac doesn't look really happy with what I was going to do. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and went back to sit on the couch beside Jeffrey. Lilac grabs a book from the tall shelf and goes off to read it somewhere else inside the room. I rested my chin on my palms as I listened to Jeffrey's low breathing, the sound of clock ticking and the sound of Lilac turning the page. My eyes accidentally went over to sleeping Jeffrey, who was grinning in peace. After staring at his peaceful sleeping face for a good 2 minutes, I showed another disturbing smirk. Flicking my finger to use my magic on the dolls, I raised them up using the invisible string which was produced by my magic and appeared from my fingers. As I started to move the dolls slowly, pulling them towards the couch, I made them crawl up and to grab Jeffrey's hand so that he won't be able to move. Lastly, I chose the ugliest and scariest looking doll among them and made it slowly hover in the air right in front of Jeffrey's face. It was a childish prank, but as long as I could make Jeffrey scream, anything would do just fine. I made the doll use its hands to rub on his face as Jeffrey began to move and murmur some words. Trista. Isla. Hee. Why are your hands so high? My plan works without any interruption. Jeffrey lets out a high-pitched scream and screeches like he just encountered Satan. Lilac drops her book upon hearing Jeffrey scream and runs to us. Hey, what's wrong? Lilac asks, a tone of worry in her voice and a genuinely concerned look, not because of what happened to Jeffrey, but why the hell did Jeffrey scream so weirdly like this? Jeffrey was having a nice dream of seeing those elves and half-succubus hostesses, I said nonchalantly and whistled as if what I said was completely normal. The third rule of the magic tower: no fooling around women, especially magical creatures. Lilac, who was a serious uptight person who respected and obeyed the laws, was not happy to hear this again for the 4th time. She grabbed Jeffrey by his ear and dragged him off the sofa. I waved my hand at him as he was trying to ask for my help. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. My first plan is to make Jeffrey scream, and my second one is to remove the both of them from within my presence. Ha 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 ha. Choosing both of them to make sure I won't cause any trouble is a big mistake. Happily skipping out of the room, I quickly went to find my mother. Try mixing the tear of dust and the dragon blood. You will get the light crystal that you saw everywhere on the street, around the tower, houses and mansion. Like always, my mother was busy with teaching the children of this tower. I pouted, not really happy with the praise and compliments she gave them. I get that some of them are orphans, but my selfishness didn't make me think appropriately. I could have gone into there and cling on my mom, but again, I want to play inside my dad's laboratory. Laboratory and magic options, here I come! I silently went past the 2 guards and sneak into my room using the key I stole from him. Today, my father was off to investigate the black market which was secretly open in Beresford. He won't be home for another 6 hours, so I'll play inside this room for just a teeny few hours, then I shall go off to sleep. I locked the door and voila! Inside revealed the magic. I used to come here several times with my mom to pick up some stuff. Of course, my mom also taught me what to touch and what not to touch if I do an errand for her. But now, I use that knowledge for my own joy and fun. The other days ago, I discovered a guide to make magic bombs. As a reincarnator, I knew well more than anyone else that surprise attacks will likely happen anytime and anywhere. Especially since I am the daughter of the Lord and Mistress of the Tower, I should carry something to keep me safe if I run out of mana. I brought out a bag out of nowhere by flicking my finger and rip the bag open, then pour the brown dust into a bowl. The guide said that I should mix salt, diamond dust, some acid and explosive potion. Mix them with a spoon and bomb. Bang! A loud explosive sound came from the laboratory, shook the whole tower. The two guards who were busy playing poker jump and run with their hearts almost dropped. Lilac and Jeffrey immediately teleport to the room with Rhea teleporting from behind. They all arrived at the scene. Lilac stood in front of Rhea to make sure if there is something dangerous, Rhea will be safe. They wait for the smoke to die to only witness Serafina sitting on a tall stool, holding a small round pearl which was enough to fit in a pocket with 10 more of them. Her neat hair was blown up with her hair ornaments scattered onto the ground. Her face was blackened as a result of sitting in front of the explosion. She turns to her mother and babysitters and lets out a satisfied smile. I have created a small bomb, but it seems it is quite deadly. I was unaware that Daddy cast a spell barrier on me. I wonder when he did it. Oh well, that doesn't matter since I'm still alive thanks to that. She shows them the pearl, and in the next hour, Serafina was cleaned and adorned in new clothes and now sitting with the children and was forced to listen to her mother's lesson which she already learned once. Location: Black Market. Report to the Emperor. We have found where the cockroaches are having fun. Cronus simply gave his subordinate a command and walked down to the auction calmly. Alone, my lord, going alone will be too risky. Cronus stopped midway and turned his head slightly, giving a look to his subordinate. Going in with many people will only annoy me. I can deal with this alone without any trouble. Cold dude being usual cold dude like the novel /manhwa/manhwa. With that said, 30 seconds later, the people who were inside the auction started to scream and run away. Up towards the stairs Cronus descended, but all of them couldn't run anymore as there was a clear barrier blocking them. Arrest them. Out of nowhere, Cronus appears beside his man and walks away. 17 minutes later, the palace troops were here. One of the knights politely and respectfully bowed down to Cronus. He didn't say anything, but the knights seemed to understand him and began to arrest the citizens one by one. As for Cronus, he simply teleports back home as soon as the matter was settled. Then began the legend of Cronus fainted upon witnessing the sight of Lilac, and Jeffrey cleaned up his laboratory when he got home. How was your Christmas? Chapter 48, Letter from the Temple. Last 3 chapters were all slice of life, so now time to get back into the plot. As I thought today will be another average day of mine, a white letter was delivered, sealed in a golden wax with the temple flag on it. It was obviously a letter from the temple. Upon seeing the letter, Aphrodite and Ares weren't looking forward to read it. Nevertheless, they still tear the letter to read it. Greetings to the Grand Duke and Duchess of the Valentine Duchy. Today is a lovely sunny day, perfect for the holiday which only come around once in a year. Like any year, us the servants of God would love to have your presence in our ceremony. We sincerely hope to see your excellency in this event. Sincerely, the Holy Temple. Oh Lord, I don't exactly get a safe vibe from reading this letter. The holy ceremony which only happens every once in a year. Bellamira did tell me she won't be teaching me for a few days due to the ceremony which will begin as soon as the hunting event ends. Of course, this kind of events either make a good memories or a nightmare. I don't recall anything related to this during this ceremony inside the novel. I almost couldn't recall anything about the novel events. My memories about the novel day by day faded. I'm concerned if this is going to continue, I might forget about my reincarnation and lower my guard. Unexpected thing will bound to happen if I continue to only lay on my bed and read romance books, eating snacks and go PRR. Once a trash neat will always be a trash neat even after Isekai. Noise, that will become my new motto. After reading the letter, Aphrodite stood up from her seat and slammed the table. Tell them I'm not going. The temple has always been a bastard to the Roland. I can't accept the humiliation and their ignorance. Is it okay to say the B word but male version in front of my face? Good. Now I will have excuses to curse when I turn 13. Ares calmly sip his tea and place it back on the dining table. He wasn't bothered by Aphrodite's voice. Don't worry, I won't let you go anyway. I'll deal with the damn ceremony. Attending it alone is enough to make them shut up. Okay, I am eating bacon and eggs for breakfast and now we'll have more excuses to curse once I turn 13. Sure. I knew the reason why Aphrodite is being salty with the temple is because they removed her title as the saintess. As for Ares, he just disliked for no reason. The ceremony will begin after the hunting event. My parents won't be attending it, unless the emperor forced them to or something. One thing for sure is, I won't attend both. I will use all of those time to sleep and eat at home rather than going to those kind of events which might attract danger. It was a blessing for me since I'm only 6 years old, so no one will mind if I'm not there. I will need to prepare myself as soon as I turn 14. Tea party invitations will flock up in my house when I reach that age. Like how any novels mentioned, noble will want to have a bigger figure on their side so that they can trample on the powerless. Seeing Aphrodite dealing with those things in real life was enough to make me give up on socializing with them. I would rather become an antisocial than becoming a support for those snakes and foxes. Wait, foxes are cute though. In another word, I's kite to become the adventurer instead of being a noble. You might bless with op items and harem of big boob and flat chest societies and money. You might even become a king of some small nation but live really happily for a really long time. I should study and memorized Beresford's political system again. Kinda feel like I'm rushing the plot, so I hope you won't mind some unnecessary parents moments of the three girls. Chapter 49, Silent Chaotic. Bellamira's Poff. In the silent hallway inside the library, I was sitting on the floor surrounded by tower of books. It's only a few weeks since Adeliana and I met, yet both of us already got close. Remembering her dumbfounded face when she successfully learned how to control her mana without her knowing was enough to make chuckle. I keep glancing at the ticking clock on the wall to make sure I won't miss visiting Adele like always. I closed the thick book and threw it into the pile of other books. I've been staying here alone every day now. Showing my face will only lead to bigger problems. The face people once forgot unknowingly, yet suddenly remembering it little by little, is going to be suspicious. As a victim of the river of forgotten, I should stay away from the crowd. Note to myself to make sure I won't lose control. I stared at the tower of books with a blank expression. The hunting festival is getting closer and closer. Same goes for the holy ceremony. As much as I wanted to meet my friends again, it isn't the right time to. How long should I hide inside here, waiting for everything to be solved? I can't do anything for now, but at least I can make things less difficult. I reach into my skirt pocket and pull out a small garnet hair clip. I smiled, remembering her soft warm hand and her bright smile when she gave this hair clip to me. What happened to our friendship wasn't because of her. Knowing her for almost 10 years, she would definitely blame herself for what happened to us if she got back her original memory. She wouldn't be the only one who would blame herself. Those idiots. Honestly, is that hair clip that important to you? I see you've been smiling to yourself and that hair clip alone like an idiot for a while now. Why do I crack at that part? A voice softer than anyone suddenly grabs my attention. To turn around, I was greeted by a young woman dressed in a saintess dress. Her black hair was tied in a loose ponytail. Her two onyx eyes have no sparkle in it, as if the two blank onyx eyes drilled a hole into me. My mouth was stuffed with a cloth which smelled so bad that I almost puked. Behind her reveals a familiar face I met some days ago. I let out a low laugh before losing conscious. That bastard actually brought a real deal with him. However, before Bellamira lost her conscious, she flicks her finger and send her magic to Valentine Castle. Loctaian, Valentine Castle. Why is she so late today? I thought she's a decent teacher who actually came early every day. Adeliana sat on her chair by the window like always, waiting for Bellamira. It was so unusual for Bellamira to be late like this. That one time she was late was because she had to go to an emergency toilet and ended up late. Of course, Bellamira was on her period and not popping that time. Adeliana decided to wait for another good 10 minutes until she sensed Bellamira's magic from afar. Adeliana excitedly jumps off her chair and opened the window like a puppy who was waiting for her human to come home. She was so ready to tell Bellamira that she has mastered a magic spell Bellamira taught her. It took her so long to learn it due to the magic spell is something the female lead created. But her excitement was thrown out of the window upon seeing a letter instead of Bellamira. The letter gently lands on Adeliana's hands. Her innocent bright smile was replaced by a frown upset look. But after seeing what is inside the letter, Adeliana gripped the letter, almost tearing it apart. Inside was a small garnet hair clip and a short sentence which was written in hurried by magic. Don't go to the holy ceremony and stay away from the saintess and the pope. How was your new year? I slept like a baby during New Year. Happy New Year. You. Benjamin. Family fact: as a celebration for 100k readers, there will be 4 special chapters dedicated to my beloved readers who have continued reading this book even after this book is becoming boring. I will continue to write this till the end. Thank you for your patience and support. Sincerely, kinmiko. Cronus Phantom Benjamin. Height, 1.87 meters. Weight, 69 kilograms. Degrees. Those who knew why I use Lenny face. Let's go to horny jail, together and play Likes, cookie, coffee, silent place, his home, cuddling, dislike, frogs, annoying people, animal, mosquitoes. Cronus's parents died at a young age. He forgot about his good memories with his family as their death had a huge negative effect on him. Cronus is 26 years old. Cronus became the Lord of Magic Tower at age 16. Cronus likes cookies, especially made by himself and his wife. He's actually a cinnamon roll when he's with his family. Cronus almost fainted when his wife screamed when giving birth. He hates frogs because someone from the academy threw it at him. Cronus's favorite food is chicken fried rice with butter and soft omelette. He tends to forget the date. Cronus has a collection of dangerous potions and magic spell talisman, but he stored them away at the top of the tower and tell no one because he knew everyone in the tower can't resist his daughter. Cronus actually had to go on a dangerous mission as soon as Seraphina was born. He went on a mission while feeling really unwell and exhausted. Cronus sometimes never sleep. As a result, he always looked tired, but his tired look was mistaken as a scary murderer look. Just like Seraphina stated, Cronus actually never knew his daughter's name till he returned from the long dangerous mission. He always took Rhea, his wife, to stargazing and eat cookies with hot chocolate on their anniversary. He has known Rhea since Academy Day and met her alone when she was bullied by their seniors. Those seniors were sent flying to the trash can. He is not a PDA man. He is shy and an introvert, only with his family. A baby on the outside and a daddy in a sheet. Degrees. Joke aside, he's really a daddy on the bed. Bro be taking care of his wife much better than anyone. Free warm bath and orange juice after the banana and strawberry session. Rhea Flint Benjamin. Height, 1.59 meters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Likes, books, warm tea, flower, children, Seraphina, library. Dislike, crowd and loud yelling voice. Rhea is 23 years old. She is the daughter of a viscount who lives peacefully in countryside. Rhea is a chill gentle woman. The magicians and the orphans adore her very much. Rhea is a rank S magician, but she doesn't use her magic really often as she accidentally injured her teammate heavily once and the guilt is still living inside her. She can cooks really well. Rhea knew Cronus for a long time now. Back when they were still a student, she was Cronus's junior. Rhea has a small thin frame, so she was mistaken as a teenager most of the time. Rhea is the one who spoiled her daughter very much. Having a daughter for the first time, she can't help but spoils. Rhea always took Seraphina to stargazing with her if Cronus isn't home. She likes blueberry shortcake with vanilla cream. Rhea is a very shy person. She isn't confident in whatever she's doing. She's also tend to have a weak spirit. That's why Seraphina always prank her. She also snapped at one time when a group of foreigner rank B magicians from another mocked her and didn't listen to her instructions. Rhea used her magic and that's when she earned even more respect from every magicians. Clumsy and trip on nothing. High alcohol tolerance. Owned an owl and a magic broom. Has a magic staff made from wind crystal. Rhea is an M. Submissive. Seraphina Phantom Benjamin. Height, 1.18 meters. Present, 1.66. Iris 1.67 meters. Future. Weight, 21 kilograms. Present 49 kilograms. Iris 50 kilograms. Future. Likes, intelligent people, chocolate, her mum, her dad, magic potion and spells, magic. Dislike, loneliness, abandonment. Her parents from her previous life, the Chinese restaurant beside her school. Seraphina was the daughter of a rich family. She had depression and anxiety before she met her friends. Seraphina had a golden child syndrome. She almost jumps off the school building if it weren't for hearing Adeliana singing Attack on Titan opening and seeing Delafina blackmailed some students. She was in the top 10 rank. Seraphina knew Adeliana and Delafina would be sent off to study in a different universities, so she was conflict whether should she goes with Adele or Delia. Seraphina ended up entering a contest for scholarship to Imperial College London. Even if she can't go with them, At least she can stay in England with him, was what she thought. Serafina wanted to become a chemist. She loved to tease and joke around with her friends. Pranking is her side job. She likes to eat bacon and egg as a breakfast once a week with coffee. Serafina was a Canadian half-Russian. She set a teacher's house on fire when he was on a vacation with his family one time because the teacher switched her test sheet to the girl he slept with. Serafina almost set the school on fire when she heard the rumors of her failing the scholarship contest. She likes to observe how humans act and talk. Serafina loves hamster and wished to own one. She owned a PS5, anime DVD and many manga, including the digital versions. She hates orange for no reason. She was in a chemistry club. She has a hobby of collecting books. She owned many of them, such as The Adventure of Huckleberry Finn, Oliver Twist, The Picture of Dorian Gray, Crime and Punishment, 50 Shades of Grey. She bought it since she was 14 years old, etc. Serafina shared the same birthday as Fyodor Dostoevsky, which means she is a Scorpio Beach. Medium is premium in her opinion. Senjou Ugahara and Astolfo are her waifu. Wait, the last one. No husbando at all. She feels like handsome guys from the anime are taken by the fans. The girls inside the anime and the guys inside the anime also owned a box of hentai anime DVD. Her step-aunt purely thought it was an anime. Her favorite song is Yarichin B Club opening. Valentine family fact. These are facts, so, yeah. Including their dirty secret. Aries Ivan Valentine. Height, 1.93 meters. I'm not an American, so I don't use foot to measure height. Weight, 72 kilograms. Likes his wife and daughter. He loves them. Sword, books, his home. Dislike, crowd, noise, unless the noise is from Aphrodite on bed. Nobles. He doesn't like it when someone doesn't close the door after leaving his room. He hates fish with many bones because he used to choke on fish bone when he was a child. He was quite close to Cronus when they were young because Cronus would visit it a lot. He's 27 years old, so he was married around 21 years old. His parents are dead due to assassination. He's the strongest Valentine Duke in the history. He is allergic to seafood and dislikes spicy food. His mother came from a witch family, so he was taught with dark spells and making potions despite doesn't have any dark sorcery like Aphrodite. As he has divine magic inside him, Aries mostly doesn't need doctor because his wounds heal by themselves. Believe it or not, this man has thing for dominating. He enjoys dom sub, not a sadistic, just enjoy it when he see his wife cried because of him during the sausage in jar session, even before Adeliana was conceived. His favorite dessert is cheesecake and Aphrodite smile. Aphrodite Roland Valentine. Height, 1.64 meters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Likes, Adeliana, having tea with Adeliana, sleeping with Adeliana, cooking for Adeliana, shopping with, for Adeliana. Dislike, Aries. Not really, but he gets on her nerves sometimes. Messy places, dirty clothes. Aphrodite doesn't like human odor that much. She gave birth at 18, so she's 23. Aphrodite likes cosmetic, perfume, dresses, jewelry a lot. She tends to shower 3 to 4 times a day. Can be a clean freak. Both of her parents are alive and well. They adore their granddaughter and daughter very much. Aphrodite got her dark sorcery from her father. She was raised pretty strictly despite being loved, so she is whipped whenever she made a mistake, and she was taught by her tutor and parents that all noble wear masks to hide their real nature. Thus Aphrodite also began to wear fake mask to hide her real side whenever she's with a noble. Despite raising strictly by experience, harsh words and pain, Aphrodite has always thought that she won't teach her kid by using her parents' method. Encouraging and caring is always a good psychological move. To teach a kid to be a good person is Aphrodite's way to teach her kid. She has never lift her hand and spank Adeliana or use harsh words. This is also because Adeliana has never done anything to upset Aphrodite. Aphrodite can cooks and do household chores finely like any Asian wives can. She knows marksmanship and magic spells, so she is capable of protecting herself. Aphrodite usually make her bed by her own. She is a good friend of the Queen, Perseus and Cronus's wife, Rhea. Her favorite dessert is strawberry shortcake. Aphrodite has a thing for dirty talks. She has degradation kink. Your mommy is a bad girl, Adele. Adeliana Ivan Valentine. Height, 1.17 meters, 1.65 meters. As Rhea, 1.66 meters. Future. Weight, 25 kilograms, 52 kilograms, Azria, 53 kilograms, future. Likes: her parents, her maids, Jacobs, the head knight, the butler, her home, books, her toys, sweet and snack. Dislike: cockroach, bugs, spider, fish and bitter stuff, dirty things. She's a half Asian Canadian, although it's not specifically known. Ria might be a Chinese-Japanese half Canadian. She's a good athletic as Ria. She's a master at cheating but can be smart at study. However, she chose not to study. She's good at memorizing than calculating. She won a scholarship to study at Cambridge but died. She had chosen to study political and literature but died. Adeliana owned an old laptop that was given to her by her teacher in middle school. Adeliana likes anime, manga/manhwa and stuff related to 2D. She doesn't like American movies that much, but 50 Shades of Grey, cartoon, Fast and Furious is an exception. Adeliana has a thing for psychopath 2D guys or dark mysterious men. Her favorite female characters were Darkness from Konosuba, Mikasa from Attack on Titan, Rem from Re:Zero, Saba from Fate franchise, Mitsuri and Kotoa from Demon Slayer. Her favorite male characters are Gurren Lagann from Owari no Seraph, Levi Ackerman from Attack on Titan, Mark Twain from Bungo Stray Dogs, Lucian, Simon from Evolks Love, Jintoki from Gintama, Yagami Light from Death Note and Lelouch from Code Geass. She loves hentai anime and games. Her favorite doujinshi is 177,013. She likes it because of the plot, and don't search this up if you still want to view the world as a beautiful place. Adeliana would be 22 years old and attend Cambridge University if she were alive back on Earth. She didn't have a last name, although there was a rumor surrounding Ria's birth. It was rumored that Ria was born from a teen mum and was abandoned by her as soon as she gave birth. She also owned some manga collections such as Attack on Titan, Banana Fish, Demon Slayer, Given. Most of them were given to her by a rich classmate who switched to Stankpop. She likes spicy food, contrast to her father who doesn't like it. Adeliana likes beautiful women who are thick, like her mother and Bellamira. She also played home games. Adeliana's favorite dessert is everything that are cake and sweet. Peregrine family fact: Heliosaurio peregrine. Height, 1.91 meters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Likes: history books, philosophy, war, chess. Dislike: annoying people who won't shut up. Helios is an illegitimate son of the previous emperor. He suffered from his mother's abusive temper, because he was one of the male lead. It's obvious that he has cliché past. He killed the crown prince with the help of Cronus and Ares. He started to know the two of them when he was 10 years old. He was stated to be cunning and cynical by his underling. Helios has a hobby of collecting weapons, poison and books. That's explain why there were many libraries in the palace. He likes it when people praise him or beg him. Helios also possessed divine magic like Ares, so he doesn't need doctor or healer. He used to like fighting, but he switched to fight with brain as he said it's not exhausting as using physical strength. He's 31 years old, so he was married at 19. He's a mastermind at manipulation. He's married twice and has 4 children. It's rumored that his previous wife was his childhood sweetheart. That's why he doesn't make the current queen his empress. It's a secret to the empire, even his close friends, that he was beaten flattened by the queen one time he was drunk. The only person who knew was Delafina. He has master-slave kink. He's likely has it because he used to be treated badly by his servants and thus, he developed nasty and sadistic kink. He loves to dirty talk, teasing and risking. There was one time he did the hula hoop thing with the queen in his office and was caught by a nobleman who used to date the queen, and he intentionally continued to do the thing while making eyes contact with the nobleman. He doesn't love the queen, but he's quite possessive of her and his property. He loves his daughters than his sons. He spoiled the 4 of them, but he's spoiled his 2 daughters even more. He's also enjoy teasing them, but none of them like it. Percy's walk and peregrine. Height, 1.66 meters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Likes: sparring, hunting, reading, her children. Dislike: her husband. Perseus is known as the student who graduated from Beresford Empire with the highest score in history. She was the youngest person to ever decode Cilician language, aka Spanish. Perseus is 24 years old. She was married at age 18. Her Walken family is the famous scholar family in the history till present. Perseus is as smart as Bellamira. In the side story of I Miss You Till These Days, both Persis and Bellamira were mistaken for sisters as they have similar figure and height. She gets along with Bellamira pretty well in the original novel, and that is another point why they were mistaken for sisters, because of the way they talk and laugh. Persis is the one who ruled the country when Helios is absent or too lazy. She used to date a nobleman but parted 4 months before her marriage as her boyfriend found someone else he's compatible with. The nobleman she dated was the same man who witnessed the emperor and her unholy action in the emperor's office. Persis is also skilled in magic and weapon, but she is more familiar with hand-fist combat. Persis is loved by her children, both stepchildren and her daughter. She is also the princesses and princes' languages teacher. Persis taught the 2 princes some combat while she taught the 2 princesses manner and etiquette all by herself. She had slapped Helios more than once, according to Delafina. It's no secret to both Delafina and Helios that Persis is weak to both dirty talk and sweet words. Persis likes being tied up, but she is also a dominant. Well, she is the queen. Ezekiel Aro Peregrine. Height, 159 centimeters, present 186 centimeters, future. Weight, 43 kilograms, present 67 kilograms, future. Likes: his family, books, study, music, peace. Dislike: ruckus, messiness, loud voice, violence. Ezekiel is the crown prince to Beresford Empire. He's a bookworm and pretty shy. Ezekiel is a gentle, warm and kind person according to his parents and his siblings. Ezekiel got his sweet temper and gentleness from his mother, the previous empress. Ezekiel is also easily to get startled by surprising things. He's worried that he can't take over the throne because he can't use sword very well like his siblings and father. Ezekiel could only use pure divine magic. He used it to heal and protect his siblings. Ezekiel likes small animals. He's the definition of cinnamon roll by Delafina Aro Peregrine. He's a scary guy when he's snapped by Augustina Aro Peregrine. He's an idiot but also smart by Sophiana Aro Peregrine. Ezekiel is 12 years old. He owned a huge library. Ezekiel loved his siblings and can also snap if someone harmed them, like his father. Ezekiel also prefers to rule and attack using his brain. He was quite cunning like his father despite having the gentle persona stated by his personal butler, assistant. Ezekiel idolized his stepmother, the queen, because of her intelligence. He was so over the moon when he heard Persis will be the one to marry his father. He's happy because his idol becomes his new mother. Ezekiel likes girls who read and energetic, girls who are opposite of his shy introvert self. Sophiana Aro Peregrine. Height, 143 centimeters, present 165 centimeters, future. Weight, 33 kilograms, present 53 kilograms, future. Likes: jewelry, dresses, dolls. Her family: dislike: injustice, unfairness. Sophiana is the first-born daughter and the second child of the Peregrine. Sophiana has already mastered etiquette. She dislikes barbarian violence, but she's also pretty violent herself. Sophiana is better at sword than Ezekiel. She's 11 years old. Sophiana loves Delafina and Persis a lot due to her used to be the only female in the family. She stayed with Delafina in the same palace. Sophiana also sleeps in the same bedroom as Delafina. She is Delafina's personal hairstylist and is a fashionista. Sophiana owned more than 30 ball gowns. Sophiana owned many jewelry. Sophiana dressed her ball gowns to play with Delafina. She's mature childish at the same times. Sophiana always scolded Ezekiel for slacking off during sparring. Sophiana can also use divine magic, but she doesn't use it quite often. Sophiana can play flute. Sophiana tends to show a hidden meaning smirk when she's planning something. She likes guys who are loyal and caring. Augustina Aro Peregrine. Height, 144 centimeters, present 195 centimeters, future. Weight, 34 kilograms, present 73 kilograms, future. Likes: one girl, his parents, his bro, his sisters, sword, fairy, magic, books, trees, study. Dislike: anyone who badmouth his close friends and family. Disloyalty: stupid people. Birthday: 6th July. Augustin is arrogant and cunning just like his father. Augustin is also shown to be a two-faced person. He has an arrogant cunning side and his soft baby yoo-woo side. Augustine said that his family can control fairy much better than him, which is a lie. Augustine was born with a natural powerful magic blessed by the fairies, so he is more powerful than his family, even his father. Augustine is currently 9 years old. He doted on his younger sister very much. Augustine is Sophiana's devoted follower. He's a Siscon. Augustine is good at combating and sword, but he prefers to use magic more. Augustine is pretty energetic and fun, which questioned everyone where did he get such energy from. He is however also noted to show a dark side too, even at young age. Augustine has a huge black panther. He enjoys to ride his panther than horse. His favorite color is black. Augustine wants to marry a blonde girl with a pair of an unusual eyes color. Her eyes would glittering as if they're shooting stars inside her unusual eyes color. Delafino peregrine. Height, 1.26 meters. Future, 1.63 meters. Weight, 22 kilograms. Future, 47 kilograms. Likes, fashion, her family, her friends, her wardrobe, her face, her mum. Dislike, dirty clothes, boys, her friends. Her name was Rena. Delafina was adopted in her previous life. Delafina still dislike her foster family till these days. Delafina was a Finnish half-American. Delafina learned some Japanese from a boy who liked her. Delafina was a two-faced person. She also shared the birthday as Dazai from Bungu Stray Dogs. I actually forgot her original birthday. When she was a high school student, Delafina was voted as the prettiest girl in school. Her nickname was Kind Princess. She loved watching movie than reading. She's only got into anime because of Ash from Banana Fish. Delafina also got into many fights, but she blackmailed those people whom she got into fight with. She only showed her real side to Serafina and Adeliana. Adeliana and Serafina often calls her Tsmtia. Delafina is a Tsmtia. Her nickname is Delia. Ezekiel gave this name to her. Delafina is good at controlling her magic, but she doesn't realize it. She was in fencing and baseball club once. Delafina often witnessed Helios and Perseus a moment. She also saw her mother slapped her father more than once. Delafina was the one who manipulated her teacher to quit teaching her siblings and her owned a fish pond and often go there to create fake romantic scenarios of her imaginary prince came to save her while singing Love Story by Taylor Swift as a background. Her school actually scouted her to study at Oxford. Unfortunately, Delafina died before even knowing it. If she's still alive on Earth, Delafina would have moved to London and study business at Oxford. Her dream was to become a successful businesswoman. Modern AU Family Special Chapter and New Chapter will be published on 7th. Special Chapter: I'm an ordinary 16 years old girl. Kaiwa. Why didn't my mother wake me up at 6 o'clock? Greater than O. Now I'm late on the first day of my high school. So sad. Insert cute, annoying, high school girl noises. My name is Adeliana Ivan Valentine, 16 years old. I recently just moved into this city called Beresford. Seem pretty ordinary, right? My mother is a young beautiful woman who is a housewife. My papa is just your ordinary commander who leads the front line of military army, and he's a cousin of #1 government spy, assassin and a close friend of this country leader. Definitely ordinary. Running towards the school with a toast in my mouth, I pray that the school haven't closed the gate. I am a newly transferred student. I just need to be friendly and kind to make friends. Before I could even finish my thoughts, my body got hit by someone who was also running. I woke up late and now got hit by an ugly girl. The girl with the curly hair glares at me before running ahead of me. Seem like someone is going to die today. I shove the toast into my mouth and speed up. I run really fast to make sure I keep up with the girl from earlier. Upon seeing me running behind her, she gasped. I moved closer to her until our bodies touched. I then gave her a smile and introduced myself. Well, hello there. My name is Adeliana Ivan Valentine. I am a newly transferred student. I hope you have a bad day. Farewell. After that, I pushed her away from me, making her trip and makes land on her butt. Not trying to be a bully, but she hit me first and even accused me. Not meant to be childish, I just wanted justice for myself. I safely arrived at school without any problems or interruption. I met up with my homeroom teacher, Sir Warren. He told me to wait till the bell rings so that we could go there together. I pulled out my smartphone and opened Elpanzin app. Artist of the day is updated again. Whoosh. The author is really generous with the chapters these days. As I make sure to look around to make sure no one is around, I didn't notice that there was a person who was watching me from afar. So she's the newly transferred student. Welp. Does she watch anime? To be continued. Chapter 50. The Hunting Festival. Adeliana watched Aphrodite as she was dressed in a thick clothes made from expensive and rare silk. Today was the first day of the hunting event. Weeks ago, Bellamira stopped visiting Adeliana and the last thing she gave Adele was a piece of paper written hurriedly. It was telling her not to attend both hunting festival and holy ceremony. To be honest, even if she wanted to go, her parents won't definitely allow her to. Ares and Aphrodite were forced to go by the order of the emperor. It angered Aphrodite so much that she's even cursed the emperor. Right now, they are about to leave home and won't be returning for 2 days. After Aphrodite was dressed up, the maids left the room leaving them both alone. Aphrodite turns to Adeliana with a worried look on her face. This is the first time you'll be staying without me. Are you going to be alright? It's fine, as long as Margaret, Yvonne and Jamaica are with me, then I'm going to be alright as well. Adeliana swings her legs back and forth, shaking her head to tell Aphrodite everything will be fine. It's true, this is the first time Adeliana will be staying home alone without her parents. Technically not alone since she still has her maids with her. What was worrying her was Aphrodite and Ares. Adeliana can't never forget about the facts that they are the male lead and villainous. These two will never get along. Despite knowing Bellamira's plot twist personality, Adeliana still can't rest in peace. It's not like she doesn't trust her big titty sister, but she was more worried about the mastermind. Having been reading too many fantasy romance novels, Adeliana knows that there is definitely a mastermind. However, she has no one beside from her 2 friends to tell about this. Just who the fuck is this evil dude or girl? I'm not Edogawa Rampo who can use ultra deduction to guess who is the evil one or else to figuring out who are they. Although there are many thoughts running inside her small head, Adeliana kept a smiling face as if she was nothing more than a freely childish girl. Aphrodite, upon seeing how calm her baby is, can't help but feel sad and proud at the same time. Her baby was only a 3-month-old baby who cried for milk years ago. Now she is all grown up and became a really obedient good child. Ever since she was born, Adele has never done anything to upset or worried her. It's like she is already mature at some point. Aphrodite bent down her knee to Adeliana's level and grabs both of her small hands. My dear child, I'm really too proud to see you being such an adult like this. But remember, don't listen to those noble. You don't need to force yourself to become an adult in such a young age. Nothing good will happen when you do that. Both were thinking a total different thing. However, Adeliana was so touched by what Aphrodite said. Of course, knowing Aphrodite, who is the role model noble lady in the empire, she wasn't born with perfection. Aphrodite had gone through many painful lessons and teaching. It was so touched to hear that from someone who had gone through many painful times. Is this what all American movie teenagers felt when their mom said something so emotional to them? Having a villainess as your mom doesn't mean it's a bad sign all the time. Oops, unless you have bad luck and only got a hot daddy without a hot fabulous mother. Aphrodite, are you done? Ares, standing by the bedroom's door frame, buttons his long black coat. Aphrodite rose up and nods her head a little. They were equally dressing in a thick winter clothes despite the weather is not that cold, except it was windy. Welp, can't underestimate it since someone probably died because of the cold wind in the forest. Ares picked Adeliana as they walk outside to the carriage which was waiting for them. He gave her a kiss on her cheek and told her, be a good girl. I'll bring you a bunny if you do as I said. Okay, be safe and good luck. This time, Aphrodite kisses her and not only once but thrice. I'm so gonna miss my baby. Mommy will bring you a pet when we return. How many pets will you be bringing home? Adeliana would like to ask them, but it's better to question herself more. Ares hands her to Jamaica as they got into the carriage. They watched Adeliana waved her small hand until her figure were no longer visible to naked eyes. I'm sorry for not updating. Frown. I'm studying now as an 11th grade student. 1 more year and I'll be graduating. TT. So please don't expect too much from me. Maybe update either on Sunday or Saturday starting from next week. Oh. One more thing. The hunting arc will be all about the couple smiles. I'm excited to write romance and jealous hubbies. Anyway, good luck in life and studies you all. Chapter 51, Inside the Carriage. This is my first time writing romance scene. Please don't mind me. I'm just trying to give you readers fan service scenes. Inside the huge space carriage, Ares and Aphrodite sat in the opposite facing each other, with one hand holding a book and one hand placing on his lap. Ares reads his book quietly but glanced at Aphrodite once in a while. Aphrodite silently stared at the scenery outside the window. She looks as the orange heart-shaped leaves fell down like rain, decorating the road with orange and red leaves. It was quite fascinating, but to Aphrodite, it isn't beautiful without Adeliana with her. If only Adele is here to see this too. Are you thinking about Adeliana again? Ares, who couldn't help but ask Aphrodite, who made a face which almost looks like the world is ending and boring. It's just, this is the first time both of us have been apart. Usually, the longest is 11 hours, but I would rather her stay home than coming to a place filled with many noble. It would be the best to have her avoiding meeting with the people from the temple as much as possible. Aphrodite leans her head against the window as her amethyst-like eyes glimmer with hate and resentment. She couldn't remember why she hates the temple so much, but Aphrodite can't never seem to bring herself to like the temple. It's like trusting a devil in an angel disguise. I also never wanted Adele to meet those from the temple. For some reason, I found them hard to place a trust in them. It would be a problem if the Pope wants to meet Adele by using the holy ceremony holiday as an excuse. Ares closed his book and threw it to one place on the seat. Aphrodite did not say anything aside from staring at his face. It's almost been 7 years since they are married, yet they only began to have a proper conversation when Adeliana began to grow up. She remembers how she used to head over heel for him, then resent him, and later on, adoring. It's hard to describe the butterflies feeling she felt inside her heart. One time, she loves him. One time, she hates him, and one time she can't help but wanting to be there when he is stressed out. Remembering their little moments together, Aphrodite's lip curved into a small smile as both of her cheeks flushed slightly red unknowingly. Ares, who witnessed the whole thing, began to feel something rise. Something is rising, and it's definitely not the shield hero. Wrong light novel. Ares rises from his seat and moves closer to Aphrodite. He pinned her between his arms as he watched her squirmed around in confusion and embarrassment. Aphrodite, who was suddenly trapped between her husband's arms, wanting to scream out in confusion. Insert confused cute anime girl noises. AR. Why are you making such face? Are you trying to invite me? Question mark. Aphrodite tried to push him away, but at the end, she couldn't even budge him. Due to embarrassment, Aphrodite hid her face in his chest and muttered under her breath, but Ares could hear it clearly. Then, what are you going to do about the invitation I sent to you? She was wondering whether will he reject her or not. I'm gladly to be the only one to accepted this invitation. After that, he pulled Aphrodite onto his laps as their eyes met. Bright amethyst eyes filled with nervousness and embarrassment, while his shimmering ruby ones were filled with desire and lust. WTF am I even writing? Her small hands intertwine with his rough big one. Inside the carriage, there was no loud sound aside from small noises which didn't attract any attention. Back in the Duchy of Valentine on the Valentine Hill sat Adeliana, who stared at the horizon with regret and despair in her eyes. Oh no, who's gonna interrupt Dad when he want to have a moment with Mum? That was so damn cringy, right? But I hope you will have a horny imagination what's happening inside the carriage. Hello everyone, I hope you're doing fine. My schedule is not as free as when I was a 10th grade student now. I studied every week and so on now. TTP, stay safe and good luck. P.S. Bungu Stray Dogs was so fucking adorable, they still bullied Chayupila, hahaha. Chapter 52, Hunting Forest Part 1. The chattering of both male and female rang the forest. Both laughter and loud discussion could be heard. The black carriage with the Valentine family flags stopping, attracting the noble's attention, making the lively noises earlier felt into a deep silence. Ares climbs off the tall carriage with his red cape wrapping around Aphrodite's petite body, who was hiding her face inside his shoulders. It wasn't very obvious, but both of her ears were flushed red. Ares was still having a neutral expression on his face, however this is what his expression looks like inside his head. Feeling satisfied as he finally able to peacefully did the deed with Aphrodite without any interruption. For once, he was thanking Adeliana for not being difficult to urge them to let her go with them. Adeliana, who stole our 18 novel from Jamaica room, suddenly sneezed. Whose mouth is too itchy for talking about me? What did I do? Glancing at the flushing red Aphrodite, he was even feeling more satisfied than ever. As they walked past the noble with all their eyes on them, Aphrodite can't help but bit her lips with embarrassment. She can't believe they actually did it inside the carriage all of the time until it was 20 minutes till the hunting area till they stopped. Because Aphrodite was carried with her back facing the crowd, they couldn't see the wrinkles on her skirt and the wrinkles on Ares' shirt. After leaving Aphrodite to rest inside their tent, Ares changed his clothes to something much more simple and was greeted by a bunch of noble men. They were placing their hands on their chests to show their way of greeting. Ares only nodded his head and awkwardly bowed his head a little bit. Is the Duchess feeling unwell today? Lord Ares, you have come a long way. Shouldn't you be resting along with your wife first? I am thankful for your concern, however, I am fine. My wife couldn't walk because her legs are in pain. She'll be fine by tomorrow. Ares continued to chat with the noble for another 16 minutes before excuse himself to meet up with the emperor. Eyes still following him non-stop, but it was something Ares was used to. Gently opens the royal tent. Inside was Helios drinking tea with Cronus. No sign of anyone else inside the tent. Oh. You made it, Ares. How about having a cup of orchid tea first? Helios, even without hearing Ares' answer, already poured tea for him. Cronus simply waved his hand at Ares and back to drink his tea with the most relaxed look ever despite showing his stone face. Ares pulled a chair out and sit between both of them. He sips the fragrance tea and place it back on the table. I heard all from outside. They said that you were carrying Lady Aphrodite in your arms from the carriage. Did you guys do the smooch, Tilda? Helios wrapped his arm around Ares and gave him the most teasing look ever. Ares shook his head and denied everything smoothly. Her legs were simply in pain. I only offered to help her. He didn't lie. Her legs were in pain. Specifically, between her legs. No one noticed, but Cronus was making a face loudly saying that Ares is lying like a smooth criminal. Anyway, are you planning on getting anything? This year, the one who gets the most will be rewarded with the crown of golden tier. Helios shows his natural sly smile and look at both cousin with interest. Ares shook his head and replied, I don't want it. My room is packed with those useless rewards already. I tried to do a giveaway too, but they are still everywhere. By giveaway, Ares meant giving half of his rewards to Adeliana because she likes to wear crown or stare at priceless items. Meanwhile, Cronus was staring at his tea. Only him and his wife are the only tower's representatives. His daughter is staying at home all sad and alone. His plan was to come here alone, but the stupid cunning emperor on his left kept bugging him about bringing his wife, and because of that, Serafina also wanted to come, throwing tantrums and even using magic, but he still didn't allow her to go with them. He even go as far as confining her inside the room of sealing so that she won't be able to use magic to escape. Having a prodigy kid born with extraordinary mana and magic and good looking isn't as blessing as what the witches and wizards said. If he claimed that reward, would she be still angry at him for confining her inside their room? Back in the tower, Serafina is lying on her bed, laughing at the poorly drawn pornography book that she found inside the room of sealing. He decided, he will hunt for many animal and will get Serafina a magic beast. Me listening to Bungu Stray Dogs character songs while writing, 80% looking at the lyrics and the dudes. 20% actually listen and writing my draft chapter. Bro, their characters' song are so catchy. TWT. Chapter 53, Hunting Festival 2. As the dusk approaching, Ares and his knights began to hunt for animals. Under the setting sun, the forest was bathed in the bright evening sunlight. The birds began to fly back to their nests. While looking for animals for dinner, the knights who were following from the back started a small conversation by whispering. Say, Duchess Aphrodite couldn't walk. What does that mean? She looked fine when she left the duchy. Did something happen? A 17-year-old knight named Finney asked his senior with an innocent face. Connor slaps his forehead and sigh. He shook his head and told Finney off. You shouldn't be worried about that. Our lady is fine. For now, let's look for rabbits or boar. Wah! Finney secretly pouted. He definitely knows something was wrong with Aphrodite, but whenever he tried to ask someone, they would told him not to mind about that. Frustrated by not getting the exact answer he needed, Finney applied pressure to the rein as the horse galloped forward. He held back the reins when he caught up with Ares. Duke, If I'm not being too rude, but may I ask what's happening with the Duchess? Everyone told me not to worry, but is there actually something wrong? Finny, you brat. Come back here. Jacob's soul was leaving him little by little as he listened to Finny's blunt question. Aries blinks and still had a straight expression on his face. You shouldn't be worried about my wife. I'm thankful for your worries, but look for food first. After that, Aries moves forward faster than Finny. Behind Finny was a crying, pale and trembling Jacobs. Connor and the rest of the knights shed tears. Even the Lord doesn't want to destroy this idiot's innocence. May God bless Lord Aries for not destroying this stupid kid's innocence, even though he won't still get it if you tell him. 1 hour and a half later, they find a pretty huge size boar. When they returned, the knights who stayed behind already light up the fire. Boar again this year? Ah, I'm hungry now. Tilda. One of the knights stared at the boar with hunger. They cheer in happiness as they began to clean and cut the meat. Someone brings the salt and pepper and sugar. Connor shouted as he cuts the meat in pieces. Why? What do you need sugar for? We aren't making dessert. Finny laughs and asks at Connor, but was hit by a nut. Adding sugar to the meat will enhance the flavor. Dumbass. My mother always adds sugar to her food. I will season the meat so you bloody idiots won't mess up. He tossed the meats to a huge bowl for Jacobs to clean. Jacobs nervously laughs as he watches Connor kicks his juniors, including Finny, for slacking off and making fun of him. Aries went back inside to the tent. Aphrodite sat by the candlelight as she gently turns over the page of the book. Her long blonde hair was braided into a simple braid and let rest on her right shoulder as they went down to her stomach. She removed all of her makeup, leaving her face bare, yet she still looks beautiful and even more gentle than ever. The room was light up with light smell of flowers. Candle fit with the image. In front of Aries. Aries, holding bunch of daisies in his hand, stared at the back of Aphrodite for almost 10 minutes. As he leaned against the pillar, Aries accidentally stepped on the armor, making loud sound. Exclamation mark. Aphrodite stood up and looked for the cause of the sound, to only find Aries awkwardly stood there with daisies in his hands. It was like an awkward moment for both of them. We returned. They should be grilling the meat soon. Are you okay now? Aries clears his throat and walks to the table. I'm fine now, it's not even that painful. Aphrodite blushed as she replied to Aries. Here, I brought you flowers. He went down on one knee and handed Aphrodite the daisies with a great care. Aphrodite was confused at first, but a smile bloomed on her face when she touched the pink petals. I saw these daisies were blooming by the road. They reminded me of our daughter, so I picked them for you. Even though he had no expression on his face, his word contains sweetness and absolute warmth. The warmth in his word melt down the worries inside Aphrodite. She loves daisies a lot. She's probably already at dinner. Aphrodite held the flowers to her heart and closed her eyes, as she can see Adeliana running upstairs to the bathroom with Yvonne or Margaret running behind her, telling at her not to run. Thank you for the daisies, I love them. Aphrodite unconsciously moved her hand to Aries' and hold it tightly. Aries held hers back and pressed his forehead against her. The peaceful atmosphere, included the silence from outside, transformed the whole room to a world of their own. Outside, Connor was covering Finny's mouth while the knights just smile and cook the meat silently. Having a wife must be nice, was what Jacobs said as tears of envy and sadness rolled down to his cheek. Probably, said Connor, who covered Finny's mouth with tears rolling down. MMMPFFFHPMMP. Finny tried to get Connor's hand away from his mouth but failed. How are you doing? Chinese New Year and Valentine's Day is approaching. Are you still going to spend them alone again this year? Smile. I'm going to spend CNY with family, friends and phone, and for Valentine, I'm going to spend my Valentine's Day with MLQC, Mr. Love Queen's Choice, Dream Date, and Bungu Stray Dog's Tale of the Lost Dot. Last year, I spent Valentine's alone and had to watch girls and boys holding hands and giving roses to each other. This year, I'm going to spend it with 4 men and BSD characters, farming for Chuya BD. Hope you have a great day and happy February. Smile. Chapter 54, Hunting Festival 3. The fanfare sound of trumpets and drums echoes the enormous forest, scared the birds away in an early morning. With all nobles standing in group with their knights and flag, the emperor then began to state the rules of the hunting festival. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 89th hunting festival now. Some of you may have been here before and some of you might not. I would like to talk about the rules again this year, but this year will be different from years ago. Chattering among the crowd and won't stop until the royal knight slammed his sword onto the ground. First of all, this year we won't be allowing all of you to use magic unless in an emergency situation. Second, no going further than the red line. Third, the winner is the one who hunts the rarest one nor many of them. And finally, the 3 winners can request anything they want from the lady they fancied. That's all for the rules. I wish you gentlemen good luck. With it, all the crowd cheers in anticipation and began their hunting. Of course, they couldn't go without saying a word to their families or wives. Like others, Aries and his troop also head to the tent before going to the forest. The knights get many good luck wishes from the maids, including from their duchess. I hope all of you return safe and sound, and hurry up. Don't stay there for too long, Aphrodite said in a low voice that was enough for them to hear her. They were in a complete silence and only kneel down with tears flowing down inside their minds except for Finny, who keeps thanking her again and again until he got hit by Connor. Until the knights and maids left only when Ares came to look for Aphrodite. She stood silently, holding his huge rough hand in her 2 small soft ones. I know this will be a piece of sea cake for you, but please return before the sunset. Aphrodite's cheeks flushed red as if she was a young woman who has never experienced falling in love before. Ares held her hand tightly and kissed on it, making her blush even more. I swear on the name of Valentine family that I shall return before sunset with the beast. For before he could even finish his sentence, Ares was hit in the head by Aphrodite. Just bring back a bunny or something. Don't bring any suspicious animals back home. Alright. Little did they know that they'll bring back a suspicious animal home. As she watches them depart, Aphrodite prays for their safety even though she doesn't have that much faith in God, and knowing Ares is one of the nation's strongest swordsmen. While the men were busy looking for wild animals, the noble ladies are having so much fun gossiping people's business. Aphrodite sat afar from those noble ladies, however she could still hear them. Oh my, looking at the pretty little duchess sewing a handkerchief for her husband. What a good wife she is. At least, I'm not sitting uselessly around like you, Aphrodite thought and shook her head. Well, she's a good wife, waiting for her husband while sewing a handkerchief for him. Having the #1 man in the empire must be nice. No, this handkerchief is mine for your information. Of course, it's really nice to have the #1 man as my husband. My safety is guaranteed. I don't have to worry about my income, and most importantly, I am 100% satisfied with the bed. Biting her lips as she was itching to say this while looking at the lady's expression, Aphrodite was drowning in bitterness. She finally set her handkerchief aside and walked naturally to the huge round table where young and married noble ladies are sitting. Mind if I join you, ladies? Hope you won't mind my presence around you, Aphrodite said as she moves her blonde hair to side. Her smile enchanted the whole area, including the maids, who were just there to serve the nobles. Lady Rhea, who was also attending the tea party, was also taken back by Aphrodite's charming smile. Wow, she's so beautiful even without trying. Both of her cheeks flushed red as she drank her tea. Meanwhile, the maids and guards who stood across her thought something that are the same. Still can't believe she is older than me and already have a daughter and husband. Moreover, she's the mistress of the tower. I feel really great today. I decided to update on Saturday because I won't be having anything to do tomorrow. Plus, I already done my biology test. So damn easy, but only for this month. And your comments made go off for the rest of the day. SK. I swear you're the precious cinnamon roll on earth. Good luck and hello. Chapter 55, Hunting Festival 4. Ever since Aphrodite joined the party, the noble ladies fell into a complete silence. Only the sound of chattering from the small crowd, birds and the sound of tea pouring from the teapot could be heard. Aphrodite was a bit disappointed. She had prepared many comebacks inside her head, but reality is disappointing. The disappointment is already ruining my day. Aphrodite sipped her tea angrily. On her left was Rhea, who kept smiling awkwardly. The atmosphere was heavy, but she managed to smile without any trouble. Not wanting to make the situation even more awkward, Rhea brought up a topic. Ladies, I heard that the Goliath fashion is imported into Beresford again this year. Do any of you have interest in the Goliath fashion? Finally, the chattering from the ladies began. They squeal and happily chatted about the fashion. Goliath fashion is a type of fashion which could be considered sexy yet formal enough to even wear to a royal ball. 3 years ago, Perseus wore a Goliath dress and every bouquets immediately sold the Goliath clothes related out. However, due to the weathering problem and domestic issues inside Gilead country where Goliath fashion originally came from, the importing was stopped. When the fashion-related topic was brought up, Aphrodite's interest perks. As someone who adores shopping and fashion greatly, anything topic which has fashion inside immediately hook Aphrodite. 3 years ago, Aphrodite was also fascinated by the queen. Long black hair tied into a loose bun with some strand of hair fell on her shoulders along with diamond earrings and necklace. The black dress she wore reached her ankle and has a slit down on her knee, revealing her slender leg. With a diamond crown on her head and a light makeup on, her appearance shook the empire. Even Aphrodite, who was the empire beauty, was stunned by the queen's appearance at that time. Because Adeliana was sick around the time Goliath was brought into Beresford, she couldn't find the time and motivation to buy those dresses. And now that it's back, those bouquets which sell Goliath dresses can take all of her money. She's speaking rich language. Guys, I can't understand what she's saying. Noticing Aphrodite has no one to talk with, Rhea moved closer to her. Are you going all out with the shopping this year, Duchess? Rhea rests her chin on her palm and smile at Aphrodite. Of course. Last year, I couldn't buy them in time, so this year I'm going to have everyone regretting buying after me. Aphrodite laughed slightly with a joke hint inside her statement. Rhea couldn't help but chuckle along with Aphrodite. And what about you, Lady Rhea? Are you going to have fun shopping too? Aphrodite asked the woman, who then smiled with no motivation. Haha, I would love to buy those sexy dresses, but the problem is that I won't look good those. I would look like a child stealing her parents' clothes. I don't have a huge chest like everyone and I am pretty petite. I am so jealous of those ladies, and including Duchess Aphrodite too. Her tone began to get even more sadder and sadder the more Aphrodite listened to her. Aphrodite looks away with pity. It's true. Rhea doesn't have a huge chest compared to her, the queen and the rest of the ladies sitting with them, but it wasn't flat enough to become a national road. Why, you know, having a huge chest doesn't give you that much advantages. You get back pain, attracting perverts, and sometimes personal and embarrassing problems involved. Aphrodite tried her best to cheer the gloomy Rhea up, but her world only keeps getting darker. Haha, maybe you're right. Having a huge chest doesn't really turn out great. She let out a huge sigh and moved her hand to touch her chest. There are 2 bumps, but in the middle, it was a complete washing board. Tears slipped down from her eye as she looked away in bitterness. Inside the hunting forest. Say, what kind of girl do you prefer? Eclipse. What a dumb question. It's obvious, isn't it? I like girl with big chest and big butt. The bigger the better. My dream is to visit the elves' kingdom and go to their bar. Elves girls have huge chest and huge butt. Ah, just shut up already. I only ask for your preference, not your dream. Evelyn clap his ears shut and kick Eclipse's leg. Ha, but I wonder if there's any man who like flat chest girls exist? No way, right? I mean, who would like them? Before Eclipse could even finish his sentence, an apple was shoved into his mouth and the shover was none other than Cronus. I like flat chest girl, what's wrong with that? That's hit Evelyn harder than a magic attack from a demon lord. He realized his mistress is a flat chest woman, so master is a flat chest believer. Was what Eclipse with an apple in his mouth thought. Xinyan Kua Ili tilde. Chinese New Year is being celebrated in my country right now. I'm not Chinese, but I'm still gonna celebrate it like everyone else. And I'm not Malaysian, Vietnamese or Singaporean. I only have a chapter revealing Rhea has flat chest and Cronus is a flat chest believer for you all. I'm finally having cards in BSD Moi like everyone now too. TT. Well, Happy New Year everyone. I hope you have a great time in CNY whether you celebrate it or not. I'll be your Valentine. With red and white scarf wrapped around her neck, 17 years old Aphrodite stared at the yet-to-be blossom flowers. Today is yet another day for her to go back home with a bitter face. Flowers, chocolate and gifts are everywhere. I hate Valentine's season. She doesn't understand. She doesn't mean to sound like she's being a narcissism, but to be honest, Aphrodite was one of the most beautiful girl in her school. Born with a golden blonde hair and a pair of rare amethyst eyes, Aphrodite could easily become a model with her natural looks. Yet, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Not even one. People at her age already have more than one and probably already reached the nirvana and unholy stage of relationship. Yet, here she is, single and virgin. As she was depressed over the thoughts of not having any boyfriend, a couple went past her with giggles and cheerful conversation along the way. I made you some chocolate. Would you like to try some later, Tilda? Sweet. I thought you didn't make me some this year. The conversation wasn't what attracted Aphrodite's attention, but it was the couple which almost made her bleach her eyes to make sure she's seeing them clearly. The couple from earlier was none other than the president of Chemistry Club and the health committee leader, Cronus and Rhea. The two people who have never even met at school. The two people everyone has least expectation on to be a couple. Goodbye world. I'm going to a double suicide with my $6 made in China kanki figure. As my feet continued to move forward, they suddenly stopped in front of a bakery with heart and rose decorations around. I stared at the cute chocolates display on the window unknowingly until the shop owner came out with a tray of cupcakes with chocolate Mickey Mouse ears on. Would you like to try some? It wasn't the kindness he shows me that made me stand there silently. It was the bad boy kind of look he had which almost made me scream out weirdly. He was a tall man, almost 187 centimeters for someone who seemed like in high school. He has a black raven hair with the front bank covered his forehead, almost cover his eyes, but his two red eyes were so visible in the broad daylight. Oh my god, I just met my husband in real life. Miss, are you alright? The owner asked with a pure look of concern written all over his handsome face. Yes. Can I try your cupcakes? But I bet they won't be delicious as you. I'm sorry. I meant to say I wanted to try some of those cupcakes because they look really delicious like I mean like my grandma's homemade ones. Oh, right. The young man held the tray closer to her so she can reach to take the cupcake. Aphrodite nodded her head in silence with a wide smile on her face as she takes a bite from the rich chocolate cupcake. This is so good. Aphrodite can't help it but quickly wolf it down. The young man chuckles at her sight and leaned down to her level to wipe the cream from her cheek. Slow down or you might choke on it. He touched me. His cold big hand touched me. I successfully made him wipe the cream. Of course. The cupcake was delicious but it was all part of her plan to make him wipe the cream from her. Are you from Beresford Academy? Aphrodite nodded as an answer, then he gave her a rather warm smile, completely opposite of his bad boy look. I can give you the rest of these. Wait here, I'll go and wrap them for you, he said, then run back inside the bakery. He returned with a red polka dots wrapped box with the inside contained all the cupcakes. I'll pay for these. Why, you don't have to. Aphrodite panicked and began to search for her wallet, but then she stopped as she realized something. I can't let him see my wallet. My wallet has Kajima keychain. He will definitely think that I'm without a doubt an otaku. Aphrodite mentally cried and hoped he could say something. You can pay for them tomorrow. He shook his head and gave her a rest to assured smile. Thank you. I'll pay for them tomorrow. You can trust my word. They continued the chit-chat for some moments until Aphrodite's further call for her. I'll see you tomorrow then. My name is Aries. Mine is Aphrodite. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Aries. That night, Aphrodite hugs her half-naked Levi body pillow and squealed like an anime girl falls in love. Aries, Aries, Aries. I love his name. His name meant god of war and my name meant god of love. This is definitely fate. Wait. I should write what happened today down in my diary. I crawl off the bed to grab the key under my bed and unlock the drawer of my nightstand and pull out my pink diary. When I finally wrote Aries' name, there was a sense of déjà vu rushing into me. Feel like I have known this somewhere. Oh well, whatever. I just want to become his wife. 13th February morning came. That morning, Aphrodite chose to wear the school short skirt and a black high-knee socks. Her blonde hair didn't put up into a ponytail. She even puts on some makeup on. So it's true that when you like someone, you want to look good for them every day. Although every day she's already beautiful, but today was extra. Guys began to stare at along the way. Even girls stopped to stare at her. Just like any year, there weren't any love letters inside her shoe locker. Unlike her, Percy's, who is her friend, had received countless letters again this year. My Tilda, you look extra beautiful today. Tilda, did you get yourself a boyfriend without my knowledge? Perseus teased her as she collected the letters and placed them in her bag. Well, I have to go somewhere with a friend today, so I decided to glam up a bit. An imaginary friend? Perseus raised her eyebrow with a look of disbelief. Are you mocking me? Just because I have social anxiety doesn't mean I can't even a single friend, okay? Alright, I got it. Geez. You acted like you're lying. Are you? Raising her eyebrow in doubt, Aphrodite began to get panic. The school bell ring. I gotta go now, see you at lunch. With an excuse, Aphrodite ran off. I'm such a bad liar. Is there any school that teaches you to actually lie perfectly? School of Villainous Can, free. No need to pay. After you graduated, we can hit you with a truck so you can get a job. The most awaiting time of her life arrived, with the teacher yelling at the students loudly to not forget about the homework from yesterday. The class rep began to collect the homeworks. Aphrodite hands her homework and get a chuckle from the class rep. Getting a boyfriend, Tilda? Hee, I thought ugly evil fish like you will never, Tilda. The class rep was none other than the school council president, Helios. Growing up together as a childhood friend with Perseus, Aphrodite could almost say she can become Helios' sister. Fuck off. Aphrodite gave him a middle finger with a scoff. Helios kindly returned a middle finger back with an unreadable smile. Aphrodite, there's someone looking for you. Rhea stood by the door, pointing outside nervously. Gimme a second. Helios, watch my bag, I'll be back. Was that a pun intended? Guess not. He shrugged his shoulders and continued to collect the homework and interrogated some students who didn't do them. She rushed to outside to find Rhea and the rest of the students nervously giving each a look. I am here. A tall guy standing outside with his two hands inside the pockets. His front hair covered his forehead and the rest of the hair fell down to his neck. He wore a white shirt, red tie and a black vest. A red ruby pin was pinned on his shirt collar to symbolize that he was one of the discipline committees. Aphrodite Roland, if I remember correctly. Why yeah, why is my baker husband here? Then it hits her harder. The truck who took many ice card protagonists' lives. Ares from yesterday was the Ares Ivan Valentine of Beresford Discipline Committee's leader, the president of fencing club and the son of a general family. The rooftop, now, he said calmly and left. Right now, Aphrodite is sweating intensely. She can't believe she didn't recognize the scariest dude of the school. The dude who literally beat up 5 of the dudes from wrestling club. Her legs were shaking and she knew it. Aphrodite, what did you do? Rhea ran to her and check on her. Nothing. I can't say I took his cupcakes without paying him, right? With all the courage she summoned from everywhere, Aphrodite headed to the rooftop with a determined look and an Anpanman wallet with Kajima keychain attached to it in her pocket. Ares standing there with hands in his pocket, staring at her with a cold look. He's definitely angry with the fact that I can't remember him and didn't pay him. But he said I don't have to pay. Took you enough. Haha, sorry. I was busy with helping my friend with collecting and checking the assignments papers. Nope, she didn't go and shit nor was she help Helios out. She did the total opposite by having a breakdown under the teacher's desk while hugging Bellamira, the treasurer and the president of female judo club's thick thighs. That's good. You probably can guess why I call you up here. He walks closer to her. The cupcakes payment? Yep. Great. Thank God I brought my fucking wallet. She cursed under her breath and pulled out the wallet, but instantly she was pinned down to the wall with Ares towering her. We can peacefully resolve the matter, right? Right, because... He leans even closer to her and whispers to her ear. That made Aphrodite fell down to her floor with her wallet on the ground and her hand covering her right ear. Well then, see you tomorrow. Mommy, your daughter can finally say goodbye to her single life now. TT. Her face flushed red to her ears and neck as she trembled in excitement. Be my Valentine tomorrow because the day for me to rest from chasing those men away arrived. Fucking cheesy, I swear. Happy Valentine Tilda. Chapter 56, Hunting Festival 5. Author is grateful for the 733 followers and 7k votes with 150k readers. This is my biggest achievement so far. We even got #1 in reincarnation. T_T. Again, I am thankful for your support. If it weren't for your comments and support, I would probably still going to do my best to reach where I am standing. Thank you for your support. Each of the noble families were doing their best searching for the wild rare beast inside the forest. Just like any other year, Ares was the first one to return first. His knights carried bunch of wild beasts and dropped them to the ground so that the royal knights could take a good observation of them. Ares immediately headed for the tent where his bath was already prepared 15 minutes ago. He washed all the dirt and the blood and finally soaked in the warm water. What a day, right? Did they bring the animal I caught early this day to Aphrodite yet? Ares pondered all over his thoughts until Jacob's called for him. My lord, would you like to have deer meat stew for dinner or deer meat grilled? Jacob's sounded so serious that Ares thought the dinner was a really huge matter. He sighed and told Jacob's back nonchalantly, do whatever you want, as long as Aphrodite likes it. Of course. Understood. He watches Jacob's shadow leave and that's when he finally got up. Ares grabs the nearby towel and dry his hair, buck naked. Ares, do you want pudding for dessert tonight? Just as when Ares was drying his hair, Aphrodite walks on in with a plate of pudding. The scene was left in nothing but complete silence for a total 3 minutes until Ares decided to use his towel to wrap around his waist. So, do you want it? Aphrodite questioned him once again. Ares raised his eyebrow, confused by Aphrodite's reaction. You could tell me beforehand before coming into the bath tent. There was nothing to knock on. Do you want me to knock on the tent made out of thick cloth? Shouting was actually a pretty good solution. I didn't have the energy to shout your name. You're a woman who shouldn't walk into when a man is in bath. Ares puts on his long sleeve shirt and grabbed the black pant from the table. Aphrodite tightened her neck and sighed. She can't believe what just came out from Ares's mouth. Listen up, I don't know if you were in a mood for joking earlier but Ares, did you want me to have a flushing red reaction upon seeing you naked? We are married for Pete's sake. Stop acting like a virgin and put on your clothes. Ares couldn't help but bite his lips and defeated. If Aphrodite's reaction was a flushing and embarrassed one, he would have gotten the chance to tease her but God wasn't his side like always. Maybe he should stop becoming an atheist. That might grant some of small wishes. Aphrodite, however, didn't leave the bathroom until Ares put his pants on. She was enjoying the view to the fullest. Maybe being the monstrous Grand Duke's wife wasn't a bad idea. Tonight dinner was happy and joyous as ever. Aphrodite was having fun watching Connor chasing after Finny and Jacobs to kick their asses. The pudding matter was finally resolved. Ares ended up eating all of the pudding. That night, when Ares was lying on the bed, I closed. Aphrodite mutters quietly enough for both of them to hear. Tomorrow, we finally get to see Adele again. I'm so happy. Aphrodite smiles gently while brushing her wavy golden blonde hair. Do you miss her that much? Of course. It was a bit weird when there's no Adele in the middle of us during the first night here. I'm so ready to sleep with her again when we're back home. Ares didn't respond. He simply smiles, watching her back as she brushes her hair. He got up and wrapped his arms around her waist. Say, don't you think it's about time for Adele to get a younger sibling? Ares slowly trails his lips down from her neck to her back. Aphrodite was taken by what he said. She doesn't know whether Ares just want to do the deed or actually want another child. What if Adeliana isn't ready? Aphrodite asked him in a low tone. I'm sure she'll be happy. Adele has been lonely for so long. I'm sure she'll want a younger sibling. A protective younger brother or a cute little sister will be nice. As he said that, Ares grabs the hairbrush from her hand and tosses it to the nightstand. I guess. Aphrodite whispers under her breath, cheeks flushed. Maybe the more merrier. Adeliana has only been playing around by herself for so long that as a mother, she was also completely heartbroken. To have another mini Aphrodite or Ares will probably add more warmth to this family. That night, as the couple spent their last night at the hunting forest, back at home Adeliana was praying by the window. Aquasama, Barbatos, Mrax, please grant my wish. I want a younger sibling to ease my bored. I mean to love them. I'll give you Mora and booze which are stored in the cell as much as you wanted. Yes, Aphrodite is going to be pregnant. Adele will return in the next chapter. Chapter 57, Nightmare and Obsession. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It was 3 a.m., to be exact, 2:46 a.m. but exaggerated time which is only around 20 minutes left before new hour was my favorite thing to do especially when the teacher studied overtime. The rain poured down on the rooftop so hard that I think the god is drinking too much water, then his pee is too much. I used to believe rain is God's pee though. Staring at my bed canopy, I let out a huge sigh. Shouldn't have read that freaking horror novel which left me traumatized. 9:47 a.m. Young lady, it's almost noon now. How long do you intend to sleep? Oh my god, Jamaica. That 20 minutes exaggeration is protected by the copyright laws. Did you properly get a permission from me? You might get sued personally. Be me. I faced against the pillow and cover my ears with another pillow. Last night was so horrible, I couldn't get an even tiny bit of sleep. I stayed up until it was 6 a.m. That freaking horror novel, I swear to God I'll throw you away and bury 6 feet underground today. If I can't do it, I will never call myself the daughter of the villainous and male lead. Jamaica slams the door and shook me. I groggily groaned and moved to another side of the bed, escaping from Jamaica. However, escaping from Jamaica almost become a hobby nearly every single morning ever since my parents left. Jamaica got a new skill, which is grabbing me before escaping. Young lady, it's already 9 a.m. Please, oh my god, what is happening with you? Jamaica grabs my face and scan it. A look of horrifying was painted on her face. Didn't you say it was nearly noon earlier? Negation_negation. Young lady, what is going on? I couldn't a single wink of sleep last night. I complained and lay my head on her laps. Fresh faint flower scent emitted from Jamaica lift my spirit a little bit. My lady, what did you do to not being able to sleep? Jamaica asked me softly as she pat my head. I read a super terrifying novel. It was too scary and I was left traumatized. If you were too scared, why didn't you tell me, Yvonne or Margaret? Jamaica lets out a smile as she continues with patting my head. I don't have the courage to walk in a dark hallway, especially in a mansion where the horror events inside the novel also took place in. But it's your home. No. Hell no, my home or not, I ain't walking down that dark hallway at midnight alone. What if the paintings start to fucking move, or if the expensive vases move and breaks on its own? I don't want to meet my late parental grandparents or the Valentine ancestor yet. No. Please don't pop up randomly somewhere inside the house, especially my room. Jamaica gave up on persuading. She changed to persuade me to take a bath and have my breakfast first, then she'll let me go to sleep. I agreed with her conditionals. Took a bath, had my breakfast before finally go back to sleep. Well then, have a good sleep, little princess, Jamaica said as she gently closed the door. My eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, but a thought ran into me, made me open my 2 eyes wide. I hop off the bed and grab the novel on my nightstand. I run really fast to the window and open it with force. I threw the freaking novel away with all of my energy sent into the throw. I watched as the novel fly like a bird as it's slowly falling into the pond like the Titans raining from Attack on Titan. When it finally fell into the pond, that's when I returned back to sleep without forgetting to close my windows. I ain't sleeping without closing the window as soon as the book was thrown away. What if it's decided to come back and haunts me? My insecurities are really bad. I hugged the bunny I showed Aries when we were having tea together that time Aphrodite wasn't home as I drift into darkness. Hang on, I got this. Goodbye, outsider. Give her back, Adele. No, don't let go. I won't let you go without me. Rhea. Please don't let go of my hands. Adele. 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 I was woken up with a heavy shaking as my vision started to return. The blurry image of a blonde woman and raven hair man was getting clear now. Ares and Aphrodite were looking at me with a super worried looks on their faces. Aphrodite was sweating while Ares had a tense face. Mommy. Daddy, you're back? Sugar, what did you dream about? You were screaming in your sleep. I screamed. I thought the one who screamed were the voices I heard. The dream I had was an absolute darkness with only random voices. Nothing. I just dreamed of the horror novel. I shifted the blames towards the poor novelcan who completely had nothing to do with this nightmare of mine. Aphrodite hugged me closer to her chest. Ares pats my head and asked me, "Are you okay now?" Yep. I tried to maintain a smile, but on the inside, I am dying now. My heart was beating so fast and all I could feel now is anxiety and fears. I hugged both of them even tighter. I don't want to let them go in any moments. I don't want to be apart from them. They're mine. It was almost like an obsession. SK. Adele is getting darker now. Well, She's human, not a girl with 10/10 personality lol. My school is closed down again for 2 weeks, so I decided to update to finish this season before school backs. Anyway, I'm now so disappointed in Who Made Me a Princess fandom. All of the fans are turning the once lovely fandom into the same toxic My Hero Academia fandom now frown. And I even heard they apparently made a fanfic of Jeanette getting raped and abused. Jesus. I'm not surprised why some fans of manhwa hated that manhwa now. It's okay if you dislike a character, but, dude, going as far as writing a fanfic of a 15-year-old getting raped and abused? I'm disgusted. Chapter 58, Back to Senses. I thought it was just a random nightmare which only happened once. However, my current mental state was considered to be unstable. That nightmare haunts me again and again. I didn't know if it was a foresight or not, but I was so sure that nightmare is a magic and was also natural a cure dream. Not only do I get those screams and voices, I also saw blurry images of Ares and Aphrodite taken away by someone as I fall into a deep abyss. Someone gave me a death glare, I was stabbed, etc. I worried both Aphrodite and Ares greatly. Seeing how I suddenly bedridden and getting anxiety attacks. They didn't leave my sides even after I'm falling asleep. It was evening by the times I woke up. I got less nightmares thanks to Aphrodite's suppressing magic. But she wasn't able to use them often, which kinda weirded me out as Aphrodite is a specialist at suppressing magic. Aphrodite sleeps by my side, holding my tiny child hand in her petite soft one. Ares lie on the floor, with his back resting against my bed. Both of them have dark circles under their eyes, but they were sleeping soundly. I held Aphrodite's hand tightly, feeling so unpleased with my own self. Repeated nightmares. This isn't so natural. I have read tons of web novels and manhwa, so this definitely has something to do with the villains of my novel life. This isn't a great time to suddenly fall ill. That nightmare must have something to do with magic or foresight. I have tons of suspicious people on my villain list. Basically, the whole list is just Adeliana's villain list. The whole holy temple and church, bruh. I didn't do any legal research, but my reader's intuition is enough to tell me that those people are behind my nightmare. Is this a trap to get me to the church? I may not be a smart person, but my knowledge gaining from reading is enough for me to realize it's a cheap trick. It's a cheap trick. Huh. I'm starting to sound like my father now. Rather than sounding like a lovely strong female lead, I sounded completely no different from your typical Chinese, Korean tyrant smart male lead. Oh my god, now I just want to complain. If they're going to make them look smart and cunning, just look at anime villains and anti-heroes or actual cunning characters already. Jesus, how did past me bear to read some of those gringy novels? Same, kid. Helios, the current emperor is actually a good example for your tyrant yet cunning male lead. So, should I have a backup plan for my current situation? At nighttime, our family are on each other's throat. Basically, I want to sleep alone tonight, and Aphrodite and Ares opposed to this idea. What if you get hurt? What if you scream? What if you suddenly fell off the bed? And many more if. I succeeded in convincing them by telling them I'll run to them if I don't feel well. Seeing my stupid smile and full of self-personality back, they were less worried. They finally allowed me to sleep alone after 1 hour of convincing and 2 hours of explanation of why I can sleep myself and how I want to sleep. I stayed up all night, scribbling shitty notes in English and some in Japanese kanji, hiragana and katakana that I knew from that weeb teacher who was in training for 3 years. Weeb teacher-san, I don't know where you are and if you're actually still a loser and is married to 02, but I am grateful for your teaching. These are all my just 30, of backup plans for those villains. These are all just part of my plans, Get the reference? If you don't, then you'll disappoint the whole loser weeb community. Seeing all of those shitty and unreadable scribble, I smiled happily and crashed myself onto my soft large bed. Good night, but the sleep will be even better if I have Goju's body pillow. Again, I was falling into a deep abyss just any nights. I sighed, then crossed my arms as I waited for those same screams and voices. I waited for really long, so long, but I don't hear anything from the darkness. What the fuck? Just as I had finally prepared my mental for this, and you just rickrolled me like this? Are you serious? As I continued to float down, my feet unexpectedly touched the ground. No, It isn't a ground. It was more like a surface of water and I'm standing on it. Holy shit, I have chakra. I run around then do hand sign jutsu and shout, Shadow Chidori Jutsu, I'll stab your butthole with my 1000 endless nightmare jutsu. To prevent a copyright strike, I'll just make up my own jutsu. As I fool around, the ground beneath me glows, leading up a path to a gate. I stared at the gate and take my time to memorize the beautiful glowing water that I'm standing on. Glowing water path, some mysterious gate which might reveal something about my nightmare lol. Enough with the glowing water, I decided to stand up and walk to the gate. It was huge, not as big as my house though. Surprisingly, it was light. When I pushed the door open, I head inside with only the glowing water as my guide to somewhere I don't know to. There was no smell, no sound, no sight of anything suspicious. Just me and the endless path. No, seriously, it just stopped right here. When there weren't any path left for me to go, I stand here and wait for whatever is going to come for me. Well, isn't this the daughter of the witch? Look at how big you grow. I'm surprised you didn't die when you were a child. At that time Mary's returned home with a head. I turned around, and gasped at the sight in front of me. She that same old nanny I met when I was a baby. That old hag who told me to grow up. She still has that resting bitch face and it doesn't intensify. Who are you? I'm just gonna troll her. Your memory is bad. Must have inherited that from your mother's gene. Hey, I'm not just gonna let you insult Aphrodite like that. Respect her mother, won't you? Who gave you the right to insult my mother? Me having a bad memory is my business. Beside, your face is too ugly. How can I remember such ugly face? Who gave the audacity to decide that? A moment later, that old hag suddenly become younger. Her wrinkles disappear and her hair became black. When she became younger, she was pretty ugly if you compared her to my mum, the queen and the mistress of the magic tower equals. How can I blame her when my mom is on another level of prettiness? Who are you really? First telling me to grow up to become the villainess's daughter and now insult my mom and me. I am the author of this novel you're reincarnated in. I won't let you mess up the plot and my character. So, how was it? Anyway, you all still want this novel to get dark or comedy? Chapter 59, I'll Come Back, contains huge spoiler for domestic girlfriends anime. Manga. Read at your own risk. I swear to God that I hate that fucking ending almost to the point of dying. This old hag is actually an author. Unable to control myself, I rolled down onto the ground and released my inner clowns. Bwahahaha. The author of the novel stared at me with a look of pure concerns. I didn't stop laughing until about 15 minutes later on or so. What's so funny about knowing that I'm the author? Seeing how I finally calm my clowns down, she opens up her mouth to ask me. I mean, who wouldn't laugh? You're an author yet you don't even have an insignificant role in your own novel. Everyone would be dead due to laughter if they learn about this. I wiped my tears away, shaking my head. She seemed to realize something and flush red due to embarrassment. Why, you also don't have an important role? Don't just laugh at me. How cute. I am the daughter of the villainess and the male lead. How am I not important? Plus, my parents love each other's. Their generation is over. It's time for our generation. This isn't a drama where male lead already has a kid and suddenly love another woman. Get out. This isn't domestic girlfriend. Are you chasing me out of my own novel? The novel I wrote? Yes. Look at her. Look at her face. She looks like she's going to get a stroke anytime soon. But I am not wrong. I will slap her butt if she dares and change the ending. Time to become Eren and manipulate her. Put Kagema's face instead of Eren. Where did you get such boldness from? I bet it came from your family. She gave me the look and shook her head at whatever she's thinking inside her head. Where else would I get it from? You think I got my boldness from a cow? I asked, feeling unbelievable at what she said. Maybe, but even a cow isn't as bold as you are. Maybe a buffalo is suitable to describe your boldness. I stood up and kicked her using my small foot. We didn't know, but we've been sitting in this void dimension like a hopeless losers and argued with laughter and shouting. Dude, come to think of it, I don't know your name. Bruh, you've been sitting here and don't even know my name. Duh. We basically are a total stranger _ Oh yay. You're right, I'm Child. Genshin Impact? No. It's my legit name. What the fuck, bro? She stared at me with her eyebrow lifted at my Genshin reference. Nah, But you said your name is Child. Really? I don't have a birth certificate with me, but I can assure you my name is Child. Full name is Child Devona. Although I was assured that her name was Child, I wasn't pretty sure about the gender yet. Who knows? Maybe she's a reverse trap. Just like that, we both continue our joking and argument. The happy moments continued until there were 2 more people joining in. 2 people suddenly teleport out of nowhere with a girl who was in appearance of a little girl and that same Pope I met at the palace with my mother. The one I gave a holy middle finger for try to poke my eyes. I thought you promised me with throwing her off the cliff. We have already captured the princess and the magician's daughter, yet you haven't done anything. Excuse me? How could you say throwing me off the cliff so natural as if you're breathing? And what does kidnapping my 2 idiots mean? Child got up with a face of fear on her face. I have her here. Just because I haven't tied or knock her out doesn't mean I failed to kidnap her. Realizing what kind of situation I am placing in, I was about to run away, but then my mind was filled with my friends' stupid faces. I grabbed to see if there are anything inside my pocket dress to only find the king chess piece my parents bought for me. I don't remember carrying this thing with me. My dress back collar was grabbed by that hell Pope tightly. I tried to squirm away but was held back tightly in place. They teleport out of the void dimension and now arrived someone on the cliff where both Delafina and Serafina were tied up. Bruh, are kidnapping in reality this easy? I demand to meet Valentine's castle manager or I'll call the cops. How the hell did you went past the security? I yelled at Child. She didn't answer, only looked down with guilt written all over her face. What the hell, bro? Adele, Serafina and Delafina shouted my name. So was it also you who caused my nightmare? I glared sharply at the Pope from worse than hell. I was the one who interfered with all of your dreams. I used it in an intention to break you all, but it's so sad that you guys aren't that easy to be broken. That stupid dwarf girl pout, thinking that she's so cute when in reality, she looks no different from a bug. I'm getting salty when I'm pissed. Don't mind me, just me and my salty ass when I'm pissed. Little asshole. Serafina cursed under her breath. Alright, we can remove our obstacles now. So now, bye-bye Tilda, let's never see each other again. The 3 of us were grabbed by their henchmen as we held like a cat by their collar. I knew immediately where we are currently. It was the River of Forgotten. I never forget what Ares said about never throw me into the river. Well, he did keep his promise. He didn't throw me, the assholes from Hell Templar. So I was right about the voices inside my nightmare. It was indeed a plan from a villain, and the temple is the villain of my novel. As we look at Child's face before we were thrown off the cliff, she was lip-syncing something that the 3 of us just have different thoughts inside our minds. But I know we were thinking something the same. Fuck you and I'll see you tomorrow. Season 2 ended. Fuck. Finally. TWT. Anyway. You may be unsatisfied, but I have decided what to do next. I'll be back next week after uploading SS1 to web novel for no purpose. You want anything else aside from season 3? Some meme I make. Q&A. Q&A is basically useless because most of the time everyone asks me 1 or 2 questions only, so I was always left in disappointment. Lol. Again, to clarify, the date I'll return is 15th of March. Goodbye. I'm off to bed. Don't forget. 15th March. I'll be back. Lol. Chapter 60, Into the River of Forgotten. The 3 of reincarnated girls held hands tightly as they descended down into the river covered by fog. Adeliana makes sure to hold both of her friends' hands so that they won't be separated. The thing is, how the hell did the 2 of them also getting involved with the River of Forgotten matters too? Aren't they supposed to live happily and peacefully with the 2nd male lead and 3rd male lead family? Since she herself is the daughter of the actual male lead and the daughter of the main antagonist of the novel, of course it wouldn't be surprised. This is more than just surprised. If she got into a dangerous situation. Whatever. Now that she came here with her 2 idiots, there's no going back now. Soon, all of their including hers families will slowly forget about them, like how everyone in the main plot will forget about Bellamira. So Bellamira went missing is not a coincidence either. I'm sorry, Bella, but I still got kidnapped and got thrown into the river despite the holy ceremony haven't started yet. Once a clown will forever be a clown no matter how many times you reincarnated, unless you went through main character traumatic arc _Adeliana Ivan Valentine, professional degenerated weeb. The scent of river and unfamiliar places were getting stronger and stronger, and the sound of the current of river flowing is also getting louder and louder. Serafina, unable to withstand the coldness atmosphere, activated her magic and created a huge tree so that they can hold on when they fell into a river. A huge splash was created when they all fell into the river. Serafina and Adeliana from all the water went through inside their nostrils and mouth. As for Delafina, she was screaming for her life. "Help! I'm going to die. I can't swim. Please don't kill me." She screams so loud that it even echoed the whole area. Adeliana and Serafina stared at Delafina's two hands, holding onto the tree tightly than the two of them. "Delafina, hey, hey." Adeliana shook Delafina lightly to return her senses back. "No. Don't touch me. I know we all going to die. We all were destined to die. This is already my second lifetime, yet again I died with you too." It wasn't until then when Serafina splashed water into her face to shut Delafina up and received a slap on her head from Adeliana out of annoyance. Delafina finally shut up and regained her sense. They float to a shore surrounded by forest and fog. Because of their wet attire, the three couldn't continue to move onwards. Thanks to Serafina, they were able to dry their clothes and lit a fire. Delafina went and catch some fishes and cook them. As they sat by the fire to wait for the fishes, Adeliana started the meeting. "Alright, let's discuss each of our situation. I got nightmares some weeks before this shit happened, and I discovered the author of this damn novel is actually Tartaglia, the fat Yui in Genshin Impact aka Zonglai's wallet. Here goes mine. I passed out for a week and met the author. I beat her up and tell me to confess everything, which it didn't happen as those two weirdo pop up." Serafina toss a tree branch into the fire as she tell them her story. "Okay guys, I was inside the same situation as Adeliana and I got sick so badly that I coughed blood and then I went into coma, and that's how." "Poor you. Seem like you went through much more than us." Adeliana shook her head in pity. "I can book a therapy for you. I know a good few places for a better psychological treatment," Serafina said out of pure concern. "I don't need your pity. I am fine." Delafina slapped Serafina's hand away and crossed her arms. "Now what are we going to do? We fell down into the river of forgotten. Everyone we know will slowly have their memories erased." "Both Serafina and I would be fine, but what about you, Adele?" "Your dad is Ares and your mum is Aphrodite. Both are hell enemies in the original novel. If you were gone, all hell broke loose, okay? Now, how do we climb back?" Delafina got up and dashed to see the other foggy side of the river. "Rena is right, Ria. Your parents are the main character and the main villainess. If your mom were to be a villainess but a main character, it's alright. But this is a reverse situation. Both of her friends are right." Adeliana almost forgot about the most important part of her family. Her mother and father aren't fated to be together. It was pretty upsetting if she thinks about it logically according to the law of novel. She lowers her head down and drowns into her thought. Then again, this is Adeliana, the professional degenerated weeb we're all talking about. As a novel degenerated, there is always a solution for everything. Serafina and Delafina slowly moved away from the chuckling Adeliana, who pokes the moving ants. "Dude, should I book another therapy for Adeliana?" "Yeah mate, book one for yourself too. I know you escaped from the therapy when we were on Earth." "Yeah wait, how did you know?" "Guys, don't worry. Have you forgotten? We aren't one of the canon characters inside the novel, which mean we successfully escaped from plot armor and author." Adeliana claps her hands in excitement. She grins, almost like a Cheshire from Alice in Wonderland. Serafina and Delafina then gasped in realization. "Wait, you're right. If the author also is here with us, then she no longer have the ability to use plot armor on any of the characters now." Serafina nodded in agreement. The characters and plot has already been set, and the most powerful characters in this world isn't the main characters of the main plot. We are the one who held unlimited power. The most powerful weapon isn't the Holy Cross sword or dark magic. Delafina joined Adeliana in Cheshire smile. "That's right. The most powerful and unlimited power we have is reader's point of view." "Hold up. You might get us all a copyright strike." "Use something else similar but also different from that line." Serafina held Adeliana's shoulder with Delafina nodded in agreement. "Alright, version 2 is coming. The one and only bursting and strong power that only us have is the power of being the readers. And the power to break the original characteristics and the main plot. The power of reality." Now I just sounded like I have a grade 8 syndrome now. I agreed, that was super embarrassing. You sounded like that one gringy anime character who has a Chanabu and got ignored by the rest of the characters and the view. I should stop this, lol. It's a move that never been mentioned before by any female isekai characters. Do we have one yet, or is Adele the first one? The power of reality is always stronger than the power written by the author and will be used by Adele and her isekai gang. This outstanding novel problem requires illegal reality move beyond plot armor. Seriously, Adele, stop quotes meme. Haha, meme go brrrr. Hello. Nice to see you again after, you ... How many days has it been since I stopping posting? Anyway, I have unfortunate news for you all. I am super grateful and really appreciate your support for this stupid novel, but I have to say this. This is only chapter for this week. After the whole week of break, did I successfully rickroll you? Also, the break you gave me was for online classes actually. I had online classes and tons of works. This week, I will have tests and unfinished. I lied, I haven't started it. Essay to write, so I apologize as this will be the only chapter lol. I will publish twice a week if I can after my tests, so I only have memes about myself for you. Please don't read out or BSD on chapters I mentioned on meme if you haven't read or seen the show. Also, there is a new novel on this certain website. If you don't read your novel on legal website or Wattpad and is familiar with reading KR and CN novels, you might know this website. I found this novel about Aphrodite, but I didn't even bother to give it a chance as soon as there isn't any Aries mentioned in the summary. Sorry, Heifer Estis. But I am on Aries x Aphrodite ship. Chapter 61, Child. The author. It was decided for all of us to fight back against the plot of novel with the power of being the reader. However, the problem is we're waiting for the author to appear in the creepy foggy forest in the middle of night. I brought nothing from home aside from the crystal chess piece my parents bought for me. I gripped the cold crystal until I could feel become slippery due to sweat. I wished all of these would end quickly so I could go home before Aphrodite and Ares completely have their memories wiped. I was so naive to think that my life will go smoothly as an untouched fabric when in reality they are mortal enemies. My father is the main male lead and my mother is the villainess who pushed the female lead into the river of forgotten. If I were to disappear and moreover into a magical Karak-era river which caused everyone to lose memories related to the victim, there's no point in building up those love till now then. But then I'd love to believe in a fantasy fairy tale like in a childish shuo anime where the power of a bond defeat the destiny, fate and magic. I am mentally an adult yet I have such absurd childish hope, but is it bad to have an innocent like dream like this for once? Just anything that at least allow me to hold on, even if it's a false hope. I watched Delafina and Serafina holding hands as they sleep by resting their backs at the trees. I couldn't sleep, so all I can do is to watch the crackling fire and think to myself, thanks to the fire, I wasn't feeling cold at any moment. As I yawned out of both sleepiness and laziness, a rustle could be heard in the bush. Feeling alerted, I grabbed a stick and kicked both of my friends to wake up. Hell no will I let them while I might get pulled into hell by a demon or eaten by a beast. This isn't some action thriller anime where one dumb character doesn't wake everyone up and die alone. I ain't dying now unless Dazai asked me to do a double suicide with him. Never mind that reference. Delafina and Serafina yawned and rubbed their eyes. They gave me a look of confusion while I stood in front of them with a long cool kind of stick that I might as well use this as my imaginary staff from now on. It is rare to find such cool stick like this. What's wrong? Can't sleep. Do you want cuddles? Serafina rubs her eyes and hug me from behind. No. Not that, you idiot. The rustle getting louder, making both girls behind me fully awake. I grip the stick tightly until a crack sound ring. Snap. Ga. Kaewe. No. Michael Stick-chan, don't die. We haven't gone through training ARC yet. Why are you dying on me? There is however another Kawa beside Delafina's, and the culprit behind the rustle arrived. Child standing there with a pale face and panting. Stop sneaking around like a lizard. Yumoyuka, you almost gave us a heart attack. Son of B. Piece of S. Apologies, due to the Ma being very young. We sincerely have to censor the rainbow words so that underage kids won't know them, although there won't be any censorship after this. Here we are, sitting in circle with the death glare sending to child. She's tremble and tried her best not to make any eyes contact with us. I'm surprised. You guys sure love to curse. Child broke the silence with Serafina turns the atmosphere into a dead one. Yeah, cursing is a part of exercise. Without cursing, our lifespan might be shortened and it's more healthy to curse at someone who almost gave us all a heart attack. Ahahaha, I see. You're late. You said you'll come soon but it's been over 4 hours since you said that. I complained about the matter and looked at Child, hoping she would give me a good explanation. Well you see, it wasn't easy to escape from that temple. The holy ceremony will begin by next week and they've been pushing all kind of duties to me which I had to find people to blackmail so that I could escape. Sorry. It must have been so long since you guys are waiting. I brought some green apples for you. Lol. Child hands us a bag with green apples inside them. I didn't hesitate to grab one and bite it. Why is the author siding with some bunch of reincarnators who have destroyed the plot, you ask? Well, back to earlier, when we were falling off the cliff, Child sent a secret message by lip syncing I'll help you, so survive. Something like this, and as confused and hopeful as we are, we kindly respond fuck you and I'll see you later. As for why Child is helping us, I don't know the reason yet too. So why are you helping outsider like us, who completely twisted the plot? I still can't believe you'll save us. Delafina crossed her arms and raised her eyebrow, giving an untrusted look to Child. I wasn't planning to save you geese but being with Adele was so fun and those church dudes are nut, trying to hypnotize Bellamira and Aphrodite once again. Wait, what? What do you mean hypnotize Aphrodite and Bellamira? I stood up, feeling disbelief. I grabbed Child's shoulders and shook them. What happens? Tell me more. As I was saying, the church is trying to hypnotize the female lead and villainess by using dark magic, like how I wrote. Dark magic isn't exactly the rarest element but doesn't make it common. Let's just say in Beresford Empire have 32% out of 100% user who have dark magic, while the rest are random magic. As the author who wrote this book and create those characters, I know every single of their plans and future and past. Bellamira falling off the cliff wasn't because of Aphrodite pushing her out of jealousy. It's because she was under hypnosis. I think I remember something fishy inside the novel, so it was your writing too? Delafina asked again. That's right. The novel was never meant to complete like that. I actually wanted it to further even more. So, is there any real ending to this? No one spoke and no one answered. The ending of this novel doesn't exist to begin with. Ahahaha. Boom. I done my test and essay. Ahahaha, and I'll have another test this week. I want to cry so badly that I laugh. Anyway, this novel won't continue with the process of Adeliana growing up as it will save for side stories. I feel like it won't be interesting to watch her grow up but might be entertaining like Map or Lady Baby. But again, I don't have any intention to write after this arc is finished, but there might be a lot of side stories. 30 chapters is the longest in my opinion. But my reader's opinion come first, so, do you want to turn those side stories of when Adele grew up into one whole arc with male lead? Or do you want a short side story summary of her life growing up and meet the male lead? Of course, my two girls Delia and Sarah will be included. SK. I'll make all of my female characters best girls. Chapter 62. Slowly as they fade. Despite the creepy and unfamiliar tension and atmosphere of the forest, the four of us slept well like a rock. This is what we call invincible power of sleeping. Noble or not, as long as I'm sleepy, anywhere is fine unless it's smelly. I was the second one to wake up after Child. After waking up to not be greeted by Child's sleeping face, I got up lazily to find her unless she has planned to escape. If she does, I'm gonna bonk her. And if someone kidnapped her, I'm gonna bonk the kidnapper cause why not? I'm seeking death. Duh, just kidding. I haven't even experienced socializing with other human yet and my parents are waiting for me. I held a long wooden stick, new one, and began to quietly sing. Shinju Ultrada Wadeki Nei I Futari Nadikairu Tilda. Cultured people probably can recognize this song by just seeing or hearing the Shinju. This song has been deeply engraved into my head like a recorder already. Splash. I paused my movement upon hearing sound of water splashing. With just some thinking and calculation, I can already guess who is in the water. Oi, child. I thought bathing inside the river of forgotten will only make the memories of ones who know you forget you even faster. I came out from the bush to be greeted with a fair-skinned long-hair lady with a flat chest like cutting board, and the most shocking thing, she has pee-pee hanging out there handsomely like a keychain. I dropped my wooden stick and stood like completely petrified by the image. Child, noticing my presence, screamed like a dying rooster, waking up Mother Nature. Around a minute later, both Delafina and Serafina ran super fast as if there is a titan chasing after them. Both of their faces are pale and sweat hard. What's wrong, bro? We heard a pretty feminine male scream. Delafina and Serafina immediately seek answers. Both Child and I could only held our heads down, traumatized by what happened. Child wants to end his life because his secret is now leaked. Adeliana wants to end her life alone, this time because the author who wrote the dramatic fantasy romance novel is a trap with a small pp. When the 2D thing you dreamed and loved became real, but you realize they became reality, and reality never failed to disappoint you. Adeliana Ivan Valentine, the wise degenerated of NH website Beresford Empire, Valentine Duchy. Standing before the door of Adeliana's room, Aphrodite with a worried look on her beautiful face was showed quite obviously. She knocks on the door gently and asked Adeliana's condition. Adele, are you alright? Are you up now? She kept questioning and knocking and even tried to open the door, but it was locked many times. But all she received was silence, as if nobody is inside the room. Jamaica, the head maid dressed in her usual head maid attire, saw her mistress in front of the door, and kept knocking. Your Grace, what brings you to this quarter of the mansion? Seeing Jamaica, Aphrodite's spirit was lifted a little bit. She showed a relieved smile and ran towards Jamaica in a slow pace. Thanks God you're here. Jamaica, Adele won't just respond to me. What if something happened to her? Adele? M'lady, I apologize for my rudeness, but since when did we ever have someone by the name Adele inside the castle? If I do happen to forget, please punish me. What do you mean? Aphrodite paused for a second, then continued. Right, who goes by the name Adele? Beside, why was she even coming to this quarter? This part of the mansion has always been left untouched, yet everything around here is so clean, as if there is a master residing in this quarter. Never mind. My memories must have been too hazy. I don't feel well these days. Clean this quarter every day. I'm going to rest now. May I ask why? Do I even need to tell you why? My apologies. I shall command the maids to clean here this instant. Strange, no one lives here yet she told them to clean. Her hazy memories of a small girl and her laughing began to fade again. Who are you, little girl? She can't see her face, but she knows that the little girl was smiling and laughing at her with daisies inside her hands. Like a smoke began to subside, her memories of a certain someone and certain events were slowly began to fade like smoke. Ooh, are you prepared for some angst? So anyway, as shameless as I am, please allow me to take a break next week. Online classes are taking toll on me greatly. I need some recovery. Chapter 62, Key, Necklace, Quill. You all think I won't do this? You remember those hints from early chapters, right? I have no hope that you remember those though. Happy April Fool anyway. I hope you're doing great. Don't stress yourself. Have fun. Drink lots of water. I don't know where you live, but I'm living in a certain country in ASEAN. Not a Filipino or Indonesian though, but where I live is fucking hot. So do drink lots of them, but I don't drink it. Simp more. No worries, I also simp. Chapter 63, Key, Necklace, Quill. I was left in a huge disappointment because of Child. I knew it was already fishy by just hearing the name Child. I however, still cling on that hope foolishly because of my delusional. There, don't be upset. I know there are more waifu for you to collect. Let's just consider this as an accident. Delafina pats my back to comfort me while Serafina laughed her ass off as if what happened to me was a joke. That asshole friend. T_T. I am sorry, I didn't mean to trick you like this. Tricking doesn't matter. What matters is that you're a fucking trap. Anyway, now that you're all here, do you have something inside your pockets? Child switched the topic. Serafina gave him a weird outlook but still reached to her pocket. After a moment of searching, she pulled out a quill. Serafina stared at the beautiful white feather quill with a golden pen tip. Her eyebrow was raised in confusion. Guys, yeah? How the hell did my pocket get so deep and big? It took a moment just to find a quill. Interesting. Maybe not even science can explain the mysterious expansion of your pocket. I rubbed my chin. imitating a smart-ass character when in reality I'm just dumber than a pigeon who stole my pizza. Delafina then too reaches her hand to her dress pocket and pull out a golden necklace with a diamond heart pendant. The two items mysteriously appeared in their pockets reminded me of the crystal king chess piece my parents gifted to me when they returned from their date. Why is the quill I got from my parents on my birthday here, child? Without any explanation, I know you're already behind this. Serafina held the quill carefully to her chest. This necklace is the necklace that the royals must give to a princess. There's no doubt child is behind this. Delafina narrowed her eyes at child. Each of their items were given to them by their parents. Same goes for me. I held my chess piece tightly, thinking how are my parents doing? Have they already forgotten about me? Did further meet Bellamira the original heroine yet? Will mother become the villainess again? Thoughts ran through my little head as I can't help but worried about my parents. Yes, I am the one who slipped those items into your pockets. Without them, you won't be able to return to your home. Bellamira went through stages so that she could return back to the land. Child with his arms crossed, gave us a serious look. What kind of stages do we need to be tested to prove we are capable enough to return to our home? Delafina squeezed her eyes shut. I gave her a pat on the back with Serafina holding her hand. Despite being a strong and feisty little girl, Delafina is just a teenager who was reborn into a baby and grown up normally like us. We're at the end, just a teenager because we never through the adult life stage. Knowing how much she wanted to return home, my desperation is also burning up. How do we return to our home? I demanded an answer from child immediately. We have to go to the void dimension because that's where God reside. Remember, all of us didn't come here for no reason. Going through trials given by God. They will reveal themselves to you. Jesus, are you serious? Do we need to meet God? For real? Why God? Damn it, I will beat God up as soon as I finish their bullshit whatever trial. For the sake of home and to interrupt my dad whenever he wants to flirt mum, I shall beat God's ass, because why not? Guys, I already posted this in my profile but I can't thank you enough for 10k votes and 800 followers. I'll Be the Grand Duchess is my most accomplished work so far. So for the celebration, what do you guys want beside update? I definitely need to do something for you besides from updating. I love you guys so much. Chapter 64, Male Lead and Female Lead. Aphrodite, sitting on a rocking chair, knitting a scarf. She wasn't exactly sure why she made this. Maybe winter is almost approaching at some point. Maybe she's making this for Aries but the color scheme doesn't match a ruthless man like him. Why would a pastel pink color suit at all? Muscle man like him. She's wondering how did she even choose this color in the first place. A memory of someone she's familiar with but have no collection of them nor their face in her head. Aphrodite threw the scarf onto the chair due to frustrations. Her chest was overwhelmed by heavy emotions. Not the weight of your boob. She wanted to cry out, scream and hit something so hard to clear out her frustration. Opening the door to outside, she bumped into a hard sturdy chest of a man. Where are you going? Aries, holding her in his hands, carefully let her go as if he was afraid to break her. Somewhere far away from my room. It's making me stressed. Aphrodite tried her best to sound strong but at the end, her eyes went teary instead. Aries on the other hand, mistook it for her being stressed due to her pregnancy. He wasted no more time and picked her up. Startled by his sudden actions, Aphrodite yelped. What are you doing? Taking you outside. You said you don't want to stay inside your room because it's making you stressful, right? Aphrodite could feel her cheeks heated up. She let him carry her to the destination he wanted and rest in his chest. Surprisingly, he took her to a hill where many daisy flowers grow. They're grown in different kinds of colors. Aries put her down on the grass and let her breath of fresh air. He then sat down beside her. Out of all colors, Aphrodite picked a pink daisy. The smell of the flower wasn't strong so Aphrodite smells it and let the breeze gently play with her golden blonde hair. Aries quietly sat beside her and enjoyed the beauty before his eyes. The way she smiled so gently making it feel so tranquil. He lied down and twirled her long hair with his fingers. No one said a thing. No one does anything. They were enjoying the silence and the sound of the breeze. Adele, a name muttered out from Aries' lips. In that sudden moment, Aphrodite felt like a thunder struck her heart. Her head's getting all heavy and her vision is getting blurry. Again. A small figure of a little girl appears right before her eyes. She held 3 daisies in her hands with the pink one, red one and purple one. Her face isn't getting clearer either, and all she can hear from the child was, "Don't you think these flowers have the exact same color as our eyes?" In the next moment, she collapsed down, leaving Aries in panic. Aphrodite. Dash. It seemed like she collapsed from a shock. "She'll be alright, but please take care of the Duchess more painstakingly. It isn't good for the mother and the baby to always placed in a weak health. You don't want to put your first child in a danger, do you?" The doctor was done with examined Aphrodite. She gave some pills to Aries, but then his next word shook her. "I don't even know if the baby is actually my first child or not." She stayed silent, and it's best to kept her mouth shut about what he said, as she too wasn't sure by what he meant. The doctor didn't comment and left the room silently. It wasn't only Aphrodite who kept dreaming or seeing the girl at random places. Aries too also saw her holding the flowers. It wasn't just earlier. Sometimes, he'll saw her, sitting by the window, reading a thick historical book. Or someday, he'll see her sitting in his office, smiling at him like it was a habit of her to visit him in his office. He ran his fingers through his hair and got up from the chair. "Maybe I should go outside to clear my head." Dash. Aries let the wind hit his face as the horse kept running. He wasn't sure where he's heading to, but he just wants his mind to be cleared. Aries stopped by a huge lake to let his horse rest. He sat down by the tree and closed his eyes, hoping to get a nap. However, it didn't went as planned. Aries sensed a presence from behind, assuming it was a robber or brainless assassin. As the presence got close, he immediately stood up and grabbed their hands. The assassin turned out to be a girl with a pair of amber eyes, looking at him like she was lost. He was the one who should be lost, as the girl before him suddenly wake him up. Bellamira. Dash. Here we are. The moment is here. Aries and his original girlfriend finally met. What do you think will happen? Chapter 65, God. "Now, what's the plan?" I asked child who is sitting by the fire, having Serafina to dry his long ass hair for him. I can't believe this dude is actually someone who legit wrote a romantic fantasy drama reverse harem for girls. How many times do I to fucking tell you that we are fucking going to fucking see the God by using your fucking important items in your fucking Jesus Christ pockets? Mate, chilly. Delafina grabbed his shoulders to hold him down. Fortunately, his figure was quite petite despite being a boy. So with a little force from magic, child was held down by Delafina easily. It seemed like I'm the only one who is incapable of using magic now. I'm so jealous. Bellamira, who is now nowhere to be known or seen, never taught me a complete magic spell. I sighed and drew a poop on the ground, using random wooden stick. Why do I draw a poop? To remind myself I am stuck inside a shitty situation. Why am I being negative despite being, might be, an actual important character if my life is a novel? I want to break a fourth wall, but I don't know if my life is being written or not. How's Attack on Titan now though? Has it been completed? I'm so jealous of those people who's able to read the ending of An. Please refrain from spoiling the ending. What about Heiki? I died as soon as the last chapter released too. Damn. My life is pretty much a tragic if I think about it. What a joke. I'm referring to my life for your information. We left the forest and followed Child to find a holy temple because that's where only Child's able to teleport to a dimension where God reside. During our little, long, trip, my face was frowned the whole time without my realization. Delafina, walking beside me, might have took a notice, decided to hold my hand tightly until it grabbed my attention. What is it? Nothing. Your hands are pretty soft, so I feel very comfortable holding it. Delafina showed me a pretty energetic smile. It was weird for such smiles to rather comes from a devilish person like Delafina. I returned her hand holding and smile. She said my hand is soft, but her hand is also very soft, as expected from a princess who is loved by her whole family. She's like those female child protagonists who has a strong daddy but for Delafina, no dead mother, finally have a sister beside from brother. The family environment isn't toxic. Toxic, reminds of a certain manhwa where the MC died from her own dad's hands. Never mind. I'm gonna get myself killed for using way too many references. Why do I even care in the first place though? It's not like everyone will read what's going inside my mind anyway. Oh right. Come to think of it, you have a brother named Augustin? How is he at home? Augustine? Oh yeah, I have never gotten the chance to talk about my family a lot. My brother is a really nice person despite being a loud and lazy kid. Augustine is really kind and goofy. He's like, giving me that second male leader vibe. Wait, why are you asking me about my brother? Do you know him? How? Where? When? Oops. Me and my big mouth. I should have kept this mouth to eat steak and chicken at home instead, but I done the deed, so you know the rules and so do I, so never going back. Huh? Oh, my dad just randomly mentioned it. I paused for a second to think up of a better excuse. Then I remember my mum. With my mom, because you know how often they visited the palace. So they met your brother a few times and they just brought it up in tea time or picnic. I chuckled nervously, hoping Delafina will be convinced by what I said. Yeah, not making any sense. Delafina raised her eyebrow suspiciously. Okay, she isn't convinced by what I said. Still, I'm thankful that she doesn't push me any further and kept where it's left. Little did I know, Delafina is planning how to kidnap poor Augustine and interrogate him when she returns home. If we continue to travel for another 2 hours, we'll reach an abandoned village. They always built a temple, so stay strong. Child said in an encouraging voice, like one of those kuhai doing the never give up, senpai. How did he know? Serafina moved closer to me and received an answer from Delafina instead of me. Bruh. He's the author, for Pete's sake. Makes sense. Who's Pete, by the way? We traveled by feet for 2 hours, no 4 hours to be exact, as we have to stop midway, resting and eating lunch. By the time we arrived at the temple, it's already 4 p.m. in the evening, in front of an abandoned temple inside an abandoned village. It gave me off a creepy and eerie atmosphere. Delafina, give me your hands and your necklace. Alright. Delafina headed forward in front of a god status. She had her necklace in her left hand, held by Child's right hand. Lend me your divine magic, Child commanded. Delafina nodded her head and followed. She closed her eyes, and together with Child, a golden light surrounded them as Child chanted some Isekai spell. Blessing from heaven, gate opened with angels awaiting. With the power of necklace of map and royalty divine magic, I asked lords from above to grant me a path of visitation. How the hell did he know such spell? Oh right, he's an author. Woo, another chapter is finished. I was so embarrassed to find anime NSFW now. It feels so embarrassing. Chapter 66, Villainous and Female Protagonist. His eyes were fixated on the petite figure of the raven-hair girl. She wore a simple village girl outfit with a black hoodie over her head. Her 2 amber eyes softened as she gave him a warm smile. I'm glad I could see my old friend again, Aries, she said with a happy, yet a hint of sadness was hidden inside her happy tone. Bellamira. Aries couldn't take his eyes off Bellamira. A sudden flash of memories of him and her which he's never seen before flashed right before his eyes. In the last moment of the flashback film, he could only saw Bellamira fall into the river of forgotten, caused by Aphrodite, with panic painted all over her face. Why, Aphrodite? Aries fall down onto his eyes with pain in his eyes. Bellamira kneel by his side to help him. Calm down. Have this medicine first and take it slow. Bellamira hands him a crystal clear bottle with light blue liquid inside it. She opened the bottle and fed Aries. Bellamira patiently waited for Aries to calm down and sat there beside him. Aries said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the scenario before him. No one started anything, so Bellamira makes the first move. I know you're thinking, why would Aphrodite does that? By that, I meant, why would she push me into the river of forgotten? That was not her intention. Even if Aphrodite's heart is filled with negative emotions, that kind girl would never have the heart to do that. Another moment of silence. Bellamira did not continue with any further explanation. She knew Aries had a lot going on inside his mind. To have his friend, crush, being pushed down into the river by her friend whom he's trusted, to suddenly forgot about someone so important, and now he also forgot about his own daughter, which he's also had no ideas. Do you mean there's someone plotting a conspiracy by pinning the blames on Aphrodite? Aries suddenly spoke up. Bellamira was shook, but she then smiled. Hey, I'm glad I have a friend who isn't an idiot. Is it by any chance the Holy Temple? Aries' ruby eyes darted at Bellamira. Ho ho. Smart guy. I guess I can see where your daughter gets that smartness from now. Your daughter? Aries looks at her in confusion. Yep. Of course, obviously you would never know this because your memories are also affected by the magic of the river too. At this point, Ares stood up and grabbed Bellamira by her shoulders, then shook her lightly. Daughter, that daughter is the girl who kept appearing in both of Aphrodite and my dream, right? Are you telling me my daughter fell into the river of forgotten without my knowledge? Well, even if she were to fell in front of you, you would also have no knowledge. Bellamira shrugged her shoulders and take it as a joke. Bellamira. He cannot believe this. How could he like such a bra girl? His memories must have mixed his taste in women. He clearly gotten confused between Aphrodite and Bellamira. In his ideal women dictionary, his ideal women definitely matched Aphrodite much more than Bellamira. What kind of sin has he committed? He really need to go home and get all on four to apologize Aphrodite for getting confused over her with Bellamira. Why would such woman of elegance should be compared to this kind of idiot? Hey! I know you talk shit about me inside your mind. Bellamira shouted at him and kicked him, but Ares dodged in time. Anyway, I have already escaped from the temple. Take me in with you or else we have no way to save your daughter. Wait, tell me how I can see my daughter's figure in my dream but not yours? Ares held her shoulder from behind as Bellamira was about to left. I assumed you geese must have a magical charm to protect your memories. I have heard about this magical charm before, so I need to examine it when we get to the duchy castle. Alright, hop on my horse. We're getting home right now, Ares said as he untied the rope which tied his horse and helped Bellamira get on. Aphrodite stared outside at the thunderstorm sky. She held a cup of warm milk inside her hands, as she waited for Ares to return. She's been doing great after a good long hour of resting. Right now, she just wanted to see Ares. It will rain soon, so she hoped he could return home before that. After minutes of waiting, Aphrodite saw Ares is riding his horse with someone else behind his back too. She seems a bit shocked but carefully placed the milk on the table and went to the main hall. Downstairs, Ares tossed his cloak to Xavier and said loud enough for the people around here to hear, "She'll be our guest for a while. Prepare a room for her and send some maids to take care of her in the meantime." At the same time, Aphrodite has already arrived at the main hall. As soon as she saw Bellamira's face, the same memories flashed like how it happened on Ares now is happening on her. Knowing she won't be able to handle it, Ares rushed to her side and picked her up in a bridal carry style without forgetting to tell Bellamira to follow them. As they reached his office, Bellamira locked the door and tossed the bottle of medicine to Ares without him telling her. Ares painstakingly feed Aphrodite as slow as possible so that she won't choke. After a moment, he let her rest on his chest and hug her tightly. Bellamira felt really guilty for putting her friend's wife in such shocking situation, and she even carried a baby in her belly. It took a while for Aphrodite to calm down. She slowly opens her eyes and directly look at Bellamira, making her nervous and anxious as hell. "I'm sorry for pushing you into the river. I let my emotions takes over me. I'm sorry." Unexpectedly, Aphrodite apologized. Bellamira was taken back by her apology as she expected Aphrodite to jump on her then strangle her. "And no, it's not your fault. I know you wouldn't have a heart to do that no matter how much you hate me. The Holy Temple saw your negative aura and took that chance to use black magic to manipulate you and your feelings." "They did what?" Aphrodite suddenly stood up. "Exactly as I said." Bellamira unconsciously gulped. She knew that pregnant women are very dangerous, especially when they are angered. "I knew that shitty Holy Temple couldn't be trusted. I should have let further or me myself to burn down that hell." Ares and Bellamira glanced at each other's face, signaling each other to shut up if they still wanna eat steak and bacon. They listened to Aphrodite's raging as they prayed for her to tire out. Soon, Aphrodite sat down and blew air out. "So you take out those magical charms. I need to examine them to know where your daughter is." "Daughter?" Aphrodite expressed her surprise. Bellamira nodded, then rise from her seat to search for the magical charms. Ares held Aphrodite and hugged her tightly so that she won't get panic attack. After a minute of searching, Bellamira found a box from Ares' drawer. She took it out and opened the box. Inside was a knight chess piece and a queen chess piece. "Those chess pieces." Bellamira did not respond. She picked the queen piece and gripped it tightly, desperately searching for Adeliana's mana by projecting her own mana onto the queen piece. Why is she in that place? Chapter 67, The Void Dimension. That night inside the Valentine Castle, Bellamira wasn't certain whether should she goes back to the void dimension or not. Void dimension, or simply known as the door of life and death. Its existence was only an urban legend, but it does actually exist. When Bellamira was pushed into the river, she was one step away from Door of Death, but thanks to her divine magic power, she was sent to meet with the god in the void dimension. To return back to the land of human, Bellamira's had to pass the god test. The test was simple, but one wrong answer could lead you to be lost when trapped inside the world of void. However, the real question is, why would Adeliana and the rest of missing two girls are located inside the void dimension? With the two crystal chess pieces inside her hands, Bellamira can only sigh. Seem like she has to abandon the holy ceremony for now. Even if it will reveal that she has already escaped, Bellamira would choose to save the important figure of her friend's life over herself any day. With that being said, that night later on, Bellamira went to visit both couple to let them help her cover up her disappearance. Aphrodite grabs both of Bellamira's hands tightly and press her forehead against hers. We won't fail you, but please return back safely with our daughter. Bellamira tightly gripped Aphrodite's hands. With a smile on her face, she made a promise with Aphrodite and Ares with absolute determination. I swear on my name as the Saintess of Beresford Empire to return safely with your daughter and our friends' families. The chess pieces they entrusted her with was an embodiment of their oath. Bellamira left the castle silently and teleports to get inside the temple's sacred praying hall. The bright blue moonlight simmering from the sky over the glass window above her head lit up the whole room. Blue moon midnight is the perfect night for her to commence this ceremony. Haha, seem like she'll be meeting with that god again. Haha, she hates him. Gripping the two crystal chess pieces to her heart, Bellamira chanted the spell. Blessing from heaven, gate opened with angels awaiting. By the power of bond and fate and divine magic, I asked lords from above to grant me a path of visitation. This is Kringy. She can't believe the fake spell from the book she used to learn as a kid actually worked. The room lit up a blue light with butterflies and feather fell down out of nowhere. This entrance is two-staged. Remove the feather and butterflies effect. Bellamira closed her eyes, waiting for the magic to teleport her to void dimension. Bellamira later disappeared, leaving only 2 or 3 butterflies roaming around with feathers lying on the floor. Meanwhile, back into the void dimension where the 4 people had already teleported to. The 4 were running for their life. Is this supposed to be a joke? Why are there giant gillums chasing us? Delafina ripped her long dress skirt to shorten it, then continued to run even faster. I don't know. I never wrote anything about this stupid gillums thing. I can't find a way to counter it, child. The lead one among the runners screamed and yelled to the 3 girls. Hypnosis magic doesn't work on them either. Don't we need to find another way to destroy it? We should look for a way. They seemingly seem to be overprotective over their heads. Maybe the main core of them is in their heads. But how do we get them? Adeliana ran her fingers through her hair and mess it up. Serafina didn't mention nor speaking. She only ran after them, and after hearing what Adeliana said, a light bulb was formed. She taps on Adeliana's shoulder and gives her a thumb up. Hey, you're actually being subconsciously smart. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Because I feel like you've been doing that both. Serafina stopped her track and yelled to them. We can't run forever. Adeliana is right. Delafina, stay back. You are our main pillar of this team. Child, you know tons of magic spell, right? Accompany Adeliana, casting spell to distract them. I'll do something to get to their heads. Roger that. Even if the order and plan were rushed, they seemed to understand this oblivious aim of this plan. Delafina stepped back further away from the field to observe them all to make sure she can be there to support if they meet a wall they can't climb. Adeliana, I know you're smart, so copy whatever I said and concentrate on your mana. I gotcha. With Child as the front lead and teacher, Adeliana was able to copy every single spell as he chanted. They were able to distract the gillums with ease. Delafina would cast a barrier or send them more mana if she sensed their magic weakened. Serafina observed from above with a floating magic. She flew around for a bit and see the red giant crystal attached inside their heads. She smirked at the simpleton area of where they hid their core as she cast a huge range of magic circle. Blessing from heaven, with all my magic and mana I shall offer to you. Return my favor and destroy my enemies before my eyes. Ice element, spell 706. The rage of winter spirit. The whole magic circle rain giant pieces of sharp ice as they ruthlessly pierce through the skull of earth golems. Child grabbed Adeliana and teleport out of the magic range with disbelief. This is just the peak of the power of the strongest wizard of Beresford Empire's daughter. My period is killing me. T_T rip. Chapter 68, Bellamira. Dear father and mother, are you doing well? You may or may not remember me, but the percentage of may not is higher. As you cannot see, your daughter had fallen into this magical river that can erase every single memory of the victim from everyone's head. I met my friends and the author of the novel I Still Miss You till these days. I thought the author was a girl, but turn out, it's even better than I expected. He's a trap, and now he's a good friend of mine despite only meeting each other for a short period. Currently, your daughter and her gang are having a super duper fun time running away from those cupids. Who shoot deadly arrows. Sniffle. Why does my life has to turn out into something like this? I was supposed to have fun times with my parents at our home, but alas, gods who exist inside this world is an asshole. Because they are an asshole, therefore, I shall thrust a sharp stick up into their butt for ruining humanity's happiness. God create humanity and universe but also destroy them. Dogshit. After creating this universe and humanity, they should be staying as a dummy and watch humanity destroy the universe instead. Alas, what can I do to destroy God world? I really wanted the code cheat now. Why would they give the good stuff to some girls who only use it for creating harem and chose one, then left all to be heartbroken? TSK. Meanwhile, good cough cough people like me and others have nothing. At least boost my luck. Instead, they fucking increase my misfortune after my luckiness arrived. Back to reality. The four of us are desperately trying to get away from those stupid flying cupids with stupid halo on their heads, shooting magical fucking deadly arrows. Because the arrows also contained magic and a very powerful one. Weird hard time. Even Child was left in distress alongside with Serafina. What should we do? The only genius in magic are Child and Serafina. Delafina and I are but a supporter. We can't do nothing beside from healing and add a few extra spell. What should we do? Come on. Think, Adele, think. You are forsake the daughter of a male lead and a villainess. They are the most powerful beings in this novel. The author is completely useless in my opinion. He can't do nothing either now that his plot is completely ruined. We ended up hiding by using a magic spell. This should confuse and drive those cupids away for a while. All of us sat down in circle and said nothing. I ran fingers through my hair, hoping to find something in my memories that could help all of us. The amount of pressure, too many thoughts ran in my head and stress I put on myself caused a blood to run out from my nostril. Adele/Ria. The three of my friends shout at the same time. Delafina was the quick one to carefully wipe my nose with a clean handkerchief that I have no idea she had it with her. Serafina used healing magic on me and Child hugs me tightly, trembling. I look up to see why would Child trembling so much to be faced with his two dark eyes getting all teary. His nose and cheeks flushed red as he hugged me even tighter. Is he that worried? I weakly wrap my arm around his and smile at him. Despite putting up a strong, stubborn and feisty facade, he's so fragile. Why you're hurt? It's because of me. I should have dealt with this by myself. Sob, if only I kept everyone in that, sob, forest first and, sob, face the god by myself, sob, maybe you all wouldn't have gone through hard time, sob, if only I drop my pencil and throw away the idea of writing, sob, in the first place. He stuttered while trying to speak and kept interrupted by panting and sobbing. No matter how much you look at it, he would be at least only 15 years old. He first met me, telling all of sorts of terrible things at my face when I was a baby. And now look at him, all crying and guilty for dragging us with him. I forced myself to get up even though I was both physically and mentally exhausted. I hug him and pat his head. SHH, we all gonna get out from this hell together. No matter what happens, we get out of this together. That's right. Don't feel guilty, you're making me cry too. Delafina jumps on us and hugs us both with Serafina lightly patting our heads. Kids, watch out! A loud shouted to us from afar, warning us. I look up at the void space to be greeted by rain of arrows. Serafina, being the quickest, immediately activate a fire spell and destroy the arrows. She fell down on her knees, panting. It seemed like she used her mana quite a lot. I look to see who is it to be greeted with another unexpected guest who is none other than my mentor, Bellamira. Be Bellamira. I got up and ran to her, hugging her tightly in my arms to confirm she's real. Adele. Finally, the arc will reach the end soon. I finally be able to finish it by this year. Chapter 69. God of Dimension. Oh yeah, one of my favorite number. Bellamira took us far away from the unsafe location. She checks all of us to see if we have any injury, but fortunately, no one was injured. I hugged Bellamira as tight as I could. The light smell of flora and fragrance of soap hit my nose. It was truly a scent I haven't smelled in the longest time. Adele, do you miss me that much? She stroked my blonde hair softly and asked me in a gentle tone. I nodded my head as hard as I could. All right, you can take your bonding time later. Please take us home now, won't you? Serafina sighed and crossed her arms. I take a look at her and blow raspberries at her while giggling like a lunatic I am. You're just being jealous, Seraph. Child chuckles slightly at Serafina. He received a middle finger from Serafina afterwards. Shut your mouth, and don't give me weird nickname, she said as she pushed his giggling face away from her as far as possible. Delafina and I laughed at them. Bellamira joined, but then she got up. We don't have much time left. The portal to the Empire will be close again soon if we don't hurry. Let's move. We followed us and run after her as she led us to the portal area where she opened. The Cupids and the Gillums were still chasing us, but with magic, we were able to distract them for some few moments. The Gillums were the biggest obstacle for us since their rock bodies were immune to magic attacks. So to buy time and reserve strength for later, we didn't attack them and dodge most of their attack. The rain of arrows were blocked thanks to Bellamira's insanely powerful magic shield, which is similar to an rebounds per game skill. Once we ran under a tunnel, no more attack were launched on us. We should be able to reach to the opening portal after we get out of this portal. Bellamira pointed at the light shine at the end of the tunnel. We follow from behind with no delaying. Once we reach the end of the tunnel, I smiled hopefully, expecting to return home as soon as I step out from this dark tunnel with no light. However, Bellamira lifts her left arm, signaling us to not step forward. We stopped like she wanted. I moved to the left and stepped forward right behind Bellamira and took a sneak peek outside. How have you been, Bellamira? It's been almost 2 years now since you've escaped from me. Welcome back. Shall we go home? A mellow voice pleasant to hear made my curiosity rise. I moved my head to the right even more and felt like my eyes have been blessed with an angel's magic. The man before us stood tall, which can seem to tower even Bellamira too. His long white hair gracefully flutter with the non-existent wind. No sponsor by any hair product, but I do hope Dove sponsor us since their hair products smell really damn incredible. What really caught my 2 pink eyes was his face. I have no words using to describe this man before us. Beauty. His beauty would even won a world beauty champion. Dark purple eyes glittering like an amethyst shone brightly. His lips were naturally pinker than any lipstick, but lipstick is chemical. Please note that Lumbao. No mistake in the Lumbao. He was like the god of beauty himself. Let me guess. His name is Adonis, right? Adonis. Bellamira muttered under her breath. Checkmate. I did get it right. I glance at child, demanding answer of this Adonis's identity. And let me guess again. He must be the god of void dimension. He's the god of this world. I mean, one of the god. Child whispered to me in a low tone. Damn, sometime. My genius is almost frightening. I took my time to let my eyes savor his beauty. He seemed to notice that my eyes were entirely focusing on him without blinking. She must be the daughter of Aphrodite and Ares' incarnation. The others must also be the daughters of Helios and Cronus incarnation. He smirked, then disappear and reappear by us 3 side. He grabs my chin from behind and caress it. Yuck. Is it possible for someone to call 911 on this man? Incarnation? Now what is this story genre again? Pink eyes glittering as if glitter were poured into her eyes along with the dust of jewel. Even if Aphrodite's eyes weren't pink, yet your look is no different. Sister killed her own husband and ironically, she married to him again after their reincarnation. Sister? So, Aphrodite and Ares were also reincarnated. Looking at child, he doesn't seem to have no idea about this matter too. So which mean this is my uncle? Does that mean we related something? I asked him, staring at his icon face. He smiles at me with no exact meaning behind it. Sort of, even though Aphrodite is reincarnated, she is still my elder sister. Ah, so he is inside the elf category. AKA Uncle I'd love to frog. So does that mean Aphrodite is also the mother titan who created the river of forgotten? Right. How does it feel when you fell into the river with magic to erase the memory of you inside everyone's heads? How do I feel? Nothing. Ulmo dash. Writing on laptop is troublesome, but I managed it. Anyway, today is the episode 69 of Author's Rant. I would like to say, Dilf Toji Fushiguro. Happy birthday. Fuck, it's been 10 days now and I only remember thanks to my reader who commented down in Adele's BD chapter, reference to chapter May 05th. Anyway, happy birthday Adeliana Ivan Valentine. You're maybe a fictional character to other but to me and the people in your world, you are our pride and joy. Happy birthday little one, life is tough but as your mama, I know you'll be the most happiest person ever. Thank you for your support very much. It's actually been 10 days and due to many things happening in my life, I totally forgot about my little one birthday. The current arc finally reached its conclusion, and next week, I won't be able to update. Again, sigh. Fuck online classes, all my homies hate online classes, I'm on midterm, and 2 essays to write left. Again, I'm not so sure about writing romance since the purpose of this story is about 3 girls finding happiness and warmth of their families. I never intend to write romance. Surely, there is romance interest but maybe I'll conclude small hint of romance and love interest in the extras but I won't write them all. The real romancer here in this story are Ares and Aphrodite. Maybe they are more of the lovers than the main protagonist and her love interest. I'll try my hardest to end the story without any regrets so that you guys will also feel how Adele and the rest of the characters will feel and so that you guys won't regret reading and follow Adele in her journey to return home and reunite with her family. Writing this story is a bit hard since I have to put more effort in emotion and empathy is pretty important. I felt really emphatic with all characters. Well, I do feel empathy with all my characters in all my books. I really hate Korean novels when they don't have a mom and it was the trigger to make me wrote this story XD. Having a hot dad is fine but having a MILF who constantly dotes on you is even better. I have no shame admitting I'm into MILF, DILF, ALF, AILF, auntie I'd love to frick. I mean, just look at Toji from JJK and you'll understand that I even go as far as watching the anime just to watch Toji getting animated next season. Again, happy birthday to Adele, one of the best girl I have ever written. Thanks to her, I'm able to meet new people and read funny comments from you guys. Chapter 70, Unravel. No Tokyo Ghoul pun intended but Oshiatio. Well, this talking dickhead is actually my uncle. Distant uncle now that my mother is no longer the Aphrodite who is the sister of Adonis. I don't give much crap about him. Handsome or not. My top priority is returning home. The river was created by Aphrodite when she was one of the divine figure but now Aphrodite is simply but a duchess and the mother of a reincarnated girl. The past is in the past. No one can change that fact. Whether you're at fault or not, the deed has already been done. So? That was what Aphrodite the goddess did. Not Aphrodite Roland Valentine. She's no longer the goddess with burden on her shoulders. She is now my mother and the wife of Ares Ivan Valentine. Yeah, maybe Ares did cheat on her in the past but considering how Aphrodite originally was in the novel, clingy and obsessive, I'm not surprised he cheated. But hey, cheating isn't great. At least, have a divorce before Lalo after women. The 679 meaningful quote by Adeliana Ivan Valentine has been recorded again. Ha 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 ha. You're talking like you knew Aphrodite way too well. Adonis gave me a sly look while I returned him with a I don't give a fuck look. Don't play dumb. You're a whole fucking god so I know you have something to do behind our reincarnation. Serafina steps forward with her hand gripping on my shoulder. Ah yes. It was obvious. He's a god so I'm sure he knew what is going on with us. I have nothing to do with your reincarnation. Why don't you ask her? Artemis, won't you wanna give the kids a good explanation? Adonis laughed off slightly behind his long white sleeve as his eyes went straight to Bellamira's direction. Bellamira's face was painted with mixed emotions. Sweat trails down her forehead to her cheeks. Amber eyes darted left to right. For God's sake, why must everybody's names started with A? There are many Greek gods figures out there so why Artemis? Why Abe again? Bellamira, would you care to explain? Delafina stared right into Bellamira's amber eyes with questions and confusion. Fill those two ocean eyes. That's right. I was the one who brought you 3 girls into this world. My name isn't Bellamira either, it's actually Artemis. Bellamira sighed and looked down to the ground. I'm Artemis, goddess of hunting. I am one of the people who is responsible for your reincarnation. Bellamira looked up, and finally faced us. Her black hair drained down like water, unraveled a pure silver color beneath it. However, her amber eyes remained. Explain. Serafina crossed her arms, demanding an immediate explanation. This reincarnation project was brought up by the king of God, Zeus. Since we never brought human from another dimension before and the dimension you 4 used to reside wasn't balancing, His Majesty brought this project up. Instead of Bellamira, Adonis head out to explain. Artemis grabs his sleeve and looks away. The look of guilty from an adult when she failed to properly handling her responsibility. Earth? Child questioned this time. That's right. Originally, Earth wasn't even your home. When you 4 were a ghost and was going to send to reincarnated to the current dimension. However, Hades accidentally placed your soul name tags in the Earth category, thus sending you 4 to Earth created an imbalanced scale. Adonis continued the further explanation. It was hard to find your souls since each of your souls are quite special. So we sent divine servants everywhere on Earth to search for you. Luckily, Artemis' servant found you in this country called Sinada. It's Canada for your information. I corrected him, only receiving a cough back. So when we found out that you were staying Canada, we thought of immediately killing you to brought your souls back. However, the thought was thrown away when your time of living was running out. Wait. So you mean we were destined to die during the fight on the rooftop? I will slap the god of fate if they do written my death to turn out this way. No. The Moira sisters couldn't do anything to you since you're writing your own fate. Those who can only write their own fate are someone with extreme magical luck and gods, goddesses. Then why do we have to die so young? Your mortal bodies on Earth couldn't handle the mana and magic which is stored inside your souls. So your mana consumed the shield which is your bodies. Then your clock of death were ticking really fast, signaling your close of death. Even if you didn't die from falling off the rooftop, you would either die from slipping off the stairs or getting hit by truck. So Artemis' servant, the old woman you met in the antique shop near your school, gave you the king chess piece, necklace and quill pen for you to look, which in reality is actually capturing the core of your soul. When you die and become a ghost, the core of your soul has to be implanted into your main soul so that you can reincarnate it again. When your core of soul is destroyed, you either become as ghost or lucky enough to become a god's servant. And Artemis was the one who sent your souls to reincarnated to the world you currently living. The long explanation goes even further, almost making me questioning whether this is actually a novel world or not. Wait, what about this world? I am the author who wrote and created this story. Child demands another explanation. The novel? Indeed, you're the creator of this world. However, the world you've written cannot be simply ruled under by your authority as an author. Your previous identity inside this novel world you created before child was the greatest sage who battled among gods, thus becoming the most powerful magician. With your power, you created empires and countries, and to my guessing, the inspiration for you to write a novel came from the memories of your past life as the greatest sage you've seen through your dream. Then what about the characters? I only thought up of those names because I was a Greek mythology otaku. Child slaps his hand over his mouth and avert his eyes from us. He must have had a bad memories with exposing himself as a Greek mythology NEET. I pat his shoulder to assure him no one gonna judge him for that. A pure coincidence, I would say. Like the 3 girls, your fate were also written by your own self. And you might be wondering if Bellamira is Artemis and knew that this is a novel world, then would she become Bellamira? It might have been because of the oath between Artemis and you from the previous life. Artemis was also one of the many gods who challenged the greatest sage. So in return of her defeat, Artemis has to reincarnated along with Ares, Aphrodite and the rest of the gods. But the rest of gods have different reason why they reincarnated. Unlike Missy Artemis over here. Eat shit, Adonis. Bellamira, Artemis, glared at Adonis with rage burning inside those amber eyes. Well, I apologize. I don't eat shit as a food. Eat rock instead then. You son of a pussy. That was not very elegant of you. We 4 have to witness too, adults. Gods fought each other's like dog and cat, with a smug dog and a raging cat. Then how come the storyline changed? And how do I not reincarnated normally like them? Once again, child asked for another detailed explanation. The storyline you wrote in a nutshell is a fan fiction, while the current present you live every day is canon in a nutshell. What? Yes, the novel you wrote is a fan fiction of this world. That events which happened inside the novel doesn't exist, but the present is the actual canon. The only thing that is canon inside your novel is about the god trio and Aphrodite with Artemis's past. The rest are fan fiction. For your reincarnation, it's not something Hades or Thanatos can do, since your soul is the soul of the greatest sage and it's untouchable. Even Zeus can do nothing. So it's up to you whether you wanted to reincarnated or not. I'd say come with us to God realm. His Majesty will grant you a god title. Adonis gave his advice seriously. Child ran his fingers through his hair while looking at the ground. I stared at his back, awaiting for his answer, but nothing came. Finally, Child ran to me and hugged me tightly. I'll go with Adonis. You three return to Beresford. I'll see you three again when the thing calmed down. The time with you three is really fun. I never have that much fun with people my age. That much. So you're telling me you'll become a god? I pushed him away to make his eyes met mine. There were no answer came from him. Nothing but silent. Only a small smile was shown on his face. It was unreadable, but for some reason, I can feel the sadness from his smile. Tears streaming down subconsciously as I gave him a smile back. I will go to the temple and the mess shit around if I don't see you again. P promise me you'll see me again. I promised. Welcome to the Pineapple Pizza Gang, Tartaglia. Gross. Don't compare me to Zonglai's unlimited cash wallet. I'll see you again, child. Yeah, see you when you see me. Serafina. My palace will always welcome you. Don't forget to offer me tons of luxury cakes and tea, Delafina. I'll take you to the hill where daisy grow when we meet again, child. Yeah, I'll tell you all about the constellation when we have a stargazing picnic over there. Adele. A light chuckle leave my mouth at his statement. Maybe he will visit me real quick after the conclusion. I'll wait for him. Our meeting was short, yet I remembered every single of our memories we make together. Shall we return to the Beresford? I grabbed Bellamira's cloak while staring at Child standing beside the tall Adonis. This is a farewell for us. But that farewell won't be eternal as long as we kept our promise. Mom, Dad, I'm coming home. Finally. For those of you who think Child is Adeliana's love interest, please bonk yourself. Child will never gonna be Adeliana's love interest. You'll see why in next chapter. Also, I'm happy this story finally reach its conclusion soon. This chapter is kinda rushed, I swear, but I hope some details explained you well. I'll reply to you if something is missing. Chapter 71, Home is Calling. TTB-. It was a sad farewell. However, we must move on. Since this won't be the final farewell, I shouldn't shed my tear and show my sadness. I grabbed Bellamira's sleeve, Artemis, and tried my hardest to keep a strong look on my face. If I'm going to return home, then at least I should have a strong yet excited look on my face, since I'll be meeting my parents soon. The mysterious behind my reincarnation doesn't even surprise or budge me even a little bit. Somehow, I lack emphatic thoughts on it. One thing I'm happy about this reincarnation is that I was able to meet my parents, my nannies and my friends again. Well, the adventure of Adeliana Ivan Valentine doesn't stop here. I still have a very bright future ahead. There won't be plot of the novel to ruin or interrupt my long term of slice of life everyday life. My left and right hand is held up and placed in the hands of Delafina and Serafina. They gave me a smile which is so warm and even I could feel my heart moves a little. Our little novel reincarnation adventures won't be stop here. Let's look forward to become the idiotic trio. Delafina grinned and laughed it off. Yeah, let's work hard to become the idiotic trio of the Beresford Empire. Serafina unusually said loudly. It was super unusual, but I'm not complaining. We must become the well-known idiotic trio again. We even reincarnated into another world, so that's mean idiotic trio is well and alive. I nodded in an agreement and together, we all laughed. Bellamira watched the heartwarming scene from the side as she cast the portal open. Are you guys ready to meet your parents again? Hell yeah. And so together, us four left the void dimension and returned to Beresford Empire. Home is calling. The sounds of fanfare rung up the whole empire. The parade of people dressed in white uniforms marched forward with no hint of imperfection. They're no different from how the military walks. Colorful confetti were thrown up into the air as they fall down like rain. Everyone was so exhilarated. Meanwhile, those who have to clean can only frown, upset with the fact they have to clean those confetti later. Ares, dressed neatly in a formal white military suit, his left hand held Aphrodite's right as he gently escorted her off a carriage. Today, Aphrodite's dress was even more formal and tranquil than any other days. Platinum blonde hair was tied in a bun with Eastern hair accessories pinned in her hair. She wore a long-sleeve white dress with transparent white fabric cover from her collar to neck. Cream color ribbon hang around her waist as they slide down to side by side. She didn't wear a heel today, just simply a pair of cream color shoes. The elegant and mature aura surrounding them attracted the noble who were also attending the ceremony. They're whispering like fish sellers inside a busty market. On why would the Valentines attend the holy ceremony? Ares escort her to a seat beside Rhea and her husband, Cronus. The queen and the emperor and the rest of their children dressed in white and gold soon arrived. Like any other aristocrats inside the huge hall, Ares and Aphrodite also stood up and sit down until the emperor raised his hand. Helios sat on his throne with Perseus beside him, the mysterious Cheshire smirk always worn on his face. Soon, another fanfare sound rung, signaling the head priest is coming. He heads inside the hall with the saintess beside him. He cursed mentally at Bellamira for mysteriously escaped the underground dungeon he kept her. It was his goal to expose Aphrodite and let Ares reunite with Bellamira, but that girl just have to ruin it all. Without Ares' incredible military power, how can he go against the emperor? With 3 powerful men in love with Bellamira, he was sure to be powerful as long as Bellamira was dancing on his palm. But now that dream shattered loudly than a glass breaking. He heads up to the front of the hall with goddesses and gods statues where he can face all the people including the royals when he turn around. This year again, I am very grateful for your. Before he could even finish his sentence, a portal was opened from above in the middle of the hallway. Later on, 3 kids and 1 adult jump out and Delphina decided to debut on the stage first. I, the youngest princess of Beresford Empire, Delphina Eros Peregrine, demands that the priest must be executed for his treason and attempted assassination. Oh dear, what's happening? Her face doesn't look familiar at all. But I'm sure there was a 4th child inside the royals. The ghost princess? Is that her? How come we've only remembered her till now? What treason and assassination? Why, you don't have the right to do that. I don't even committed all those crimes. How could you accuse, fake princess? The priest sweats hard, but he was sure when the people calm down later, they'll also believe she is a fake princess. Isn't my eyes and appearance enough evidence for that? This pair of deep blue eyes are what I got from my father. I can prove it to you with my magic and mana too. No people possessed pure divine magic gifted from God after all. Only the royals of Beresford do. Delphina held both of her hands and concentrate on her mana as she released a burst of her divine magic. Her body was surrounded in a warm yellow light as fairy-like figures fly out and dance around, creating golden magic dust as they heal and regained many people's strength and energy. It wasn't just the people inside the hall. The fairies fly outside and sprinkle their magic dust on civilians outside. Mama. Look. Fairies. I can feel my energy returning. Weird. My cramp suddenly disappears. I can move my broken leg. I can't feel any pain anymore. The people outside roar loudly as they cheer in happiness. The priest steps back as he panted nervously. As a citizen of Beresford Empire and the daughter of Master of Magic Tower, I can legally sue you for kidnapping attempts. Head priest Seraphina only gave him a chill smile. And as the daughter of the Archduke, I hope you know the consequences of throwing me into the river of forgotten and kidnapping too. At last, Adeliana smirked at his pathetic state. You kids are crazy. Proclaimed to be the daughters of 3 respected men. No wait. Don't rush matters, head priest. Aphrodite stood up from her seat and walks to where Adeliana is. Adeliana raised her head up to be faced with her mother's straight face. Her heart couldn't contain it anymore. Mommy. Tears burst out uncontrollably. How can she help it? Her mother finally is in front of her. She was away from her mother way too long. At the same time, as soon as Aphrodite saw Adele's cries, she too couldn't keep it. After countless of dreams and thinking, The person inside her dream and those memories were all finally clear up. She rushed down to hug Adele's small figure as tears continued to stream down. She doesn't care whether this is front of the rest of the noble. Her daughter is way more important than her little pride and reputation. Persis and Rhea rushed to their daughters' side and both little girls ran to their mothers. Delafina was definitely crying, but Serafina held it so hard that no one could notice her tears. Delia, the three royals' siblings, ran to their mother with a face of relief and anxiety. Ha, no wonder why things were off inside the palace. It's because my daughter disappeared and not even a single soul remembered, including me. Head priest, what do you think? Helios kept his smile, but his eyes weren't matching that smile. Your Majesty, please wait. Don't you see that woman? Don't you know her from somewhere? The head priest points his finger to Bellamira as all eyes went on her. Bellamira, ha ha, so even Bellamira was even one of your victims. First you threw Bellamira and years later, you threw my daughter into the river. You committed a huge crime this time, head priest. Helios chuckled and his eyes met Ares. Nodding his head, Ares shouted to his guards outside to arrest head priest. I'll be deciding your crime. Your Majesty, please allow me to punish this criminal for his treason. Cronus said calmly. I'll be leaving the job to you, Master of the Magic Tower. Please wait. No, Your Majesty. Please listen to me. Please, I'm begging you. His voice faded as he was dragged away. Today is a rather shocking event. The previous saintess who is gone now have returned with my daughter and two important figures' daughters. I shall dismiss today's event. The celebration will be postponed. Now, there are some private matters for us to deal. Guards, escort the guests. The once crowded hall is now nothing but an empty space. The three families completely reunited at once with the presence of Bellamira. Ha, now that everything has been dealt with, I can breathe without any suffocation. Bellamira took a deep breath and exhale. I'm shook. Your sudden return still feel like a dream to me. Rhea mumbles under her breath. Right. The outstanding student with light magic became the saintess now is becoming more than reality. Persis smiles softly. I can't thank you enough for returning Adele to us. Bellamira. Aphrodite thanks her while still sobbing. Shall we this discussion somewhere else? Helios smiles with still sobbing Delafina in his arms. Cronus nodded his head. His daughter is hugging him tightly. He's overwhelmed with happiness and relief. The pair of father-daughter pair can only tremble in each other's embrace. For Ares and Adeliana, he kept whispering to her how much he misses, worried and happy how her return. I miss you a lot, Daddy. I miss you more. That morning was filled with crying and laughing. Kinda feel dry, but I'm happy for them. I can't imagine how happy those three mothers are when their daughters return. A mother's heart is bigger than you think. I should try and read this book no matter how much I cringe. TT. Conclusion is next week. Then side stories of each couples and their friendship with Bellamira, who is also known as Artemis. First side stories, How I Meet Your Mother, Father, 3 series. Second side stories, Valentine Family, The Aftermath. Third side stories, The Growth of Idiotic Trio, Sarah Liadl, previously known as Rare Rises, Rena Iris Rias. And the last one is the AU of this book. The modern AU of I'll Be the Grand Duchess. It won't be a side stories but more of a one-shot of what do they do in AU. This will be published first. Also, I want to do a Q&A so badly. TT. Can you guys drop some questions, more than one? For me, I want to experience what it's like to do an Q&A. So don't be hesitate. You can ask me more than once. I want you guys to know me even better lol. For example, question like, where are you from? Or what is your favorite hentai? I'll answer all. Or what anime do you recommend? Stuff like that. See ya. And I hope you will fulfill my request to do a Q&A too. Chapter 72. The Happy Aftermath. The intro to this chapter with that title doesn't seem to match so well. The execution for the priest was decided. He was sentenced to death by drinking sulfuric acid inside the dungeon. For what happened to him afterwards, my parents didn't mention anything to me. Although I clearly knew very well about him. The cries of joy and shouting from everyone inside the castle upon seeing my arrival was so loud that even my heart was moved. I missed everyone as much as they miss me. They only have their memories returned recently, yet when they see me within only a few minutes, they already feel like they've known me forever already. Yvonne and Margaret, including Jamaica, all ran up to me and hugged me in their arms. No longer care about our status. Not that I care either. Jacob, Connor and Finney stand still as their eyes filled with emotions. Xavier can only wipe his tears with his handkerchief as he hugs his wife. That night inside the Duchy Castle, we threw a party to celebrate my return. Everyone is eating, everyone is drinking, everyone is drunk, everyone is celebrating, and everyone is singing. Connor lifts his beer up into the air and starts singing with Finney and the rest of the knights, grabbing music instruments from nowhere. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the one that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. The song they were singing almost made me cry in front of everyone. The song that was from Earth also existed in this world. I can't help but sing along to the melody and lyric. Midnight came and I was dragged to bed by none other than my parents. That night, I sleep on their bed with them. The night we once used to sleep together. Instead of telling me more fairy tale, they told me how much they missed me, how frustrated they were when I came into their dreams, leaving nothing but my silhouette, singing and laughing. I began to tell them back of how much I longed to see them and home. We ended the stories when we were about to go asleep. That night, when I was about to doze off, they whisper something to me. Soon, you'll be a sister. Are you happy with a little sibling? I said nothing but smile while half asleep. Being an elder sister doesn't sound so bad. Month after month pass. My freedom after that incident were getting smaller and smaller, but nevertheless, I was still allowed to meet my friends. Serafina and Ezekiel already entered the academy before us. Despite being young, Serafina was still accepted into the school. Whoops. I didn't make friend with the crown prince though, but we get along quite well after bumping into each other inside the palace. Delafina already began her sword lessons alongside with Princess Sophiana and Augustine. Her divine magic was already on the same par with Elio's. In the future, maybe she'll surpass her father. As for me, I still practice my magic alone with the help from magic books Augustine and Serafina got me. We weren't able to see Serafina much, but occasionally, she'll visit us. As for my family, we're gonna get new members soon. More surprising news is that Margaret and Jacob are getting married soon. Connor is getting engaged to Jamaica. Finney is going to become a captain of a night division soon. While Yvonne is married to the son of Count Haybob. But I'm still wondering, how the hell did she meet with him? Did I miss too much events during the time I went missing? But if everyone is happy, so am I. Everything is peaceful and perfect. I no longer worry about the novel plot that will break my parents and family apart. Even if the plot existed, it won't beat my existence and my friends. After all, once an outsider step into the world of novel, the plot will bound to break apart. I sneak past the guards who are in an intense training ground where they were busy with swinging swords and practicing their secret moves with Finney as their trainer. Since I wore a short skirt, nothing could ever stop me from running. Bwahahaha. I ran up to the hill where many type of wildflowers are blooming. It's nearly winter yet the flowers are still blooming. Good for them to be so strong like this. No one even take care of them yet. They managed to bloom so beautifully like this. Bellamira stood by the willow tree, growing on the hill as she waved her small hand to me. A smile popped up on my face as I ran harder to reach where she is. Bella. I jumped to her as she lifts me and swung me around like I am a bag of potatoes. Geez, I haven't seen you in a while, but seem like you have grown up. Of course I am. I'm going to be big in the future. Ha 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 ha. Big as a Dumbo. I'll slap you. We hang around like this for a while before Bellamira took out something from her cloak, and that was my king chess piece. I thought I've lost it when we went to the void dimension. I happily take it from her palms as I wipe the dirt from the crystal chess piece. Well, I got it. This king chess piece wants to symbolize the head of an aristocrat family. Yeah, blah blah. Already heard about it many times now. That's right. And it's belonged to you. Isn't that right? Bellamira clarified, the possessor of this chess piece. Yeah, it belongs to me. My parents gave it to me. Seem like someone is going to be the Grand Duchess of the Beresford. Bellamira smirked at me. You bet I will. I return her smirk with a smug shit-eating grin of mine. Even though you're gonna have a sibling? That depends on their capabilities as a fighter and leader. I'm confident in my leadership. I'll become the greatest female duchess who used magic in the Valentine history. I'll cheer you on then. We stayed with each other till late noon. That's when Bellamira parted ways with me. Where are you going to go now? Return to being god or stay here as a saintess? My duties as Artemis haven't been fulfilled yet, so I'll have to return to the god realm. No worries, I'll make sure to often send you letters and we'll meet each other soon. She winked at me, but I only cringed at it. Nevertheless, I bid her farewell as she jumps into the portal to God realm. I grip the chess piece in my hand with a smile on my face before heading home with happiness overwhelmed my heart. Of course, I picked up 4 different color of daisies along with me, pink, purple, red and white mixed with pink. Surprisingly, no one noticed I went missing for the whole afternoon. Haha, I have honed my sneaking and lying skills, so how can anyone notice so easily? My dad will, but he won't witness it. I dashed to the garden where my mother is. The orange leaves fell down as I stepped on the leaves, leaving crunch sounds from behind. My mother stood with back facing me as she talked to a man who isn't my father. I raised my eyebrow but still ran to her. Mommy, I have finished my lessons for today now. It's true, I did finish my lessons, since 11 a.m. Adele, good timing. I want you to meet my cousin. Adele, this is Adonis, my younger cousin brother. Aphrodite smiles softly as she introduced her younger brother. I stood still in my place as I can feel my jaw drops. Long white hair tied in a loose neat ponytail, resting on his back. His dark purple orbs shone like amethyst, were covered by fluttering long white eyelashes. I stared at my mom, then him, then mum, and then him. What? I have never seen your daughter before. She really looks like you, sister. You think so? Well, Adele is my daughter, so of course, she'll look like me. Aphrodite hides her blush as she giggles. Liar. You literally saw months ago. Mum. This man is a big liar. He's one of the people who dragged me into this world, but I'm thankful. I glared at him as I hid behind my mum. He showed me a cunning smile as he received me blowing raspberries at him and of course, my middle finger in return. We chatted around until Dad comes back from the palace. I immediately ran up to him as he lifted me into his arm. Daddy, Daddy. I kissed his cheeks and I received tons back. Aphrodite. This is my younger cousin, Adonis Hilton. He went on a long trip overseas and only have returned recently. He is an heir of Marquis Hilton. So you're the rumor young master of the Hilton. Good afternoon to you, young lord. Ares hands out to shook with Adonis. It's nice to meet you, your excellency. I believe it's time for me to leave. I will visit everyone soon again. Then, shall we meet again? You too, little Adele. He shot me another smirk, but I secretly sent him my middle finger. TSK. So any gods who have finished their duties can descend down to human realm? Why does he have to be my uncle anyway? I made us some macaroni. Shall we head inside? Careful with your step. Alright, Dad. Carry Mum. Should I? I'll slap you. I didn't forget to shove those daisies into my father's pocket that evening. 5 months later. Your Excellency. Breath, Your Excellency. I breathe. Now what? Daddy. Why are you being placed inside a much more difficult situation than Mom, who is inside the labor? I gripped Dad's arm as he hugged me anxiously. He walks back and forth and chants the same thing. Everything is gonna be alright. We survived when Adele were born, so we should be fine too. You weren't even present when I was born. We waited and waited for hours until the door burst open with no noise of baby crying and a nurse holding a baby in white fabric. I lifted my eyebrow, but none of my 5 senses are telling me something worse is going to happen. We moved closer to where the baby is as we only found him opens his shiny ruby eyes and stare at us with a smile. Strangely, that smile was directed to me. I immediately burst into tears and quickly get a gist of what the situation is. We went inside the bedroom with only the 4 of Valentine in. Mom is holding the baby as we smiled at each other's. I let the baby hold my finger as I said, "Welcome to the Valentine family, child." Slow down. I can't run faster than this. Who run while climbing up on the hill? You Dumbo. No, you. I am a very intelligent species who only born once in a million year, rarer than the person who possessed both 6 eyes and limitless curse technique. Why are you talking about Gojo clan again? We laughed at our stupid jokes as I hold child's hand to the Daisy Hill. Our parents were walking far behind us as they waved their hands to us to go first. They're still haven't flirting even though we already got here first. Child clicked his tongue at the sight of our parents being a lovely dovey. Geez. This 5-year-old kid getting salty at his own parents. I grabbed his hand and dashed to the end of hill where we can see the duchy. Magnificent, isn't it? I breathe in the fresh air of spring at evening, but my heroine mood were ruined again. We saw this morning. I'll slap you. The past 5 years of my life were hectic yet fun. Growing up with child by my side is the best thing I could ever asked for. Tonight is the festival of springtime. Do you have any wishes? Child asked me as he stared at the stars. Yep. I wished that I will get to spend every year, month, day, hour and second with you and our parents and friends. I won't waste any single second. You sound cringe. I'll slap you. We laughed as we rolled on the grass, admiring the stars on the sky. When I was in Canada in the town I lived, there were no such scenery like this due to the light pollution around the area. The twinkling stars and the daisies, growing all around where we lied down and the chattering crowd from below. Let's go to the festival tomorrow, Child suggested. I nodded my head in agreement as our hands intertwined. It was a fun journey and this journey isn't going to stop right here. I will keep moving forward and Tataki. It's a blessing to be born into this world with my friends and family surrounded me. I always used to think how lonely my life when I was Ria's. But hey, look at me now. I'm all grown up, well, living with a happy family and have a decent skill in socializing. How I think it was lucky for me to be born. How I think it's such a blessing to leave that lonely place where I have no family. The journey I started from zero. The journey where I strive so hard to live on. The memories of my kid self, planning stuff at 2 a.m. on how I should live inside a reverse harem novel world reappear. I always wished and pray for my family to never be apart after the original heroine appear. But, seem like I didn't have to try. The plot is bound to fall just as when the three of us woke up inside this world. Even if the plot continues like the novel, I will do anything to twist it. I won't allow anyone to block my path. Whether it's the heroine, villain, male leads or villainous, they all can't stop a reincarnator. Not even the author. You shouldn't care about who is the protagonist or villainous. You are the heroine, hero of your life. You shouldn't fear a heroine just because she has plot armor. You shouldn't fear a villainess just because she is evil. And you shouldn't fear a male lead just because he's powerful and strong. In my point of view, I am the main character of the story life I've written on these invisible pages. No one but me can be the main character in my life. I'm nothing but a side character in other people's life. But this is my story, not theirs. I'm not only a main character with nothing but being a happy-lucky-going idiot. My main goal of this story is to become the first female Grand Duchess of Valentine. So, have you written anything about your life yet? Clap clap clap. I'm so thrilled for this. It's finally happening. Adeliana's main journey ended here, I am really happy for her. I like how I make her mindset still strong. Her characteristics about not giving a single shit about heroine or protagonist is the most lovable part about her. Instead of thinking how the main characters of this world are the heroine or male lead, she simply doesn't give a fuck. If this was a romance story where she is the villainess, I'm sure it will be more than chaotic. I'm so happy how I wrote her character even though there are some flaws. Thank you for following me on this journey. I still remember how I wrote this book with smile on my face as I laughed my ass off when referencing those memes. This is my second book to be completed with total chapters of 72. Even though most part aren't edited but some chapters are edited by my wife Potato Wolfie and the chess idea was from her. The cover is also made by her. Credit arts to O_NL44. Thank you again for following me on this smooth yet bumpy journey. Start from 25th of August 2020, ended on 4th of June 2021, 4:11 p.m. Q&A will be closed by Saturday next week. And here is my question to you, will you join me if I create a Discord server? Mo? I need friends. Down the street lived a family who lives in a small house by the hill, facing the ocean. This family has 4 members, a typical parents and a twin. The older twin child is a 15-year-old girl who studied in Beresford Academy. The younger is a boy who is also studying inside Beresford Academy. The mother is a normal average housewife and the father is just a man who goes to work by the morning and return by evening. Simple and normal, nothing seem odd. However, are they really that simple? Child, if you're not going to return my Dujin Shire right here and now, I'll burst into your room while you're streaming," Adeliana shouted from the outside of Child's room as he silently cursed his sister under his breath before going back into his character inside his stream. Apple Pub, whoa. Did anyone hears the female voice behind the background? Lonely 168, ooh, so Chili-san has an Ani-san or a Naimto? Ultimate Trash Eyes Imp, times donate $200 times PLS tell me that's Chili-chan's GF. I'm sorry, everyone tilde. My bark a big sissy broke into my room tilde. Sorry for the disturbance tilde. And thank you for your donation as always. Ultimate Trash Eyes Imp tilde. I really want to continue the stream but seem like I can't. Let's talk again another day then. Bye bye, Minasan. Chili-chan will talk to everybody again, sayonara cha tilde. He immediately shut off his stream and took off his wig. Child aggressively snatched the R18 doujinshi of Child times Zonglai. Japanese version which Adeliana bought months ago in Japan during the annual event of Winter Comic Sale. He slammed the door to be greeted by a crossed arms Adeliana, standing by the wall, smirking. Chili-chan has to go now, Chou-yu-woo tilde. Before she could even finish the whole line, her face was slapped with the R18 doujin. I swear I'll kill you by dunk you into the sewer and let you meet Mahito there. He ran his fingers through his strawberry blonde hair and shot the laughing Adeliana a death glare. Ha ha ha. Good luck in sending me to meet Mahito then. I wish you nothing but the best. Ah ha ha ha. Adeliana said nonchalantly as she skips her way through the hallway of their house to their bedroom, followed by an angry pouty Child. Both Valentine siblings are having their times inside the house, as their parents were out going to the city, having dinner with the family of a lieutenant inside the army who is a friend of Aries. Since they are residing in the downtown which require some time to arrive into the main city and both siblings weren't fond of the idea of socializing with new people much, they decided to have the house to themselves for the whole evening. Adeliana carefully placed the doujinshi inside a drawer under her bed which has a lock. Inside those drawers is filled with tons of R18 doujin Adeliana bought times to times. Since some weren't available on the internet and Adeliana has to ask her parents before buying online stuff, she just took all opportunities every time they visited Japan to buy doujin. Thanks to her tall height compared to Japanese people who is shorter than her, Adeliana was able to blend in with the adults inside the comic events and bought any doujin she found interesting. Child sat on her pink gaming chair and spun himself around as he observed their room. Oh, how he missed the way childish and innocent it was before both him and Adeliana became a degenerated weeb. The once star wallpaper are now covered with different anime and game posters. Final Fantasy, Fate franchise, Neko Para, Persona, Danganronpa, Honkai Impact, Genshin Impact, Love and Producer, Diabolic Lovers, etc. He shook his head by the numerous amount of their game posters. Let's not count the anime posters. Well, what can he say when his streaming room is also filled with posters too and degenerated pictures that is which he bought from sketchy website by bribing his dad to borrow his phone to buy them. Thanks to the removal of the bookshelf, the room now has some space to walk around. Their house only have 5 rooms. Well, it looks small on the outside but inside are pretty spacey. Due to both of them being lazy to clean up, Child and Adeliana decided to sleep together till now. Adeliana, on the top of their bunk bed, snickered at her phone as her fingers furiously typed. He sighed and get up to sit back on his chair and brought out his schedule notebook he always have around. He checked for tomorrow's school classes and packed his books into his black Squidward backpack. Upon seeing the Squidward, he remembered that it was a gift he got from his dad last Christmas. Adeliana received a SpongeBob one as their parents had a couple traveling backpacks of Patrick and Mr. Crab. Adeliana always told him how much the frowning Squidward backpack suit him and Child Loki agreed of how much he related to Squidward on a spiritual level ever since he was a kid till now. The Valentine family from the outside seemed nothing more than an ordinary family with a good-looking couple and a good-looking children. However, in reality, their mother, Aphrodite Roland Valentine is the daughter of the Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Her husband, Aries Ivan Valentine is one of the important commander inside the military and the son of the first commander in the Navy. Despite being the daughter and wife of the important political figures, Aphrodite is just a simple loving mother and wife and also a pastry chef of a small cafe. As for the Valentine twin, also known as the degenerated twin by their friends, aren't the typical normal children, but any 15 years old aren't also that normal either these days. Adeliana is the owner of a culture server inside a Discord which has over 100k people inside the server, and also a translator for a manhwa team. She still support the artist and author by donating to them and buying their works before translating their works without their permission. Not a great idea, child. A famous streamer who is known for her cuteness due to having his name shared with the game character inside Genshin Impact. Child became famous ×2. He can do high-pitch voice like female and having a pretty feminine face, similar to his mother and sister. Everyone simp for this cross-dressing streamer, not knowing she's a boy. Despite this, the twin is living their life normally and happily. Adeliana climbed down from her bed and packed her books into her backpack. After checking the books inside Child's backpack, she sighed and rolled down on the floor, kicking her legs up in the air, letting Child to witness the pathetic side of his twin. "Why do we have math tomorrow? I hate math," she whined dramatically at Child as he scoffed. "That's because you dumb." "No, I'm not. I just dislike math in general because it's annoying. I can do math if I tried hard enough," she said seriously as her two pink eyes locked on Child, to only receive another scoff and harsh comment from him. "Please stop saying something which isn't real. You legit answered triangle is triangle on a geometry test. I'm not wrong?" she stated dumbly, to only earn another disappointed look from her twin. Both are twin yet so different. Adeliana has a platinum pale blonde hair, Child has a deep strawberry blonde hair. Adeliana has pink eyes, Child has red eyes. Adeliana is 167 centimeters, Child is 172 centimeters. Adeliana is academically dumb while Child is smart. Adeliana is bad at gaming while Child is the pro. The rest of their hobbies and habits are the same. The thing that requires for twin to have in common. This twin doesn't. She got up after whining and singing many of the songs which she likes. "Did mom make us any food?" Adeliana asked her twin, who is playing game on his phone. "No, she told us we could eat anything we want." "Alright. Let's hit McDonald's tonight." "I don't have enough motivation and energy to cook for us." "Fine, let me clear this stage first. It's gonna be soon." "Oh, are you playing Bang Dream?" She sat down the floor next to him and watched as his fingers moved like robots to the rhythm and the tiles. They didn't get dinner till 7 p.m. Adeliana Ivan Valentine. "Yes, Mom." Adeliana got up from her seat trashly as she was surprised by the sudden call of her name in the class. "Pass the homeworks. I already corrected them." "Aren't you the second class rep?" Her math teacher chuckled at her realization about being the class rep. Since Child is attending the council meeting, the one to replace the class rep is her. She walked up to the teacher's desk and began to pass the homeworks to the students in their desks, passing the first seat on the other row next to her seat. The student on that desk slapped her butt, earning a silent yelp and a glare from Adeliana. "Fuck you, Seraph." She lifts her middle finger at Seraphina Phantom Benjamin after checking on the teacher. "I don't have enough money to rent a motel room for you to do me." Seraphina smirked at her fuming friend. Adeliana gave her another finger and proceeded to move to the next behind Seraph. Delafina Rose Peregrine, one of the top inside the school and also one of Adeliana's close friend. She sighed at her friends and shot Adeliana a sigh and a tired smile. Being the only two female friends of Adeliana since they were kids, they knew each other's more than well. Adeliana goes back to her seat and listened to whatever her teacher said, as she wasn't paying much attention till the bell rung. Adeliana packed both her and Child's backpacks so that they can leave school as soon as Child's meeting is finished. Before she could leave, the hood of her jacket was tugged as she jerks back by the tugging force. "Why leaving so soon? Don't you want to join us in lunch?" Seraphina lifts her right eyebrow at Adeliana's sudden leave. "What? Eating at the canteen?" "No, thank you for your offer very much. My parents are picking me up from school soon and we're going to the mall." Tilda, she sang as her feet move along to the rhythm she sang. "Your parents are going to shopping? That's rare. I thought your dad disliked going to public places like that." Delafina slides her phone into her pocket, weirded out by what Adeliana said. "Well, you're not wrong, but we have a mom and dad, can't disobey her at all cost." Adeliana does a peace sign and laughs slightly at the thought of her dad, struggling to refuse his wife. Uncle Aries really does seem to obey Auntie Aphrodite a lot. Your dad is a male lead of some Korean novels. Serafina chuckled slightly. Maybe. His aura really screamed, I am a powerful, strong and cool male lead who follows his female lead like a puppy. Adeliana scratched the back of her head. Serafina wasn't entirely wrong. Her dad is still handsome, tall and overly muscular, but not to the point of being a macho. Everyone would call him a liar if he said he has 15-year-old children. Adeliana continues to gossip about her parents and her friends' parents until Child came up from behind and karate chopped her head. Ouch! She whined and rubbed where the pain lies. Why didn't you wait for me in front of the council room? I thought I messaged you about that. Child wraps his arm around her neck and glare at her. You little dick. You know my phone's notification sound is dead. She fought back by turning around and grabs him by his hair. Child lets out noops and let go of Adeliana's neck. He coughed and apologized to her without making any eyes contact. My bad, I'll buy you an ice cream at the mall later. At least try to sound sincere. She kicked his ass enough for him to take 4 to 5 steps forward. Delafina and Serafina weren't bothered. They were rather amused by the twins bickering, as it was rather hilarious. Since Serafina doesn't have any siblings, she found their interaction entertaining. But that doesn't mean she wants a brother or a sister. Her parents are out most of the time and Serafina doesn't even spare time due to her club activities. Where does she find the free time to look after her sibling? As for Delafina, her brothers and sister are very peaceful. They don't argue much, and it would be no difference from witnessing an eclipse if they argued. So seeing the twin like this, she also found it to be very amusing. Adeliana, your boyfriend is looking for you, Tilda. A random classmate of theirs shouted from the hallway. Adeliana pushed Child away and grabs her backpack, running outside, leaving Child, who is still in shock. What? Adeliana, Ivan Valentine. You'd better tell me who the fuck is he before I bring Dad into this matter. He yelled at her, but Adeliana ignored him like he is nothing more than an invisible creature. He turns his head to her friends, demanding an answer from them by just his look. I thought you know since you guys are twin? Serafina was confused yet amused at the same time. You seriously don't know? Delafina was looking very concerned. She once did tell Adeliana and her boyfriend to confess to Child. It was a safer choice than letting Child find out by himself. No. She didn't. I wouldn't believe her even if she tells me. Maybe that's why she doesn't tell him. The two girls thought the same thing. Who is he? Who the fuck date her? If look could kill, the room would, including these two, would probably have been reincarnated twice. Prince Charming like fairy tale who likes to buy Adeliana's chocolate ice cream every 14th February. Serafina pretends to stare at ceiling of the classroom as Delafina silently prayed. Then, it hit Child harder than when a baseball ball hit him in his son. Augustine, you fucking have 30 seconds to explain and 5 seconds to stay away from my sister. The main culprit immediately shoved a box of rainbow milk cake into Adeliana's arm, before climbing on the fence and escapes as soon as he saw Child, jumping off the second story of the school building with a murderer look on his face. Since he couldn't catch Augustine, Child slowly turns to Adeliana, munching the macaroni that came with the cake. I'm going to tell Dad and you're not going to stop me. Sure, go ahead. She has a what? The once usual calm and quiet Aries shouted as he stepped on the brake super hard, causing a discomfort sound. Aries' red eyes stared straight into Adeliana's pink ones as she only gave him a dumb smile. Aphrodite claps her hands and squealed like a girl met her crush. Oh my gosh. Who is he? Do I know him? Augustine. She grinned even more while Mom immediately calls Percy's and messaged her reel about the exciting news. She thought her daughter will legit going to marry a fictional character. Both Aries and Child groaned. Child groaned because he wasn't ready to see his sister clinging on another dude other than him and Aries. Aries groaned because his daughter now has another dude she'll be cutely pouting to and clinging on. And both his red Mustang and black Ferrari will be given to Helios and Cronus for losing a bet. Of course, he'll give Helios his Mustang, after strangling him to death for teaching his son to flirt with his daughter and successfully became her boyfriend. Another surprising yet peaceful day for the Valentine. Valentine family. AU occupation, Aries, military commander. Aphrodite, pastry chef. Child, streamer, current. Author, adult. Adeliana, translator, current. Secretary of State of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, adult. Peregrine family. AU occupation, Helios, President of Multi-Business Companies. Percy's, Professor of Law and Literature Major. Ezekiel, President of his dad's company. Adult. Sophiana, Model, Current, Model and Fashion Designer. Adult. Augustine, President of his dad and his own company which is Technology Company. Adult. Delafina, President of a fashion company which she also have her own model agency. Benjamin family AU occupation. Cronus, one of the main important agent of the FBI. Rhea, cosmetic chemist for Chanel. Serafina, scientist. Adult. Q&A. You all actually do that, PLSSS. I was waiting for no questions but you guys did it. Mad lad. JK, I love you all. You made me the happiest. So I made this Q&A chapter during the time questions were dropped to me. And PLS don't get at me for not mentioning your name. I remember your question but sometime Wattpad is being a bitch so I couldn't mention some names. So sorry if you didn't see your name in this Q&A. I answered everything, I hope. So, the first same question is from Olivia Fair and Notoib Cyclol I believe. What is your favorite anime? I do have a lot of favorite anime but the one that even if I grown out of and will never leave my mind has to be Bungo Stray Dogs. I love the psychological tactics and each characters have their charms and mysterious attached to them. You can't seem to hate each and one of them. Even if I do hate them, I still find their characters reasonable enough to like and hate with. One thing I love is its grey morality and their characters based off real-life authors. I love literature and poetic style of writing thanks to it. It somehow encourages me to continue and write. Which is your favorite genre? And if Isekai then second favorite /anime genre? From Notoib Cyclol and Monemperson. I'm not picky when it comes to anime genre. Isekai used to be my favorite until now. I decided to like all. But my personal comforted genre would be rom-com and slice of life genre. How old are you? From Notoib Cyclol. 16 years old by October 21st. Smile. All questions from Minyumi. D. How many language do you know? 2 if you include my national language. I used to learn French up from grade 7 to grade 8 but I'm not very great at it so I don't count it. Do you watch it? Nope. But I do read the manga. D and only read up from Rumbling Arc and Depression kinda say hello since then. How many classic novels have you read? If yes, which one is your favorite? 10 plus books only since I'm only exposed to English classic novels 3 years ago. But I do read a lot of Cambodian classic novels. More than 40 books, I would say. I collected a lot of them since young age and still have them with me till today even though some disappeared. And my favorite English novel have to go to The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde and The Murder in Morgue Rouge by Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, I have no words for The Picture of Dorian Gray. The story is just damn. For The Murder in Morgue Rouge, I read it for Poe but it becomes my favorite due to the awesome detective writing style. I planned on buying Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky and No Longer Human by Dazio Zama but I don't know if Crime and Punishment exist in my country. 2 more questions from Olivia Fair. What is your major? I'm still in high school but I'm planning to heading to study pharmacy. If we're talking about studies, I don't know if I can even get into school when I'm sucks at study. Anime boyfriends, degrees. A lots. But I'm listing as much as I can. Toji Fushiguro, Big Dilf. I love Dilf. No one ain't stopping me. I'm his 526,292 wives. Gojo Satoru, his face only, not his personality. I fucking dislike his teenager self. Headcanon, this guy would be a bully and would bully his YN if he found out about his feelings for them. BC his superior complex refused to acknowledge his feelings for them. Nanami Kento, unofficially a DILF. But why not? Dazio Zamu, gladly willing to become his belladonna. PLSSSS, this man deserves all the love. Fyodor Dostoevsky, intelligent psychopathic criminal. What can I say? I should visit therapy. Nikolai Gogol, a character from BSD manga but I'll be his bird, trapping inside the cage for him. NVM, I should visit therapy. Nakahara Chauya, also my daddy. Gilgamesh, I'm gladly to become his servant and serve under this king. Samu, his idiot and scary side attracts. Hasagawa Langa, I haven't even watched the anime but I deeply fell in love with him. Yan King, fate granddaughter. PLSSS. I know nothing about him but his muscle and handsome face said it all. Liu Binghe, SVSSS? I can't remember the title exactly, but his dominance, looks and personality aren't matching and I love it. Yu Jung-wook, ORV, gonna marry him, to myself and Kim Doka Xiao, GI. I don't even play the game, but if this shrimp told me to jump into a pool with no reason, I'd do it. Leon from The Wait to protect the female lead's older brother. If he's a yandere for me, I won't complain. He's my number one male manhwa boy. 2 questions from Kamad_15. Are you very well cultured? A. Yes, I am. I considered myself to be pretty cultured. How did you discover cultured anime? Hanime? A. I discovered something called hentai when I joined Wattpad. I think I know the existence of hentai because of Boku no Pico, but I never finished Boku no Pico for your information. It's just bruh for me. And my first hentai anime is Sweet Punishment. But between Hanime and Dujin, I'll have to choose Dujin. Questions each from 1 Ash and which one? And Marladian. How did you come up with the idea of this story? / whatever did inspire you to write about this novel? A. I came up with this story idea after reading a manhwa about father, daughter, and a story about a girl who get mistreated by her mother and she ran to her daddy. And too much OG heroine being a bitch. OG heroine lives matter. I'm not sure which manhwa. It frustrated me because of the lacks of MILF. I was thinking what will happen if MC get doted on by her mother instead. So I ended up making Draft with a princess who was born out of a queen who married to the king and used to be madly in love with him, but then I thought it's going to be Map all over again with Diana as a villainess and MC as degenerated weeb Athanasia, so I abandoned it and changed Ares to an archduke instead, as I feel like it's more fun and easier to write about duke and duchess than royalty. Original MC of this book named Ophelia, with Delafina's role and Adeliana's personality. The names of Aphrodite was Seraphina and there was no original name for Ares. What hobby of yours do you think is the enjoyable? A. I have 3 hobbies which I found enjoyable, which are singing, karaoke, painting and drawing, and reading. But I think reading is the one I'm comfortable with since it took me to another world known as imagination and daydream. Smile. My writing hobby is placed in a special category. Do you have any idea for new work? A. Yes, I do, lots of idea. I have this storybook called Marionette, a story of time travel. I tried my luck on writing a yandere male lead on this one, but I feel like her time travel would be a waste since I'm planning to write the male lead as a hardcore psychopath. Not some average possessive male lead. Yeet, it would probably be dark and mature, killing and smut, not killing stalking. I was scared it will goes the abandoned empress route, but no, probably, however, it'll goes to the realistic part more. MC is a naive honest little brat for her whole life who died due to betrayal, and I can't imagine a brat like her suddenly became a mature person just because she time travel. It took a lot of time to recover from betrayal and their death, and naive person like her has a lot to go to change her fate, and time walks by fast. So people will find it annoying, but as much as I do hate when they don't have plot armor, I like to write characters with no plot armor too. So it'll be super realistic and tragic romance one. The second idea is Dear Dorothea, a detective time travel story. She died on the way to a wedding and time travel with a magic called plot. I want to write her based on Beatrice from The Reason Why Aureliana ended up at Duke's mansion. Wouldn't it be interesting for a girl who is desperate to live, ended up dying, then time travel back to become a detective and find the truth behind her death? No, Ulmo. I'd love to write a female protagonist with flaw personality, straight. No plot armor again for this one. It will also took her a while to get into action too. There's no way I'll bless her with plot armor who suddenly woke up and immediately become a detective. If you read Rihanna, I'm sure you know Beatrice's identity. She doesn't love Noah, all she wants was to live. This is just what I saw from my perspective, and in my opinion, I will never get over Beatrice. Her realistic naivety and her dumbness made me feel bad for her. Her realistic flaws personality is what I like about her the most. Hee. I also was heavily inspired to write detective story because of Bungu Stray Dogs and the Murder in the Morgue Rouge. The third one is I refuse to become the main character, but I want to write with a mixture of romance, fantasy, shuo, and JP regular adventurer size Kai with male MC. Of course, instead of going on adventure, I want him to live inside the village and open up a normal shop lol with male friends and female friends who has the personalities of shuo villainous and male leads with him. Male MC is also something I wanted to try and write, but I feel like I'll be called a sexist if I were to ever publish this. I have no plans for this MC to be the type of gentleman who doesn't do anything bad to female or being a simp. He's just being a dude who seek back to those who does anything bad to him, male or female. It'll be pretty triggering and offensive to feminist. Also, not much of a plot armor. The only plot armor he has is his memories from his previous life. A bonus, this male MC is kinda, also, based on my real personality. I don't give much crap about male or female. You harm me, you dead. This is the MC I'm looking for, a complete bulletproof tsndeer and villainous and heroine. A story where a dude who is supposed to reincarnate into a world of an isekai for male mechu o male leads, heroine and villainous. I also want to make angst so badly. The 2 books I had planned for contained major angst LMFAO. I hate and love Izuyama sensei, Judge sensei and Asagiri sensei at the same time, and when I hurt both characters and readers, it made me feel, lol. Do you like to read Japanese history? I do. I only used to read it for the sake of writing fanfiction, but now, it more than just for the sake of fanfiction. Does some part of the novel, in some cases, somehow related to your real life? Some are heavily references from my real life, mostly from myself. Yes. Adeliana spoke French and I used to learn French. Adeliana read hentai and so do I. She likes MILF and DILF like me. The pineapple pizza when she fell off the building is my favorite pizza. Don't judge me. I don't know how your pineapple pizza tastes like, but pineapple pizza in my country tastes amazing. The Asian family joke are also related to my real life situation. I'm thrilled to know that not only me who doesn't know the faces and names of my distant relatives. Ares and Aphrodite's relationship when they acted like Asian old couple are also heavily referenced from my real life parents. And the Buddha tale reference is a real popular tale in my country. And some of those weird educational lines Adeliana quoted are mostly proverbs I learned and used every day in my country. Questions from Sheen through. Did the story follow its original plan for its plot? Yes, it did. I had planned for the ending since the beginning and only changes some part of the plot in the middle. That's why there are some foreshadow in the beginning of the story. Your music taste? Pop, indie and future bass. Mainly pop future bass. I like rap too, but it's not my main favorite. My proudest memory? When I was in grade 10, I goes up to the whiteboard and solve math problems most of the time. I have never been more proud than when I bravely did that. Nationality? I'm a Cambodian. Didn't expect that, huh? Did you guys have any guess what was my nationality? If you do, what was my nationality? Last question. Will there be a second book? Nope. Regretfully, there will be none. I have no plan on writing a continuation of this book. It will end right here and there. If Adeliana were a villainous or a side character, I might have considered right up to her life till she found romance. But Adeliana is a character who doesn't even exist inside the novel, so nope. I don't even have plans to write this book as a romance in the first place. I gave love advice, but I never talked to a boy longer than 10 minutes in real life. So I'm still inexperienced in writing romance and I don't want to disappoint everyone. I might ought to read more romance books. LMFAO. These are all questions I assumed. I didn't feel good today and something bad kinda happened, but I just want to publish this chapter so that I could share something about me and my thoughts. Opinion. I guess it helps brought down the barrier. That's all for today. Next week will be Ares and Aphrodite's previous life past when they were gods. I was heavily inspired by this video explaining Greek gods in 12 minutes, so I thought maybe also just doing their past as when they were gods too. Spoiler alert, big flirt Ares. Also, just in case if you want to become my friend wink wonk. Degrees. JK. This is my Discord, kinmiko number 7608. Keep in mind that I haven't read manhwa novels for almost 3 to 4 months now. I only read Map BC. I followed Spoon and read it on IG, so I won't be able to talk about manhwa or KR novels. See you next week. Main side story I. War and Beauty. There is a pretty long flashback of Ares and Aphrodite when they were god. So, don't get confused. There were many gods and goddesses reside in the upper realm. However, like mortal, those divine people also had their end and time. No one were immortal. It was a rule set for them. Their lives also have time limit equal to human. No one can escape the cycle of birth and reborn. In that realm, however, have many gods with different strength and kind of beauties. Among those divine figures have a goddess whose beauty surpassed all. Long platinum blonde hair was always seen to be braided like a mermaid. She was always adorned in a rare pearls and jewelry, dressed in the finest silk made from rare and magical material. No one can escape her charm, no one can take their eyes off her beauty, no one is an exception. Not even the cruelest, bloodthirsty and ruthless god among all, the god of war, Ares. Him, who has the reputation of the most ruthless god, destroying realm and recreate them. Hands soak in the blood of enemies, mortal or gods also can't seem to resist her beauty and smile. How could a bloodthirsty savage god like him meddle with a goddess of beauty like her? Yet, he can't seem to take his eyes off that tall yet so small in his hands figure. He can only admire from afar because he can't take his eyes off her. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, elder twin of the god of beauty, Adonis. All her whole life, she only knows fun and happiness. The moment the sun rises, she will immediately dress herself up in another beautiful dress, putting on makeup despite her face was already beautiful enough without makeup, adorned herself in gems and pearls. What else could she ask for if her life was already the best? Singing and dancing to the music Apollo played and party alongside of other gods and goddesses, having every fun moment with her brother as they discuss about their lives after rebirth. But, Aphrodite also yearned for something else, something that fill her heart and warm her whole. The kind of feeling that isn't a stranger to anyone but pretty hard to find someone to share heart-throbbing feeling with, and that is love. If she knew there is someone was always having a hard time, keeping their eyes off her. That day arrived. On that certain moon festival night in human realm held by the villagers inside the small village, Aphrodite descend from god realm and blend in the crowd of human. Having fun like how human do. As she was dancing and singing, laughing and giggling, her figure brushed past a muscular body whose arm wrapped tightly around her slim small waist. Black raven hair ran down to his neck, bang covering his forehead. Ruby eyes shone under the light of lanterns and moonlight from above. No one could say anything. One thing for sure, she falls in love with him as he falls in love with her deeper than before. How can anyone resist that smile or those purple like amethyst eyes? On that faithful night, two gods fall in love, but their love did not end well. But maybe in their next life, maybe they can finally be together till the end. Ares slowly opens his eyes, finding himself in the same empty classroom as before he fell asleep. These days, he kept seeing weird dreams of a couple. Not sure why he saw such disgusting dream. He isn't someone to be involved in romance. Boy, you will. And, he isn't someone to believes in such things as fate or soulmate. Soulmate. His ass. Just find someone whom you can settle in with and boom, done. No waiting for shitty thing like your fated one. He groggily got up, feeling all sleepiness haven't disappeared. He'll save those sleepiness later for tonight in his warm soft bed. Ares twist the doorknob open to get suddenly faced with a short girl with wavy long blonde hair. Two amethysts shone innocently, startled and afraid of his tall self. He looked down at the blondie who bit her lips nervously as she stepped back and aside to create a room for him to exit. He wasn't that ignorant to people's existence, so he obviously knew who this is. Aphrodite Roland, the daughter of Marquis Roland. She ran into the classroom as soon as two of his feet step outside. Ares rests his back against the wall of the classroom outside, waiting to see what she gets. When she walks out of the classroom with two books, seemed to be a novel, smiling all happy-lucky going unaware he was watching. She ran to the opposite where he stood, skipping and humming. He tilted his head a bit, not knowing how does she not notice. He shook his head, whistling at thought of seeing her again. This isn't the first time he saw her anyway. He always saw her inside the academy, laughing and joking around with her friends. Perhaps he'll go and see her in private sometimes, requesting her to sing him a song or help him with a school subject. It wasn't so bad seeing her fiddles her fingers and bite her pink lips nervously. He's probably awoken his dacrophilia kink when he made her cry one time because he was being harsh on her on their first night after they married. This is an unnecessary information. Ares when he was a god. Ares and Aphrodite playlist. Can't help falling in love with you. Can't take my eyes off you. Close to you, yeah. Aphrodite doesn't have a blue eyes but fuck it. Fly me to the moon. Get you the moon. Can we kiss forever? Romeo and Cinderella, Hatsune Miku. Love story. Taylor Swift. Lover, Taylor. Demons, Imagine Dragons. Fireworks, Delco X Kenshai owns you. I won't write any Helios or Percy's because she isn't his first wife, but do note Helios is an ashhole in his teenager, so he teased, bullied, Percy's a lot, who was younger than him a lot. He's a dick. Long short story. End of block 2.